be the MC for this morning in this room. Before we start, I'd like to go over a few things here. So first, please help silence your cell phone or any other electronic devices that may make a noise during the sessions. And if you could move a little bit into the center of the row or of the room so that others can get access to the empty seats more easily, that would be great. If you need any help today during the session, where is our room manager? Cannot see. Where is our room manager? Okay, yeah, our room manager will be able to help you out. Sorry, the light. And then we may not be able to have Q&A time after this presentation or afterwards the lighting sessions. So if you want to talk further with the presenter, they will be able to meet you at the support desk in the sponsored hall downstairs. And we want to encourage everyone to join us on Sunday for the Contributor Day. If you have never been to one and you don't know what it's about, please visit our Get Involved desk in the sponsor hall as well. Or you can go to one of the sessions entitled Everyone Can Help Make WordPress Better, How to Contribute to WordPress. No experience is needed, and every newcomer is welcome. This is an excellent way to get to know others in the WordPress community. We also have a WordFest party tonight at City Museum, starting at 7 p.m. If you plan to go there, please make sure you bring your badge. That's required to enter, so don't forget it. And next, I'm going to introduce our first speaker presenter today, Mauricio Dinardi. Mauricio is a Drupal and React.js developer with a passion for teaching. Over the years, he has presented more than 30 sessions and workshops at Drupal camps and WordCamps across America and Europe. In Nicaragua, the paradise he calls home now, he is a volunteer in the Drupal and WordPress communities. He truly believes that when open source software communities work together, they will have a bigger impact. Currently, Mauricio is learning French, so he would love to practice with other attendees at this event. Now let's welcome Mauricio.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp US again. The slide deck are already available. This session is behavior-driven development with WordPress in WordPress with Behat. So you can follow along. The code, everything that I'm going to present today is already available, so you can follow along. My name is Mauricio Dinarte. You can find me as Dinarcon online, Twitter, Drupal.org, WordPress.org. As mentioned, I am mostly a Drupal developer and React.js developer, but the stack is pretty similar to WordPress, and the things that I'm going to talk about are about 5 different layers, and you swap one of that layers, and then it's a WordPress or Drupal. It's mostly the same. I am from Nicaragua. It is known as the land of lakes and volcanoes, and we really mean that. We have lakes and volcanoes inside lakes, and lakes inside volcanoes. So it's kind of recursive. You can go watch Sea Lava either through that website or in real life. And it is about 90 degrees all year round, so if you ever need to escape the cold, it's a good place. I work with Agaric. We are a distributed company, myself working from Nicaragua. I am also passionate about teaching, so in this website, I write tutorials in English, Spanish, and French. And even though it's focused on Drupal, as I said before, the stack is pretty similar, and content like the things that we're going to cover today, you pretty much can apply to WordPress. I would also like to thank Pantheon for their support in being in here today. They have a really nice community outreach program, which I invite everyone to check out. So what's behavior-driven development? Let's talk a little bit about this first. There are many reasons why we would like to test, and why are some of the objectives. One very nice thing is that when you test and when you write tests, you have a clear definition of what a task is, and when you write a test and that test passes, you know when you're done. Sometimes we just like keep programming and working and writing code, like, and just keep doing it. But if you have a specification and a test that is written against that specification, once the test passes, it's done. That suffice um, for that specific feature, and then you can go to another one, and then you can have very specific scopes into what each story in your project is going to mean. You can also test to verify that that data that you collect through forms is being processed correctly. Probably more importantly, you can test to find bugs before end users or even the client. I guess no one wants to receive a call from your client saying, hey, the website's not working as expected. When you write tests, you are able to catch those things even before pushing code to production. But testing is generally sometimes very hard to sell. Like, how do I convince my client to pay for this? So let's talk about the value of testing. For one, for the business, it reduces the time and effort dedicated to quality assurance. So instead of having a team of X amount of people doing manual testing over and over every time a new release is going to be pushed out, you can have automatic tests that will run in 30 minutes, 5 minutes, depending on how big your test suite is. But then the manual process is reduce. It is always good to do some manual testing, but in general, you can heavily reduce the time. You can also prevent regressions, like when you introduce a new change, the tests are going to check everything that you have written tests before. So if something in your code changes somewhere else in the project, you will be able to catch that. In general, you are able to improve the quality of the project and the stability of the software that you're writing. Um, that's like for the business, but sometimes us developers also are hesitant about writing tests. So there are some benefits for us as well. For example, manual testing takes too long. And to be honest, it's kind of boring. And because it's long and boring, it is also error prone. Uh, Maybe you have a script that you need to run over 100 tests, and you only do 20 because, there are other priorities, right? So again, like having this suite of tests that are going to run every time that you push code automatically in a CI environment, for example, that gives confidence both to the client, the product is going to not break all of a sudden, and the developer, it's going to save time for them as well. And in general, we're not going to focus on this part of behavior-driven development. I want to be more practical today, but in general, it's a way to communicate between client and developers or stakeholders and the people developing the project. In general, this is a communication tool, and we're going to have some reference at the end that go more in depth in this concept. And we said that we're going to use Behat today. Why do we want to use Behat? It's a mature project since 2011. It's going around. Vibrant community, great documentation. The tests are written in a natural language. We're going to see some examples. It integrates well with many frameworks, WordPress, Drupal, Symfony, Laravel, and more. And if you have continuous integration or continuous delivery, it integrates very well. This is an example of a Behat test. We're going to see something similar later. In general, the idea is to have a context, action, outcome pattern. You will define features in the sense of business value. So, for example, a shopping cart. The shopping cart feature, like if order to buy products as a customer, I need to be able to add items to my shopping cart. So it's not testing that if I click the button, something will happen. It's testing from the perspective of a user and providing value to the project. Uh, this, um, this is an actual test that you could run, and Behat is going to parse this file and execute a couple of things under the hood, which I'm going to explain in a moment. Every feature is going to have one or more scenarios. The scenarios themselves are the test. So in this case, we only have one test, which is buy a WAPU. So given that WAPU WordCamp US 2019 costs $10, when I add this product to the shopping cart, then I should see one item in my cart, and the subtotal should be 10. So I am writing test in a pretty fluent natural language, And under the hood, Behat is going to be converting this to PHP code that is going to instruct a browser to simulate user interactions on the website. And that's what ultimately is going to be testing. So what are some of the tools? For this test, I'm going to be using varying backgrounds because it's used by the WordPress core team to develop WordPress. But just to be clear, it's not a hard requirement. This is just like for easy setup in my case. We're going to also be using Composer to get dependencies, many projects that we're going to depend on. And on the behavior-driven developing testing side, Behat, Min, extension, and all of these, and we're going to explain what each of those do in a moment. Uh, in terms of package installation, the recommended way is to use Composer. These are, different packages that we're going to install. The one in asterisk, that means that if you install that one, which is the Behat WordPress extension or WordHat, as it is also called, it will install, Behat and Mix extension by default. So you don't have to do like all of them manually, but I just want to be explicit as to, these are the packages that are required. Some of them have dependencies among each other, so it's not really necessary to run a Composer required command for each of them, but for you to know. So Behat tests are like onions. And if you saw the movie, you might recall that they come in layers. So the way that this works is that you have at least 5 layers of different elements that are going to be interacted together to write the test. And when I started with Behat, it was very confusing because maybe you find a tutorial and the tutorial, works, but it has so many things interacting at the same time that it's hard to follow. So let's try to break things down a little bit. The first thing is Gherkin. Gherkin is the language itself that's used to write tests. Something like what we see on the screen, natural test. Given I am a registered user, when I am on the home page, then I should see a personalized newsfeed. Gherkin has some rules. For example, the sentences start with given, then, when, and, but. And the idea is to use those words to have a kind of a fluent conversation. And that's mostly Gherkin. Gherkin is just like the definition of how to write a test. And on top of that, we have Behat. And Behat takes care of 2 things. We have steps, which are like the Gherkin sentences, like given I am on the home page. That's a Behat step. And then we have a step definition, which is the PHP code that runs behind. So given I am on the home page, gets translated by Behat into this PHP function. I am on the home page, and this visit path slash. So the way that Behat matches those things is by regular expression. So in your function, you have a annotation like @given, and then a regular expression. If your step matches that regular expression, Behat is going to connect the two and execute this specific function when that step is matched. So that's how it works under the hood. And that's mostly the work of Behat. There are more into it, but it is mostly like having steps and step definitions and connecting the two. Then we have Mink. Mink is a unified API to control browsers. One thing to note is that Mink can be used standalone without Behat, and you can use it in your existing projects just to emulate browser behavior and controlling browser. The idea of Mink is that there are many browsers, as you know, and each of them have different APIs and different ways of working. So Mink provides you like a top-level API that if you follow that, you can swap from one browser to the other without changing your test, without changing your code. There are 2 types of browsers that Mink can interact with. One is browsers emulators, and these are not real browsers, actually. They implement the HTTP specification, so you can actually make an HTTP request to a website or an API and follow links and do things like that. Some advantages is that they are faster. They can read HTTP headers, but they cannot execute JavaScript. One example is the Good driver. Under the hood, Good uses curl to make an API request, it parses that request, and for example, if you say, after fetching the home page, go to the first element in the menu link, then it's just like instructions to curl to parse the response and go to the next link that was found. So it's not really a browser in that sense, so you have limited resources. On the other hand, you have browser controllers. These are used to simulate user behaviors, like clicking or dragging and dropping, uploading files, and so on. These can execute JavaScript because they are actually using a browser under the hood. They are controlling your Chrome or your Firefox or whatever you decide to use under the hood. They are a little bit slower, and in theory, they are not supposed to be able to read HTTP headers. And why? Because remember that Behat tests are supposed to be run in the context of a user. A user doesn't read HTTP headers or status codes and so on. So most of the implementations actually block you from doing that. And this thing is so powerful that you can even try to click on something, and if there is an element on top of it, like a real browser would hide it, it will let you know that it's not possible to click because something else is going to receive the action of clicking. So the idea is to emulate as close as possible a real user interacting with the browser. So that being said, Selenium 2 driver is an example of this. This one is an implementation that can connect Firefox, Chrome, and other browsers. And this one correctly hides the HTTP status codes and headers. Chrome driver is another one that works specifically with Google Chrome. In theory, it shouldn't provide headers or status codes, but it does. They decided to do it. But I recommend against using them because it's not following the API or the recommendation for Mink. So we have Behat and Mink. Then we have the Mink extension. This is an integration layer between the two. Both Behat and Mink can be used as standalone projects, and this is what connects both. Among other things, Behat will provide you with custom steps, so you don't have to write tests from scratch. For example, given I am on the home page, or given I fill out this form with this form element with value X, or given I press a button, or I follow a link. So all of these things are going to be provided by the Mink extension. You can also configure your setup to deal with JavaScript-enabled tests and JavaScript-enabled browsers. And again, you're going to be able to control different browsers using this extension. And we also have WordHat. This is specifically for WordPress. With this one, you can execute tests in a local setup or against a remote server. You can manage post types, taxonomy terms, and comments. And by that, I mean, for example, you can create, edit, or delete automatically, activate or deactivate plugins, switch themes, clear caches, add or remove widgets. Basically, anything that a normal user can do in the WordPress administration interface, you are able to do with WordHat out of the box. There is one limitation, though. As of now, it doesn't have support for Gutenberg, so you cannot test Gutenberg with WordHat yet, but that might be coming in the future, and on Sunday we can contribute to that, so feel free to jump. So that's like the general ideas. So let's do a live demo, and of course, nothing can go wrong. So those are the two demos that I'm going to be using. So for saving some time, I have already downloaded the dependencies. Internet might be slow or it can break, so I did that already. But I basically just downloaded the dependencies: Behat, Mink extension, GoodDriver, the Chrome extension. That's it. So how do I start? How do I start writing a test? When I install the dependencies this is using Composer to manage the dependencies, so I will have a vendor bin, a vendor bin Behat executable, and if I hit that, I get an error saying, yeah, Behat is there, but something is missing. So the very first things that you need to do is that you need to initialize Behat. And you do that by passing a flag in the command line, --init. When you do that, what it's going to do is going to create 2 folders and 1 file. So by default, Behat is going to look into the features directory that was created automatically when this was initialized and look for tests in that folder. Tests are going to be executed later. So if I come back to the previous command, now that I have initialized Behat, it doesn't give me an error because it found the feature context that it was looking for, but it didn't find any test so far. So let's start writing tests. I have something prepared already, so I'm just going to copy it over. So for context, the example is about going to Wikipedia and trying to look for something, and then we're going to have an example specific to WordPress. But I want to show that all of these tools can be used independently of what you're testing under the hood. They are just general purpose tools to test website. So this is a test, very similar to the one that I showed before. I have a feature. This is going to be parsed and mostly is ignored by Behat. The important part is the scenario. This is what is actually going to be tested. So as I said before, I'm going to be testing Wikipedia. So given I am on the homepage of Wikipedia, when I fill the search field with Pantheon and I press that button, then I should see something on the screen. So let's see how that works. If I execute this again, I have a problem. It says that you have steps that do not have corresponding step definitions. So just writing the test will not make things magically work. One very nice thing is that Behat can actually guide you through the process of writing the test and writing the PHP code. So in this case, it detected that there are so many steps without a definition. If I click, it's a first one here, it actually gives me some PHP code that I can copy paste into one of the files that were created before. But let's say that I don't want to do this. I want to save some time. So one thing that I can do is to tell Behat that I want to use some of the context and steps that are provided by Mink. So I can optionally create a behat.yml file in which I say, okay, I want to use the feature context, which is where I can create custom step definitions. But in addition to that, I want to use the ones provided by Mink. And this is where I configure the Mink's intention. This is going to be your base URL, Wikipedia, and this is how I configure the good driver, just like good:tilde, and that's it. And by doing that, I run the test again, and it actually works. So even though it's not pretty beautiful, it actually went to the Wikipedia website and I started interacting with the site. And just to show what it would look like, this is what it did. So one very important thing to notice that these browsers actually follow redirects. So if you notice the Wikipedia domain, I didn't include anything after the extension of the domain. But when you go to the actual website, you get /wiki/main page. So you need to be very careful. Again, Behat is trying to simulate user behavior, and this is what a user would actually see. You put the main domain, and you get redirected. So if you actually try to test for specific URLs, make sure or remember that redirects are being followed. So in here, the test is like, I write Pantheon, and then I come to a page that has this one. I come to a page that has some text, and that's what I'm testing here. Let's see. Now, where do these come from? Again, this comes from the Mink extension, and if I go to any of them, I can actually, like in this IDE, I can click on it, control click on it, and it gives me like the step definitions. These are all the possible regular expressions that this is going to match, like I fill in, with, for, and so on. You can have a look at that, and these are the PHP code under the hood. If you want to know what are all the possible options that you have available, you can type the vhat command with -dl, and this is what comes out of the box. So all of these options, like on the home page, reload the page, move forward, backward, fill in, check, uncheck, and so on. This is provided by the mix intention. That's why I said you don't have to write things manually. It already provides a lot of things for you. Now let's see if I want to execute JavaScript enabled test. How do I do that? In this example, I'm going to use the Chrome driver because it is simpler. It opens a browser window here. And now if I go to the website, and I'm going to, oops. Okay. So this is another example. The only thing that you need to do to be able to execute JavaScript, well, there are actually two things. One, tag or annotate your scenario with an @ JavaScript tag. And in addition to that, you need to have another vhat configuration. Where you actually add more things, in this case, I want to have a JavaScript-enabled browser, which is defined here. And that browser is going to be Chrome, and it's going to be connecting to the Chrome driver, which is the bridge between vhat and Chrome itself, and in that port. That's the command I ran before. It's just like opening Chrome in debugging mode in that specific port. And when I do that, and I execute vhat again, the first test, well, that was pretty fast, but the first test, because it doesn't have the JavaScript annotation, it will execute as a normal test using the command line interaction. But the other one, it actually opened the browser window. The one thing that you notice is that it's actually really fast. Oh, and there are some things missing there. Let me quickly fix this. Okay. Now I'm going to switch just to show an example. This is using WordHat, which is the extension specifically for WordPress. The project itself comes with an example configuration file that I just basically copy to my site. It has to be in the root directory. In this case, it has way more things available. The important parts are I have the Ming extension from vhat here. I have the different examples from WordHat available. I have my Chrome extension, which is again going to be used to connect to Chrome. And in this case, my base URL is a local site that I have installed using BBB. You need to define the path if you want to use WP CLI, and provide your username and password for the WordPress site if you want to be able to interact with the website, like logging in and logging out. By doing that, again, I just it is already configured, but if I just execute the command, it's going to open the browser window, it is going to log into the website, and it's going to check for something. Again, as you can see, it's pretty fast, and that's actually something that we want. We want tests to be fast, and it is going to report whether it succeeded or not. Just to have a sense of what the test is, in this case, I want to be able to log into the site and check that I have, some permissions and access to some specific websites, menu links and actions. So in this case, I have a JavaScript scenario. That means it is JavaScript enabled. It doesn't have to run JavaScript tests firstly, but you can use it if you need it. Um, in this case, I have a background. If I were to have many scenarios here, the background is going to run before any of them. So this is like to have a common task that you want to execute all the time. So like logging in as an administrator and going to the dashboard, and then you can start, going to users, taxonomies, post types, and so on. Um, in this case, just going to delete it. And if I want to actually see the code, this code is coming from the Behat WordPress extension, actually. One thing to note is that you are not forced to run Chrome in UI mode. If you have a CI server, you might not have a browser window to actually see. So another option is to just like run it in headless mode. So I'm going to do it here now. This is running Chrome in headless mode. And I execute the test again, and it works. So depending on your setup, that's how you do it. One final thing before, about this is that if you decide to run Chrome in UI mode, you need to close all the other Chrome windows that you might have open, or it will fail. So this is something that I open manually before actually starting Chrome in debugging mode. And if I try to do this, it's going to open a second window. But for some reason, if I run the test, it fails. And it fails saying that it cannot connect to the remote debugger. So the thing to remember is, if you run in the UI mode, you need to close any window before running it. If you use in headless mode, there's no need for that. It will just work. And one last thing, just to give you an idea of how like actual JavaScript tests looks like, they will depend on your implementation. In this case, this is how the JavaScript test from Wikipedia that's going to do an autocomplete and search for an autocomplete. JavaScript is basically this line. You instruct the browser to wait. And then you say how long you want to wait for as a timeout, so a maximum of 1 second in this case. These are expressed in milliseconds. And this is a JavaScript expression that you want to test. And as I said before, you need to know your specific implementation. In Wikipedia, jQuery is globally available, and that's why I can use jQuery in my expression here. If it weren't the case, I couldn't do it. Another thing is that Wikipedia, when you are using the autocomplete, you get suggestion div that has some classes, and you are checking for that. And other things that you can do is, for example, checking if an AJAX request completed. So that will require JavaScript as well. So you will write the JavaScript expression verifying that had happened here. And another thing is that, again, knowing your implementation is required, because in Wikipedia and, for example, in Drupal and other applications, the autocomplete are bound to key up and key down events, not to key presses. So if you instruct Behat to do a key press, it will do it. You will see the letter being written on the browser, but it actually doesn't trigger the JavaScript that will show the autocomplete. So this is very dependent on your implementation. Another example, which might be weird if you are doing React, which you can also use with Behat, you can test with Behat, you might be actually entering text in form elements, but your React state is not being updated. So always test your test before sending them to production. But Behat is basically that. You have the steps that are matched to a step definition, which is just a PHP function. You have the min extension that is going to provide you a lot of steps out of the box, and the WordHat extension that is going to provide specific steps for WordPress. And then depending on how you want to run your test, you can use the Chrome driver or Selenium driver. One benefit of using the Selenium driver is that you can run tests remotely, like in a different server completely. Another benefit is that you can run tests concurrently, like 2 or 3 at a time. Another benefit is that you can use different browsers, Firefox and Chrome at the same time. But there is a big drawback. If you want to use the Selenium driver, you need to have the Selenium server running. And that means that you need to have Java in your stack. And sometimes adding a new language to your project is not as easy, or there might be some requirements or some politics around that that doesn't allow you to add a new language just to use one specific tool. So very powerful, but if you're not able to do that, the Chrome driver using Chrome is also a good alternative. As I, one thing, you can write your custom steps. So, for example, instead of having something encrypted like when I fill in Git first, which is actually a CSS class in my HTML with Andrew, you can actually write the step that is more meaningful. When I set the donation first name to Andrew, so you are able to not only use the steps that come out of the box, you are able to write your own steps, so they convey a better context and meaning about what you're testing. These are some references, slides, videos that I use to document the text. More reference here. Official documentation, always read it. The VHA documentation can be read in literally 3 hours. And if you read that, you will have a very good understanding on how the whole system works. So I highly recommend doing that. And check out the WordHat documentation as well, because that's going to save you a lot of time into doing WordPress-specific tasks. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcio. And then you will be at a support task and to meet with whoever wants to discuss further on this topic. We will start again in like 9 minutes at 10 a.m. So I need some help to set up the laptop. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much all for coming.
Nope. Nope. Okay. So welcome again, if you have been here for the first presentation. If people could just move to the front rows a bit, that'd be great, because these are all lighting sessions, so people may come and go. So it'll be easier for people who ever join in the between, get easier access to the seats. So my name is Nancy Yu, and I'll be your MC till noon time today. Welcome again. A couple of things that I need to repeat before introducing the next presenter. Please help mute your cell phones or other electronic devices that may make a noise. And then we won't have Q&A time as part of the lighting talks, but the presenter will meet you at the support desk in the sponsor hall, and then downstairs. And please join us in the contributor day on Sunday. And you can go to the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall or attend one of the introduction sessions if you want to know more about what it is for. And we have a WordFest party tonight at City Museum starting at 7 p.m. Please bring your badge so that you can enter. Next, I'm going to introduce our first lighting talk speaker, Jeffrey Paul. Jeff is a Pisces, uses two spaces after a period, pronounces GIF with a hard G, and always waves goodbye on video chats. He's currently the open source practice manager at 10up. Prior to that, he helped build products and lead digital media teams on behalf of BigCommerce, News Corp, Discover Financial Services, NBC, Universal Studios Hollywood, USA Network, and G Capital, and so on. Jeff was the WordPress 4.7 release deputy, the 4.8 release co-lead, the 4.9 release deputy, continues to provide product management for WordPress core, and is the tied product maintainer alongside Derek Herman. Let's welcome Jeffrey.
So if you, like me, have ever thought, I'm not a developer, how could I realistically contribute to WordPress? Think again. Anyone can contribute to WordPress. And yes, that includes you. In this lightning talk, I'll walk you through a couple examples of how you can contribute to various WordPress teams, like coordinating core component teams, gardening bugs in Track, and getting videos submitted to WordPress.tv. And yes, this talk is more broad than just the WordPress core team. It was just an easy talk title to go with. So stick around and I'll cover areas across all WordPress teams that are in need of coding assistance. And you can find me online at Jeff Paul on Twitter, WordPress.org, and GitHub. Some quick background on me. I work at 10up with all those wonderful people you see on the left. My role there is managing our open source practice, which includes the 5 folks seated on the bench in the upper right, among contributions from others across 10up's distributed workforce. Our open source practice demonstrates 10up's commitment to advancing open source technology, leading by example, and growing the community of which we are proud to be a part and upon whose shoulders we stand. We don't just contribute to open source projects like WordPress, but we also maintain our own open source projects that are most often inspired by recurring needs and patterns we see across 10up clients, and sometimes even begin as customer solutions. Kudos to whoever can spot me in that picture of 10uppers there. That was our annual summit last month at Walt Disney World. I originally blogged about this topic back in 2016 and updated that post on my personal site last month. The updated post includes more precise details on contributing to various WordPress teams, as well as updated contact info for me. Props to Casper's Dambus for prodding me into finally giving this talk. Over the next dozen or so slides, I'll show you the various WordPress teams that would absolutely love to have you join them in contributing to the WordPress project. Diversity of environments that require testing for accessibility means that any user of accessible technology can help by providing reports on issues in their specific environment, as this increases the breadth of environments that are tested. Providing screenshots or recordings of the user experiences in an environment is also helpful. Copy editing and checking the clarity of documentation is also valuable, as it's hard for subject matter or topical experts to know when the documentation presumes knowledge that a reader doesn't have. Props to Joe Dawson for sharing ways that you can contribute to the accessibility team. There are WordPress core component maintainers, and in most cases, developers, that would love to have your help running their regular meetings, taking actionable notes and publishing them, and tracking work against a roadmap or within milestone releases. You can read through the different components and reach out to those maintainers on Slack for whichever component is of most interest to you. They'll be happy to help you understand how you could best help them. Also, ensuring tickets move towards a resolution is one of the most important things we can work on in core. Bug scrubs are set and announced meetings where the goal is to work through a list of tickets and move them towards a resolution. There are a number of possible resolutions for a ticket. A resolution might involve pinging a specific person for information, might be reviewing a patch and providing feedback on it. It may involve adding a new keyword to a ticket, and almost always should include a summary of the discussion. This sort of contributing applies to both core and core component teams. Come help ensure WordPress continues to deliver regular updates to the community. And props here to Aaron Jorbin for details on running bug scrubs. There's a constant need for usability testing, wireframing, prototyping, and visual design to ensure that the user experience of reading and writing on WordPress is as seamless and graceful as possible. 34.7% and growing of websites on the web need you. Core, Meta, also known as WordPress.org, and WordCamps are all in need of design support. If you find interest here, then read through the design handbook and follow along in the design channel in Slack. Start by joining a design triage session to see the types of issues needing help, look to find something you can give feedback on, and slowly work yourself into additional issues and gain ownership of a design area that best meets your interests and capabilities. Props here to Tammy Lister and Joshua Wold for sharing ways you can contribute to the design team. Do you enjoy ensuring documentation is updated and accurate? Then check out the documentation team, read through their Gutenberg Help Hub documentation, Codex to DevHub migration, and API documentation projects to see which interests you most, and then follow along in the Docs channel in Slack. The marketing team always has opportunities for both copywriting and copy editing. There are a surplus of opportunities in both areas, and they're great for newer contributors because they're areas you can hop in and start contributing immediately. Marketing is a great opportunity for less technical contributors or those that are looking to get a more complete picture of the various WordPress teams' work, as the marketing team works with most of those other teams. Props to Mike Reed, Harry Jackson, and Maida Batul for sharing ways you can contribute to the marketing team. The MetaTrack ticketing system has a number of tickets that don't require coding. Contributions to such tickets can be in the form of comments that confirm issues or suggest solutions. UI issues in particular do well for confirmation of being reproducible, particularly for different browsers, browser versions, and/or platforms. You can also contribute by opening MetaTrack tickets if you notice any UI, UX, accessibility, or SEO issues on any WordPress.org property. Translations are also welcome contributions for meta projects via translate.wordpress.org. You can follow along all these topics in the Meta channel in Slack. And props to Scott Riley for sharing ways you contribute to the Meta team. You can contribute to the mobile team by helping to test their mobile app builds. They ship a new build every 2 weeks via Apple Test Flight and a beta build on the Google Store. Regular calls for testing for both the Android and iOS apps are issued every 2 weeks on the mobile team blog. This also includes testing the Gutenberg mobile experience as compared to the Gutenberg desktop experience. The WordPress mobile apps, release notes, and store descriptions are all localized. Translations are updated every 2 weeks and are managed on translate.wordpress.org as well. Props to Cesar Tardaglia for sharing ways you contribute to the mobile team. Do you speak a language other than English? Magnifique. There are many parts of the WordPress that have not yet been fully translated to the 192 locales and growing that are supported. Start by reading through the Get Involved portion of the Polyglots Handbook. Read through the translation process, how the translation process works with GlotPress, and then start translating. You can correct or suggest new translations for both the WordPress desktop experience and mobile apps. This includes goofy locales like emoji and English pirate that allow you to experience how WordPress is translated. US English is used by less than half of active installs at around 46.4%. This is why everyone should make sure their plugins and themes are translatable. Also of note here is the WordPress Translation Day, a 24-hour global event dedicated to the translation of the WordPress ecosystem. You can find more details about that on wptranslationday.org. Props here to Nako Takano and Petya Rakowska for sharing ways you can contribute to the Polyglots team. Do you enjoy helping others learn how to use WordPress? Then check out the support team. Read their handbook, reread the Giving Good Support section, as you'll be the face of to WordPress users in need, and then follow along in the forums channel in Slack. You can also contribute by being active in the support forums for your favorite plugin or theme. Props to Marius Jensen for sharing ways you can contribute to the support team. Do you enjoy testing software and trying to find efficiencies? There are many tickets that have untested code available that would benefit from being tested appropriately. There are also many platforms that WordPress supports that would benefit from specific detailed testing and issue logging. Take a look at how you could contribute with testing and then dive into whether it's with automated testing, beta testing, user testing, or one of many other ways to help with testing. Read through the test team's handbook and follow along via the core test channel in Slack. You can install the beta tester plugin to help get involved with beta testing in WordPress. It will enable you to upgrade your website to the latest beta or release candidate, and for the more adventurous, there is an option to switch to the bleeding edge of development, also known as trunk or nightlies. You can also install the Design Experiments plugin to help get involved with testing prototype design ideas in the WordPress admin. And you can also install the Gutenberg plugin to help get involved with testing Gutenberg updates before they get merged into a major WordPress release. And remember, even something as simple as a well-defined bug report is a beautiful thing. Note here that there's no team rep for the test team. So if you're passionate about this area, then let's chat about helping coordinate across teams and represent the test team to the rest of the WordPress project. Tide helps automate testing of plugins and themes against WordPress coding standards, starting with PHP version compatibility testing. You can help out the Tide team by running their regular meetings, taking actionable notes and publishing them, tracking them against a roadmap, testing their update releases, ensuring the local install functions properly across platforms, and helping to update documentation or other areas that new contributors can assist the Tide team. Join them via the Tide channel in Slack. Do you enjoy teaching others how to use WordPress? Then check out the training team. Read through their handbook and then the Getting Started guide. Then follow along in the training channel in Slack. The training team has native people willing to take meeting notes and post them to their blog, serve as a liaison between the training team and other teams, to copy edit lesson plans, and to review lesson plans for style and instructional design requirements, and of course to help write lesson plans. Props to Julie Kuhl for helping share ways you contribute to the training team. Do you enjoy video production? Then check out the WordPress.tv team, read through their handbook, and follow along on the WPTV channel in Slack. You contribute to that team by reviewing videos coming from WordCamps, adding an intro slide and publishing the videos, creating subtitles for existing videos, and by promoting WordPress TV at contributor days. Props to Pascal Cassier for sharing ways you contribute to the WordPress.tv team. Do you enjoy organizing events? A community team oversees official events, also known as WordCamps, mentorship programs, diversity initiatives, contributor outreach, and other ways of growing the community. These all need help coordinating and would love to have your help. Take a look through the various handbooks of the team and read through the active projects to see which interests you most, and then follow along on the community team channel in Slack. Props to Rocio Valdivia for sharing ways you can contribute to the community team. If you want to learn more this weekend, then consider these additional talks. Elaine Schlesser is giving a lightning talk in this room later this morning, so stick around to learn about his experience contributing and ensure you're best set up to contribute for the long run. Joe Casabona is speaking in this room later this afternoon about how you can craft a talk for a WordCamp, though that could just as easily apply to a local meetup if that's where you prefer to get started. This afternoon, there will be a panel discussion in room 274 where you can learn how to host a contributor day or hackathon as part of a WordCamp or as a standalone event like WordPress Translation Day. Christina Workman is hosting workshops to help increase awareness of Contributor Day, explaining all the WordPress teams, and helping find ways you can personally contribute. You can find the workshop in room 276 today at 3:15 p.m. and tomorrow at 9 a.m. Keep a lookout for the I Make WordPress Ask Me How buttons. Contributor Day is this Sunday with registration at 9 a.m. The morning session starts at 10 a.m. and the afternoon session starts at 1:30 p.m. Tomorrow after lunch in room 274, you can learn about organizing a WordCamp and ways you can contribute via community events. And tomorrow, just before the State of the Word, you can catch a panel discussion on both organizing and presenting to WordCamps in room 274. And for those looking for advice or guidance on managing your contributions to open source projects, 10up recently released our open source best practices. Contribution to the open web is one of 10up's guiding values. The creation of our open source tools like Distributor, Classify, and ElasticPress, along with our hundreds of commits to open projects like WordPress, reflect 10up's position as a leading contributor to open source platforms. Our latest contribution is the release of our open source best practices as a public project on GitHub. These practices aren't intended for massive enterprise projects like WordPress itself, with hundreds of contributors and dedicated project teams, but rather for smaller projects and teams. We distilled vital lessons learned from managing open source projects of all sizes into the basic tenets of open source software management. Many of the items in these best practices could apply to the various WordPress teams, so consider reading through these to see how you might help along your way of contributing. And thanks for listening. If you have questions or want to learn more, I'll be at the Happiness Bar after the talk. Otherwise, keep a lookout for my red 10up hoodie. And if none of the things that I mentioned today seem to fit you best, don't worry. You're unique just like the rest of us in the WordPress community. Please search out for me in person this weekend. Find me at jeff.paul@10up.com or at jeffpaul on Twitter, wordpress.org, and GitHub. We'll work together to find a way you can help advance the WordPress community. Thank you for considering contributing to WordPress. Now go forth and do good work.
Tess aspires to work with brands that are ethical, sustainable, and create social impact. Welcome, Tess. We need one more minute to set up. Okay, we're done.
Thank you. So today I want to talk to you about how you can use WordPress for good, to inspire change, for social impact, and to help charities and nonprofits in your local area. So first, I'll pose a question. Can one day of work truly make an impact? Could it even change people's lives? Well, the short answer is yes, and I've seen it happen. Do Action Days are community-run events where volunteers use their skills to create new WordPress sites for nonprofits from their local area. And it can impact thousands of people. For every do action, there is a positive and empowering reaction, and this is the formula we used for the first Do Action Day in Europe. It was a one-day hackathon that we put on in Bristol, which is in the southwest of the UK. It took place on the 23rd of February 2018. We had 40 volunteers involved. We put on 3 workshops, and we created 5 new WordPress sites for nonprofits in a single day. Probably the most important statistic, 30 pizzas powered us through lunch thanks to some generous sponsorship. And critically, we were fueled with coffee all day long, because as you can imagine, it's a super intense kind of event. So if you haven't come across a Do Action Day before, that's because it's a fairly up-and-coming initiative. But actually, Do Action Days are taking place all over the world already. When we put on our Do Action Day, you can see We were the first in Europe, but there's other Do Action Days that had happened around the rest of the world. Roll on a year and a half, and many more of these types of hackathons are popping up all over the world, which really is important because it means more and more communities are being uplifted using WordPress. I co-organized this Do Action event with Michael Burridge from my local community, and I asked him why he thought Bristol could be the first to organize a Do Action event in Europe. And he said, "We chose to organize Europe's first ever Do Action event in Bristol because we wanted to help local charities by using WordPress to improve their outreach and fundraising." He goes on to talk about some of the professional and personal links that can be developed, and he's concluded by saying, "Bristol's WordPress community feels proud to have been in the vanguard of Do Action in Europe." But Michael and I did not do this alone. We had the help of 40 volunteers, as I said, which included developers, project managers, a social media expert, and also 7 representatives from the nonprofits. And that meant that some of the nonprofits were able to bring more than one person to get involved on the day. As I mentioned, we put on 3 workshops, and the purpose of this was to help ensure that the nonprofits and charities felt comfortable using WordPress. They understood what type of content they could create and why that was important, and they learned how to amplify those messages across social media to make the most of their WordPress site. So, what went well? Well, in short, we created 5 WordPress sites that were expertly crafted, accessible, responsive, and we negotiated deals with hosting companies and plugins so that they could provide their services at no cost to the charities and nonprofits that we were helping. It was also a really lovely example of connection between teams, all motivated to help worthy causes. It didn't come without its range of challenges, though. First and foremost, organizing a Do Action Day is a big task. It's bigger than you're ever going to imagine, even though it's just a one-day event. We actually struggled to recruit for a particular voluntary role, which was content creators. We learned that not all of the nonprofit representatives were as willing participants as some of the others, and some of the workshops didn't fully benefit the nonprofits. Perhaps they already had those skills. So some future solutions for someone else putting on a Do Action Day. Firstly, there's no harm in recruiting a bigger team. Just having 2 organizers is a lot of pressure. I wouldn't say you should have too many, but it's good to spread the load. If you identify that there's an area where you can't recruit for, such as the content creators, you can reach out to other communities outside of the WordPress bubble. For example, in Bristol, we reached out to the digital marketing communities. I would recommend interviewing the nonprofits face-to-face because you have many, many applicants. You have to choose the people who are best to deal with that intense working day. And you could make workshops encouraged, but optional. More challenges. So a single day is not very long to get all of this work done, as you can imagine. And a Do Action Day presents a real opportunity for volunteers to learn new skills and try new things. But given the fact that it's a single day, that's really, really difficult. There also needed to be further accessibility improvements at the end of the day for some of the websites. And some of those negotiated deals and discounts only lasted for 1 year, so there was a risk of unexpected charges later. More solutions. You could extend to a day and a half or 2 days. It would have been great if we'd had an afternoon for all the teams to get together and get to know each other. The project managers could have shared more of the project requirements beforehand, so that if there were any skills gaps, there could have been some work done to prepare for those ahead of time. With more time, we could have spent more effort on a UX and accessibility review during the event. And I also recommend full transparency about those deals and discounts. So the nonprofits only go premium if it really suits them long term. So I'd like to just introduce some of the nonprofits that we help to give you a better understanding of the impact. So firstly, Bristol Disability and Equality Forum is run by deaf and disabled people for deaf and disabled people. And they wanted a website that was fully accessible, not only to site visitors, but also on the back end to site admins, which means that their volunteers could add content and do whatever they wanted with the site without any blockers. Hands in the Air is a grassroots initiative helping men with their mental health. And so they wanted something that was clean and really approachable for their target audience. Horfield and District Allotment Association had just celebrated 100 years. So they had tons of history, tons of stories and tips that they needed to share. And so that involved restructuring 70 pages of content. Chimpanzees is creating the UK's first fully inclusive leisure facility. And they had nothing apart from email. So this was a total branding activity, a new logo, total new website. And they wanted to reach out to potential funders as well as the families they wanted to help. And finally, Third Sector Solutions, who help people with unemployment or people with service needs, and they needed to totally rethink how they presented those services. So what impact did our Do Action Day have? Well, I got back in touch with all of the nonprofits a year later, and I was blown away by the impact that our Do Action Day had. It turns out that thousands of people from our local area had access to the services that the charities offered, and they would never have known about those services if it wasn't for our Do Action Day. But you don't have to just take it from me. Here are two of the representatives from our nonprofits.
My name's Laura Welty. I'm from Bristol Disability Equality Forum. I've always been involved in equalities of some kind. I had been an equalities consultant before I became a physically disabled person myself. If you don't have the lived experience, actually, you have no idea. If you're not accessible, in this country alone, it's estimated that the spending power of disabled people is around £250 billion. I was looking for more engagement from people who visited the site. I wanted it to be accessible not only to people visiting the site, but ideally at the back end, so disabled volunteers could help us run the site. To be perfectly frank, in our situation, without the hackathon, we couldn't have had a new website. It would have been financially impossible. All I would say is mega thanks to everybody. People were really generous with their time, put effort into understanding what our needs were, and did an amazing job in the amount of time they had available.
I'm Stephanie Wee. I'm the founder of a social enterprise called Chimpanzees. 84% of children with disabilities can't access regular leisure. This causes obviously problems with health and well-being for the children, but then also the families, because the child can't get out, the families can't get out. We are working towards opening the UK's first fully inclusive leisure facility for disabled children and young people. Until this happens, we are setting up pop-up leisure centres. We had our first one last summer, which was really successful and exciting, and we had 1,100 kids through the door, and we had some amazing feedback with one little 3-year-old boy who had his first ever laugh. This initiative is amazing, it's hugely important, and it's been incredible for us, it's been really pivotal for us. If we hadn't had the website, we wouldn't have been able to do the pop-up, and without doing the first pop-up we wouldn't be able to continue doing the others that we're doing. You know, it's the difference between people being able to access our services or not. In a small way it changed people's lives, and that wouldn't have been possible really without our Do Action Day.
Running the Do Action Day really changed something for me. It gave me the confidence and ambition to make social impact and change. And I hope that this has inspired you, that you could do the same if you want to. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Tess. Okay. Our next speaker is Ellen Schlesser. And then as a freelance software engineer and a WordPress consultant living in Germany, he is the maintainer of WP-CLI, the command line interface for WordPress, and works on WordPress core itself as a contributor, as well as a component maintainer. He offers high-level consulting, code reviews, and software design coaching, enabling companies to deal with frequent change and ever-growing complexity while optimizing for reduced maintenance effort and a lower total cost of ownership. Let's welcome Alan.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. In the summer of 2014, I started work on my first client project with WordPress. I had just switched careers from government agent to software developer. And I was making extensive usage of the WordPress codex to help solve my problems with my initial project. What I found was that it was very vast, very detailed, and most of all, in a lot of places, very bad advice, actually. So I thought to myself, I should blog about this and maybe share what I find with the other developers. And then when I delved deeper into the project, I started to hit bugs in WordPress core. And I'm not talking about exotic edge cases. It was really very prominent major bugs that hindered me in my progress. And I found out that the bugs were known, there were patches already available, and they were just waiting to be committed so that the problem would be solved. They were waiting for several years already. So I thought to myself, maybe I should contribute to WordPress core to help fix these bugs faster. Maybe this way of sliding into contribution slowly, maybe that's something that's known to some of you. For me, after a while, it was that I was starting to question my choice of the platform, because WordPress had not been the development tool I had hoped it to be, and I thought that there might be something that would be more productive for me. And just when I considered switching, I experienced one thing that continues to keep me within this space, the WordPress community. So that's all of you folks. This community is very passionate. This community is very passionate and very inspiring group of people that that all are in. It's very intoxicating if you get into contact with them first. And I was immediately hooked. But after a while, I noticed that this group of very interesting and inspiring people, that for some of them, the community had a very bad long-term effect on them. I witnessed stress, frustration, anxiety, burnout, and a lot of churn in general. And I was wondering, how is it possible that such a seemingly positive environment can have such a devastating effect on some of its members? What I found out is that I believe most of it to be traced back to a root cause of cost. So everything comes with a cost attached. It might be combined cost, like for example, it might be the cost in energy to operate your body and your mind, the cost of opportunity for not doing something else, the financial cost of travel and accommodation for attending an event. And all of these costs, the best way to cover them is using money. Money is the tool that's best fit for the job, because it is easily tradable for other resources, and it is on its own neither intrinsically valuable nor nor scarce. So it is the best way to cover costs. But most of the open source contributors, they're not being paid to contribute. They don't earn money to cover their costs. So what they use instead to cover the costs is time. But time is a much scarcer resource than money. And if you overdo it, you're spending the time that is actually meant to go into your health or your family. The main drive behind why we overdo things is our natural tendency for pro-social behavior. This is deeply ingrained within us because caring for our group means that we improve the viability of its long-term survival, which is a fundamental evolutionary mechanism. But the pro-social behavior is also rooted in another principle called reciprocity. It's the basic principle of getting something for giving something and receiving something back. There's a hot debate that's going on for a while to find out whether the human species can truly be altruist, whether true altruism actually exists. But a lot of researchers agree that whenever we help someone, we ultimately do it to get something back in return. That can be a direct benefit, like gratitude or recognition, or it can be a more indirect subconscious reward, like for example, helping being the fastest way of escaping an uncomfortable situation. And this means that whether we decide to help or not is just a matter of doing a subconscious cost-benefit analysis and finding out if I help now, does the return I get from this outweigh the costs I need to invest? So, wouldn't that mean that just on their own, people would naturally try to only contribute when the return they get outweighs the cost they need to invest? Wouldn't they automatically stop themselves from overdoing it and hurting themselves? Well, things are not that simple, unfortunately. There's a lot of factors at play. If you help someone, your brain produces serotonin, which makes you happy about what you just did and encourages you to keep on doing it. This can lead to an addiction that's commonly known as helper's high, which makes you unable to stop helping, even to your own detriment, always chasing the next helper's high. Then there's another psychological effect that lets us constantly compare ourselves to others and deriving our self-esteem from what we perceive this social comparison to be. If we see someone contribute, it motivates us to contribute as well. If we see someone contribute more than us, it motivates us to try even harder and push further. In a given group, we also always tend to strive for conformity, to adhere to what we perceive as being the social norm within that group. What's worse, though, is that if no expectation is explicitly set to define this norm, what that should be, then we deduce our own norm by observing the behavior of the group. This can lead to volunteers that have regular day jobs, in their spare time try to match the output of professional full-time contributors that are paid by companies. Because that is what they perceive to be the norm within Slack, for example. They are unaware that the majority of volunteers and contributors, they don't even show up in Slack for weeks and months on end. All they see is the constant activity of the core team. So taking all of these psychological factors into consideration, it makes it even more important to talk about sustainability in open source contributions. Money is the best way we have of covering our costs, and we need to make sure that we do our best to keep on contributing sustainably. So people need to be aware of the costs involved and how to contribute without hurting themselves or their family in the process. We need to start destigmatizing this money topic in open source, and we need to make sure that the overall community just takes care of its own contributors to let them stay safe. It is not heroic or laudable to overdo it and to burn out. We don't need a rotation of martyrs that we burn through. We need a constant accumulation of reasonable and sustainable effort. And please, if you see someone where you think they're overdoing it or that they are starting to burn out, please absolutely do talk to them and address the issue. It is very important that we have each other's backs in this, so that we all can stay in it for the long term. This can often be a deciding factor of keeping everyone healthy and also keeping the project healthy in the long run. Let's all contribute responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Next speaker is Ben Meredith. Ben has been helping us set up the presentations today. A little bit about Ben, more about Ben. Ben is a developer focused on the human interaction with WordPress. He thrives on making users and their sites play nicely with developers and their products, like an ambassador from one to the other. Ben is a graduate of the University of North Carolina and is a lifelong North Carolinian, if we don't count 4 years in Middle Tennessee. Ben is a father of 2 and a foster toddler and a husband of 1 very patient wife. He works full-time for Give, the donation platform for WordPress, where he spends his time wowing customers, cracking jokes, and solving problems. When he is not working, he's likely parenting and reminiscing about having free time to play disc golf and guitar. Welcome, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I on? Check, check. Yeah. Names and details from the following story have been changed to protect the definitely not innocent. So Terry's a developer at a relatively large agency, and they had a client contact them to say they wanted to sell an information product on their website. They didn't want like a full e-commerce solution. They just wanted to basically a form on the front end that collected and processed the payment correctly and then dumped the information into the back end so that admins could come and send off that information product at a later date or later that day. So Terry set out, made the form, tested the form, everything seemed to be working. Launch day comes, and they push everything live, everything's going great. A couple of $1,000s in sales, and they get an email from the client that's excited. And to use Terry's words, that's when the bottom fell out of my stomach. This talk is for you if you are like Terry. You've ever made a technical mistake and you've thought, how am I going to get out of this? How am I going to fix this problem? This talk is also for you if you've ever had update anxiety. You know what I'm talking about? Where you're hovering your cursor over that update button and you're like, I could click it, but I'm not really sure if things are going to go well. And worse yet, if things don't go well when I click it, I'm not 100% positive I can get back to where I am right now, right? Show of hands. Anybody ever had that update anxiety? It's not just me. This talk is also, and I think most fundamentally, about folks who want to stand out and in the best possible way when it comes to the value that you add to your team. And I want to be careful here. I'm not saying the coding value, like your value as a coder or anything like that. This talk is not primarily for the coders. In fact, I don't want you to become a coder if you don't want to become a coder, but I want you to see your value in terms of your specific role right now, how it can be enhanced by leveling up technical troubleshooting. The tips and tricks I'm going to share in just a moment are what took me from being a guy with a religion degree and basically no tech know-how just a few years ago to being now the senior support technician at GiveWP, the donation platform for WordPress. But again, I'm not trying to tell you to become like I am and be the technical support technician. I want you in your role, whether it's content writer or the finance person, the marketer, the social media person, to add to your tool belt the skill of technical troubleshooting, which is not coding. So I'm not saying that I want you to become a coder. I'm saying stop using "I'm not a coder" as a way to opt out of technical troubleshooting. I run into that a lot in my day job. People will say, well, I'm not a coder, so I can't figure out what's wrong with my site. And I'm here today to refute that premise, essentially. Before I get to the 3 points of my talk, just brief points, I want to peel back the curtain a little bit and tell you a secret about any developer you see walking the halls here or in this room. Any developer that you could give them any amount of expertise or success by whatever metric, all of them, 100% of them have this one thing in common. And it is that we have all, if we are developers, broken websites in spectacular ways. Oftentimes publicly and spectacularly. It's 100% of the developers walking the halls here have broken websites. So you don't have the option, if you're planning on leveling up, to not break websites. You're going to do it. You're going to break websites. You do, however, have the option to not break the live site. And that's my first kind of meta point, mega point, is you can break sites in a way that's not public and embarrassing, and that's using staging sites or local environments. So staging and testing environments are not optional. That's the first thing you should learn. Local by Flywheel, they didn't pay me to say that, but they are a sponsor of this event over in the sponsors area. Go check them out. Local by Flywheel is what I use all day, every day. It is super simple to spin up a local site, which just exists on your computer, your machine, to do troubleshooting with. And so I make copies of the local site, and I put it, or live site, and put it on my local site. You can also use staging environments. Many of the hosts over in the sponsor area have staging environments involved. And so whatever you do, don't troubleshoot on the live site, unless it's down. If it's all the way down, sure, troubleshoot away. If it's not down, pull it to a staging site, troubleshoot there. And so here's my 3 points. If you work with me for very long, you'll hear me say this. It's kind of like a mantra of mine. If I can't isolate it, and I can't replicate it, and I can't communicate it, it can't be fixed. So those are our 3 points. We got to isolate it, replicate it, and communicate it. So the first of those is isolate. What I mean by isolate is when I go to the mechanic with my car and I say, the thing makes a noise when I'm turning left and braking. It doesn't make the noise when I'm going straight and braking. It doesn't make the noise when I'm going right and braking, or when I'm just going left and not braking. It only makes this strange noise when I'm turning left and I'm braking. And so we've got to isolate it down to just the situations that make the problem happen. So if you're having a bug or an issue in WordPress, it's almost always a conflict between one of, say, 4 things. There's WordPress core itself, which is tested daily by thousands of people, so it's pretty stable. Then there's plugins and themes, and then over or under that, depending on how you want to visualize it, is the PHP version that your site is running on. It's almost always one of those 4 things that's causing the problem. And so you've got to isolate it. And so you've heard the conventional wisdom is, have you tried deactivating all plugins? And that still works. And especially if you're on a live site, which you already promised me just now that you were, or not on the live site, on a testing site, then deactivate all the plugins. If the problem goes away, reactivate. I use the plugin, it's a plugin called Plugin Detective that simulates that process for you. So it's really cool. Check out Plugin Detective as well. Another kind of pro tip, a little bit of an aside, I use WP-CLI religiously. That's the WordPress command line interface. So as soon as I pull my site to local, I duplicate it using whatever backup system you've got, and then clone the site locally. The first thing I do is log in to the site via SSH. Local by Flywheel makes it super easy. And then I say WPDB export, and then I give it a name that I can remember, like before I broke it, trying to fix it, .sql. And so I name the file, and now I've got the database. I can get back to that. For the extra geeky in the room, Kevin Hoffman, a member of our team, taught me a trick of initializing a Git repo locally as well in that environment so that I can then roll back changes to files. Come find me after. I'll show you the video that I made of this. It's super cool. Anyways, that's my pro tip aside. Use WP-CLI. It has saved me thousands of hours. So once I'm isolated it, I've got plugin A and theme B causing a problem together, right? My next step is to replicate it. And this is the step that lots of people skip. What you will hear when you submit a support ticket to the theme or to the plugin is the dreaded developer speak of, it works on my machine, right? They're like, it's working for me, I can't, it's not broken. This step is like, prevents that. So what we do to replicate it is, again, using a local tool, I spin up a fresh install of WordPress, all by itself. And then I add theme A and plugin B and PHP version C, whatever the isolated steps that I had before on my local site. And then I pay attention, because as I'm going through that, replicating it, I'm thinking, my next step is going to be to communicate this to the developers or to whoever's fixing the problem, if it's an internal team or the plugin or theme shop. And so the communicate step is honestly what can take you from being good troubleshooter to expert level. And that's where you give the developers no way to respond with, it works on my machine. You line it out for them, give them specific steps, give them a database backup of your local site and say, I've got this. I use screencasts all the time because they can see as I'm going through how I've set up things. And so once I isolate it, then I can replicate it. And once I replicate it, then I've got to communicate it to the developers. And so if you can do that, you become like the high five person that the developers will come in the room and give you a high five. Like, you gave me the exact steps to get exactly where I need to be to replicate this problem on my machine. So whatever happened to old Terry? Well, Terry forgot to put the email on the form that collected the payment. So it was collecting thousands of dollars in payments quite effectively. But there was no way to email out to the users saying that here's your product. And worse yet, there's no way to communicate that they can't communicate it. So now they've got $1,000 or so that they need to refund and do that. And you might be thinking to yourself, Ben, that's not a technical troubleshooting problem, right? That's human error. Terry forgot to put the email on the form. And that brings me to my final point, really, and that's that all bugs, all incompatibilities, all the fatal errors that wipe out your screen and get that site not experiencing technical difficulties screen, all of those are human error. Because what it is your theme developer and the plugin developer let's say you got 10 plugins, there's a near 0% chance that all of the developers involved in all 10 of those plugins and that theme have all tested their stuff together. It's just functionally impossible for plugin developers to test all of the plugins out there. And so again, with just 10 plugins, it's a near 0% chance. And so it's a human error. Yeah, it looks a whole lot like a parse error on line 233, but it's actually just that these two developers didn't test in this environment and in this way. And so in order to level up your technical troubleshooting, you don't have to be a developer. You have to be a human who has made errors, right? So that you can replicate that error for the developers. And that's what makes them so excited, is you give them a user perspective or a non-coder perspective to be able to see how to replicate the problems. And so I obviously don't have time to dig really deep into all of those steps and how we do it. So at GiveWP, we put together a resource, and it's designed to be just this overwhelmingly large document for you to reference on how to isolate, replicate, and communicate issues. And over time, I'm hoping to add more deep dive type content like the WP CLI bit and Git repository, but that you can find here. It's benlikes.us/WCUS19 will take you directly to that document. I'd also love to connect with you afterwards. I'll be over at the GiveWP booth in the sponsor area. My name is Ben Meredith. I'm the Senior Support Technician at GiveWP, and thanks so much.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is David Wolfpool. David is a professional web developer focusing on WordPress theme and plugin development. He emphasizes helping small businesses, providing ongoing support and educating users through his service, FixUp Fox. He helps organize both WordPress Orlando and WordCamp Orlando.
You can use this one probably.
Use this.
What's the type? I can't find your talk. Come up here.
It's the power of CSS, cool things to do with styles.
I haven't found it yet. Power of CSS. Oh, it was hiding right there in plain sight.
Welcome, David.
I have a speaker who's doing all my work for me. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. I really appreciated your talk. I'm going to take this off, actually. All right. Just want to make sure I still use the same, since I can't see it up here, same back and forth. Okay, cool. Sorry. Morning, everybody. Should I be waiting to get started until 11, or should I? Okay. 5 minutes. What can we talk about for 5 minutes? CSS, Orlando. Oh, actually, I do want to do a quick pitch before Allie leaves the room. One of Ben's coworkers, Allie Nimmons, is leading a workshop with Jill Binder, Aruba Ahmed, and they invited me to help them out this afternoon at 1 p.m. It's creating a welcoming and diverse space at your events. So if you want to, if you organize events and you want to get more diverse people there involved in your group, join us at 1 p.m. in one of the workshop rooms. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to you. And now I'll do a dance. You know what? We're going to be getting to that during this talk. Oh, actually, here I have 2 pitches for you. First, go to the workshop, and second, the URL, if it is readable, it's obm.io/cool-css. This is actually a talk that I gave that I cut about 2/3 of it out to make it a lightning talk. All of the original slides are at that URL, so you can get bonus information. This is awesome, being able to speak at WordCamp US and have a large group of people in the room. But now I feel like really awkward just sitting here counting down a couple minutes. I need to do something else. Who thinks they traveled here furthest? I came from Orlando. Where'd you come from, sir? Sorry? Oh, Baltimore? And Ohio? I bet some people came from further in Ohio out here, right? Sarasota? I came further than you, I think. Orlando's further than Sarasota. Netherlands? Okay, anyone further than Netherlands? Sorry, it's bright. Serbia, well, thank you for coming. My sister is in Serbia right now, actually. You know. I'm sorry? I don't have a take, because I don't know. Can you teach me afterward? Okay, cool. Well, again, thank you everybody for coming. My concern about doing a talk like this is that a lot of the room can either be, I know everything you're about to cover, I know nothing you're about to cover and have never used an editor. So my hope is that each person here can learn one thing. So out of like the 10 things I'm gonna show you, if you learn one new thing, that is a win in my book. So I'm David Wolfall, I came from Orlando, Florida. I am going to be talking about some cool things to do with CSS. The reason I wanted to do that is that I am a developer for a living, and I spend most of my time writing PHP and JavaScript. There's a lot of great things you can do, but I think that CSS gets underutilized as a language of its own. There are a lot of amazing things that you can do with purely CSS that you can completely redesign a site, which makes it really easy to help end users who I can just say, you know, go to the customizer, add some code to this additional CSS area that all of your sites are going to have. And I can also start teaching people a bit about how the web works in a way that's a little bit more accessible. By that I mean, if I want to get someone started with, let's say, teaching them some PHP, we have to set up a server, you know, we have to go find a site to work on. Even if I want to use JavaScript, we have to have an environment created. Sure, I can do some of it through the browser, but it's not quite as easy as simply pulling up the browser debugger and showing somebody, you know, here's exactly the bit of code that is making this text, this link underlined and blue and bolded, things like that. So it's a good way to onboard people into the idea that they can change things on their own websites. So first I want to make an assumption that everything that I'm going to talk about is going to cover at least 95% of your users. If you're using Opera Mini, you probably already know you are, and you're using it for a specific reason, so you're out. And then if you're using below like IE9, some of these things might not apply to you, but everything here covers pretty much everyone else. And actually, a lot of these are good on IE as well. So I'm going to cover a few different things. The first two that I'm going to talk about are pseudo elements and pseudo classes. A lot of people use them interchangeably, and I wanted to first show some examples of each and talk about what makes them different. A pseudo element is going to create something that doesn't already exist in your document. So that's going to include things like your before and after to add new pieces of content, as well as things that will affect existing content but target it in a new way, such as the first line element, or the, pseudo element, or the selection pseudo element. A pseudo class, meanwhile, changes the display of an element that already exists. That's when we look at the focus or hover links, or when we see if a checkbox or radio button has been checked or not. We can also target individual elements and just say, is this the only one of this type? Or is this the first one of this type, or the last one? There's a lot of pseudo classes that let you target existing elements, and then pseudo elements will create new elements. So first, before and after. These are probably the most common pseudo elements that a lot of sites use for a variety of reasons, such as fixing, clearing elements to ensure that they break well. So I'm going to use some examples. By the way, they're all like screenshots I took of things on my own site. So first, I have comments on my site, and I wanted to make them look like little speech bubbles. So one of the things that I did was used the before pseudo element to create a little triangle on the side of the comment to make it look more like a speech bubble. So the code here is simply creating a new element, applying a border to that element, and then changing the positioning of it. You know, I'm saying absolutely position this and put it in a certain area. The specific code isn't quite as important as the idea that I am taking something that didn't exist and attaching it to something that does exist, in this case, the comment body. And then as a bonus, I also am targeting comments that are by the author of the post and making them look a little bit darker so that someone can quickly, you know, scan through and see something that I wrote in response to someone else, for instance. I'm also going to be talking about one of the selectors here, the content property, but I'll get to that a little bit later. Now, as opposed to a pseudo element, let's look at a pseudo class. In this case, I'm going to look at the first child element. So if you have installed Gutenberg on your site before it was part of WordPress, or if you were just looking at the demo Gutenberg post, you have probably seen this, the Welcome to the Gutenberg Editor post, right? So it has all of the different blocks that are available to view. Now, by default, the align full element has a margin on the top and bottom, and then it has a calculated width to get it to center and take up the full width of the screen. So that works well, but in my case, there's this big white area here between the post metadata and the start of that post. And I didn't really like that there was a little bit of extra spacing that isn't there if I use other elements. It didn't provide consistency. So I decided to take a pseudo class. In this case, I am saying if it is the block cover block, and if it is the first child, meaning if it is the first element within that page, the first one that was in the page, excuse me, then it is going to have a margin top of 0. So I'm just going to roll back a bit just to compare these two here. So this is a minor change, but it's something that I can do to say only when it's this type of block, because it doesn't apply to things like paragraphs, images, other elements that aren't doing that full width, then make it not have that top margin, make it look a little bit better and look more like other elements. A minor change that allows it to affect any post without me having to go in and edit some custom CSS for it. Similarly, I have comments on my website, and I do like the fact that there are spaces between paragraphs. All my paragraphs have a bottom margin, but it doesn't really look so great in a comment. There's that extra space at the bottom that that little speech bubble doesn't look that great. So in a similar manner, I was able to target the comment content class. That is the text that's within that comment, if you're using default WordPress comments. And I just said, if it is a paragraph, that is the last paragraph in the comment, then just remove that bottom margin. So again, I'll just jump back and see that, it's not a major change, but these are the kind of things that just tighten up the design a little bit, make it look a little better, but not require somebody to have to, find any really hacky workarounds to do. All right, now we're going to move into ones that are a little bit more complicated. By that, I just mean tagging on a few other pseudo classes with others. With the not element, what we're going to do is target elements that are not of a specific type. So in this case, again, I'm going to just use my comments because this was a great place to pull screenshots from, in my opinion, with the design things I did. I wanted to have a little visual element here that would connect a comment and a reply comment. So I have this little dashed line here that will connect to when somebody is replying to somebody else. And the way that I did that was to use that after pseudo class, since I'm already using the before pseudo class to create the triangle here. So I used the after pseudo class, created a dashed border, but very specifically, I made sure that it was on comments that have children, as long as the child is not the last child. So very specifically targeting if it is a comment that has a child comment, but that comment right there does not have a child of its own. Otherwise, I would have a dashed line going down the side here, that doesn't connect to anything else. So you can write a bit of code that you say, apply it in all of these cases, but don't apply it in these other very specific cases. It does look a little bit, I'd say a little bit more cluttered here, where I'm saying we want to get a comment, as long as it's not the last comment, last child, and as long as it is targeting that after pseudo element. But it's a good way to be very specific without having to write a lot of workaround code. Originally, the themes I was using used like a special comment walker that was very challenging to update and didn't work with WordPress plugins that depended on default comments being in place. So let's look at a couple of properties. I did mention that we use the content property, excuse me, and I'm just going to go back really quick and take a look at these before and after. You'll notice that I have on all of these content and then just two quotes. I'm just saying that the content area is going to be blank. So if it's going to be blank, why did I put it there in the first place? The reason being is that these pseudo elements are not going to take up any space. They aren't going to be added to the DOM, the HTML document, unless they have some sort of content in them to make them display on the page. So it's kind of a hacky workaround, but we use it for pretty much every pseudo element to just have a blank content area. But you can also use that content area to put specific bits of content in. So as an example, when I'm writing a blog post, I'm going to have a list of categories that I have attached to that post. So this post here, we have the category of WordPress, CSS, code, tutorials. That looks okay, but it can be hard to figure out where one category ends, where another one begins, if I had a category that had multiple words to it. So we have a quick fix. We're going to take a look at all of the list items and add the pseudo element of after, and then we're going to add some contents there, a comma and a space. That way there is some separation there. But does anyone see any issues with this code as I've written it? Yes, sir. Yep, there's that last hanging comma at the end of it. So, by the way, we could do this with PHP and use the categories list function that's built into WordPress that is already pulling these categories. But let's say I don't have the ability to easily do that. I don't have a way to edit PHP files on this site. I don't want to create a child theme just to add minor edits like this, but I also don't want to affect the other theme. So I can just use CSS to achieve a similar effect. So you've identified that it has an issue. How about anyone know what the fix is going to be? Yeah. Using not again. Chain them all together. So now I'm going to say the same thing. It's going to be a list item as long as it's not the last child. And there we go. We have our comma and our space without having to worry about having that trailing comma at the end. Just a minor change between the two, but it solves our problem for us without having to touch any PHP. This one is one of my favorites. Someone over here asked me what my favorite property was. I would say object fit because it has improved a lot of what I do in terms of displaying pictures that keep a specific ratio and take up a certain space without having anything look really weird. So let's say you are somebody who, like myself, getting up on stage here is a little bit narcissistic, and you decide that you want a gallery of photos of yourself, because that was like the easiest thing I could find pictures of that were ratioed different ways. This looks fine. I have this is just a WordPress default gallery with 4 columns, and I set a specific width and height so that they would all look the same. But the problem is that some of these images here, are really squished or stretched out in a weird way. By the way, I think most all these are from WordCamp US last year. Anyway, they're all like squished up, so that's a problem. So one way to solve this would be to use the object fit property and say contain. I want them to be that width and height, but I also don't want them to get their perspective destroyed. So that looks better too, but now we have some that don't keep that same shape, which is what I originally wanted. I wanted them all to look good in a block gallery together. Object fit can also be used, same as background cover, or background size, excuse me. The same elements, we can use cover. So I use object fit of cover, and now I have images that are all the same width and height, but also keep their proper perspective. So you will have some that are cut off a bit. It's like some people might be missing on the side of these photos here. I think my head's cut off at the top of this one, but it at least has the proper perspective and looks better than if I just had them all squished up. The reason that I really like this element, you don't have to use any sort of hacky workaround with the background size property anymore. That means that you can have an image that keeps a certain ratio, or a video, if you want to have a full screen video contained within a hero area, let's say, that doesn't have to be put into a background element, which means that you can still have your alt text on it, so it can still have some accessibility and SEO wins. You don't have to rewrite code. You don't have to take one of the blocks in WordPress or in your page builder of choice and modify the HTML to make it work. You're just using an image and adding just one piece of CSS. And I consider something like that a win, where you don't have to do a lot of hacky workarounds to get the thing that you want. Just one property, object fit, cover. There's also another great one that I have started to use a lot more frequently, background origin. So the idea here is that when I do want to use a background element, for instance, this one's going to be maybe more challenging doing with a PDF because I originally had an animation here. So I have a background image here of a line. The code here is just a linear gradient of, it's just all in CSS making a line to make it look like a sheet of paper. So this can be good if you have specific control over the size of everything on the page. But you never have that. You're going to be looking out on different screen sizes. People are going to be zooming in or zooming out so they can read your text better. And that would mess up your background element. With something like background origin, you can control how the content scales with the background, or excuse me, how the background scales with the content. So in the case here, and I have it highlighted, I apologize, I know it's probably harder to see if you're in the back. What I changed between these two images was just the padding on this element. And since I'm using the background origin of content box, I am telling it to only change the background based on the content within this element, not compared to the full element size itself. So this here and this here are both using a background that is scaled to fit the text that's in there without me having to create a new background each time or force the text to be a certain size or force it to be padded in a certain way. Were I to change the text size, it would work the same way. And then my final thing to cover is animation. And this is also one that works a lot better with an actual, animation GIF on the screen. But animations can be done with CSS only now. Well, for a while, but it's getting a lot better. To make an animation, you simply use the animation property. You set up some keyframes. So in this case, I have 2 going on, and again, apologies that it's not actually animated here, but I have, to make it look like a typewriter typing these words out here, I made an animation of typing, and I'm simply saying that to take this, the box that the text is in this case it says, WP y'all, stretching it out from a 0 width to a 100% width, so it looks like the text is appearing a bit at the time. And then there should also be a blinking caret animation, which is just a single pixel border element that I just say to take this and make it transparent, and then at 50% of the animation, make it orange. So basically, halfway through one frame, take it from blank to, transparent to orange. Sorry, and I think, thankfully that's it. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So next speaker is Steve Persh. Steve is the technical product manager, marketing manager at Pantheon. He started his web development career by building theater websites in WordPress and Drupal. From there, he went on to work at web agencies and eventually joined Pantheon to guide web teams leveling up their workflows.
I think we're good. Test, test, test. Is my mic on?
Great.
Can you hear me in the back? All right. I think we are just about right on time. Well, welcome everyone to the hierarchy of needs for high-performing websites. My name is Steve Persh, Technical Product Marketing Manager at Pantheon. Pantheon is a web ops platform for WordPress and Drupal teams. And it's the team message that's the heart of my presentation here today. Web ops, as we see it, is a team sport. The practices you engage in to build, maintain, optimize a website to climb this hierarchy of needs are best done together as a group. So I'm borrowing here, obviously, this hierarchy of needs idea from Abraham Maslow, famous psychologist. He said that we human beings, we tend to organize our needs into a hierarchy. At the base, we have physiological and safety needs. We all need food, water, warmth, shelter, physical, emotional safety. If we don't have that, it's hard for us to focus on anything else. Above that, we can ask, where do we belong amongst our friends, our family, peers, coworkers, society at large? And do we feel good about those places that we fit in? Do we get a sense of self-esteem? And at the top, we have self-actualization. Are we reaching our full potential as human beings? I think we can translate these layers fairly cleanly to the needs of a website. At the base of the hierarchy of needs for websites, we have servers. Without servers or some abstraction thereof, getting a steady diet of electricity, internet bandwidth, you're not going to have a website at all. Then we can ask, is our website stable? Can we safely make changes to our website without bringing it down? Are we going to get hacked in the next week? Is our website going to crash if we get a big traffic spike? And then, is our website in compliance with things like accessibility and privacy laws and regulations? Are we in compliance with our institution's branding guidelines? Does the look and feel comply with the things it needs to? Once we know our site isn't broken, it isn't wrong, we can ask, is this website actually any good? Is it of quality? And does that quality build towards conversions? Different websites build towards different things. You may want more page views, more newsletter signups, more e-commerce checkouts. Everyone on your web team should be focused towards that top level, increasing those conversions that are the reason the website exists. This hierarchy of technology isn't really a hierarchy of people. A web team should be a cross-functional team, each person in their own technological area perhaps, but everyone focused towards the top. To illustrate that point, I'd like to spend the bulk of my time here today telling you a story about a hypothetical cross-dysfunctional team, let's say, at Fictional Demo University. Let's imagine that just last week, Fictional Demo University just finally got Gutenberg out the door. Just last week, they did the relaunch, and like so many web projects, it had a little bit of scope creep, or a lot of scope creep. It had more of a redesign component to it. No one on the web team is entirely satisfied with how things turned out. They've all kind of retreated to their own corners in the last week, their own comfort zones. That is until today. A new coworker arrives. This is Atusa. Let's imagine it is Atusa's very first day here at Demo University. She's the brand new director of alumni giving. She's settling into her office here. She pulls out her personal Microsoft Surface. First day, she hasn't even gotten her work laptop issued to her by IT yet. She's got big ideas for what she can do. She wants to throw homecoming football game parties with alumni, maybe some regional events with the local alumni clubs. And amidst the flurry of Post-it note activities, she hears a knock on the door. It's the president of the university. Atusa's so excited to see him. She's got the big ideas, the Post-it notes, but the president cuts her off. He says, actually, I just came from a meeting with the board of trustees. They want you to focus on the website first, double the number of donations coming through the website from alumni. Don't do anything until you get that done. President leaves. Atusa's a bit deflated. Fine, she can focus on the website. She pulls up the Demo University website, and it looks good. It's fine. It's fast. But something is missing. Every other university website she looks at has give or giving or donate in the header menu. And for some reason, Demo University does not. So yes, Atusa has a problem here. The website doesn't generate enough donations, but the solution could be pretty simple. Put give in the global header menu, we'll double donations, problem solved, she can go on to other things. Well, the person who controls that global header menu is Sarah, the director of communications. Sarah here is in her own office at the other end of the hall down from Atusa. She's sitting at her desk. On her desk, she's got the family portrait. It's herself, her husband, both sets of parents, their own kids. Everyone is wearing Demo University sweatshirts. She's got her big iMac here with a million tabs open across the website. After the Gutenberg relaunch, some pages are feeling like a bit of a mess. Other pages are feeling too templated. She's got to figure that out. But then Atusa walks in the door and gets right down to business. Can we just add this menu item, asks Atusa. Sarah's a bit surprised. They've just met, and no, we actually just launched a new look and feel. But Atusa says, isn't it bad to leave this out? Our rival Sample University just puts give in the header menu. Sarah thinks, you know what, you're right, but I know if we add one more thing to that global header menu, it'll do that thing where you've got the one line of links, and you add one more, now you've got 2 lines of links, it looks broken, it looks weird. Sarah is now the one with the problem. Adding one more link is going to break the design, so we will need to go to the designer. Stacy here, designer at Demo University, is not at her desk early in the morning. She likes to begin her mornings here in the university coffee shop. She's sketching out updates to some important Gutenberg blocks, pen on paper, keeping it old school. She likes to avoid looking at screens before 10 a.m. if possible. Sarah walks in, Stacy frowns. Can we just add one more header link? Let's make the font smaller. Stacy says, no, we've done that twice already. Not going to do it again. Sarah says, but we really need to increase donations. Stacy reluctantly pulls out her laptop. She wants to engage with it as minimally as possible. She hits the tab key to move the focus around the header menu. But the header menu is trapping the focus. The keyboard is not accessible with this header menu. So they could get sued over this. An inaccessible website is a bigger problem that Stacy now has. The solution to the problem should be pretty simple. This is an HTML template somewhere within WordPress. Let's find the front-end developer who can fix this for us. Well, Jeremy, front-end developer here at Demo University, is at his standing desk in his office, or rather his open office cubicle situation here. He's got the MacBook Air open. It has all of the cool stickers on it. He's got GitHub. He's got GraphQL. He's got Webpack. He's got Gatsby. He doesn't have a WordPress sticker on his laptop, but that's okay. He's typing away into VS Code here. He's working on a style guide outside of WordPress in order to get these Gutenberg components into order. So it's deep work, deep focus, coder nirvana until Stacy walks in. They lock eyes. Stacy looks very concerned. Jeremy takes off the Bose noise-canceling headphones. Stacy's panicked. The header menu is inaccessible. Jeremy's like, okay, I'll investigate. He signs in to the WordPress site for the first time in a week, and there's good news. An update is available for the plugin that provides the header menu, and it has an accessibility fix. Bad news, there are a bunch of other plugins that are also out of date, and they are security updates. Stacy doesn't see the problem. It's WordPress. You update the stuff. What's the problem? Jeremy's like, I don't touch those parts of WordPress. So now he is the one with the problem. This site that he's working on could get hacked. The solution should be sitting here in the cubicle next to him. But Nikita, the backend developer, is not at his cubicle. No, Nikita, for the last week, he has wanted silence. So he is in the old university library. He's sitting at a 100-year-old oak table. He's neck deep in jest tests, hunched over his MacBook Pro. He's watching the REST API data go in and out of the Gutenberg components, and it's all finally making sense. He gets Gutenberg now. He's so happy. So why is his coworker, Jeremy, doing an angry speed walk across the cold marble floor of the old university library, starting to do an angry library whisper shout sort of thing? Why do we have unapplied security updates? And Nikita's like, oh, actually, I don't think those vulnerabilities matter for us. I read the thing. It only matters if you have a certain configuration, certain file permissions. And Jeremy's like, how could you possibly be certain? Shouldn't we just update anyway? Our site's going to get hacked. Nikita's like, well, yeah, I ran the updates locally. It worked fine, but our staging server is down. Jeremy rolls his eyes. He walks away. He's not mad. He's just disappointed. Well, he's also mad. And now Nikita is the one with the problem. The site could get hacked, but the staging server is broken. So to fix it, we will need to talk with Michelle. She is the systems administrator here at Demo University. Michelle is sitting 1 mile away on the second floor of the IT/facilities and maintenance building. She's just poured her 3rd cup of coffee for the morning. She's setting it down next to a brand new Dell laptop. Nikita busts in, he's huffing and puffing, he's run a mile across campus. The staging site is down. Michelle doesn't look away from that Dell laptop, she just says, I know. Nikita asks, but do you? No. Why? No, but I'll get to it as soon as I finish setting up this new laptop for the director of alumni giving. Nikita collapses, and now Michelle has the problem. The new laptop isn't fully configured, but I bet this new hire could probably finish it. Sure, yeah, Atusa, here's your new laptop. Let me know if you need any other software, says Michelle. Atusa is sitting amongst her crumpled Post-it notes, depressed here. She says, hey, can you help me make a website? Now, Michelle is a savvy bureaucratic operator. She has heard requests like this before. She knows she needs to sound helpful, but not actually be helpful. So sure, do you want Ubuntu or CentOS on your virtual machine for that website? Never mind, I'll just use Wix. So everyone in this story is frustrated, and that frustration has driven them apart. They're looking to outside tech, outside help. Maybe I need to do everything myself. Maybe I need to chop this site in half and go headless. Maybe I need a brand new set of technology built specifically for WordPress. Maybe I need a new job. And sure, perfect tech could help them out here. In a longer, non-lightning version of this talk, I'd have more time to go into the tech specifically helping these people. But perfect tech won't fix a broken culture. If we could wave a magic wand here, back-end developers like myself many years ago might still be saying, you know what, I keep the site stable, I keep it up to date, whether or not people fill out the forms, donate to the university, really not my problem, not my job. Well, if the higher ed funding apocalypse happens in the next decade or so, it could become your problem whether or not people are actually filling out those forms donating to the website. So ideally, we're all comfortable enough with our own tech that we're responsible for, that we have enough time, enough energy to turn some attention towards our coworkers and move the whole team together. Maybe we have some expertise in what can help the team overall deploy faster. Maybe we have some expertise in automated testing or performance that will help everything run more smoothly. Maybe we have some expertise in information architecture or analytics or long-term planning that will, again, move the whole team towards its top-level goal. Web ops is a team sport. We have to do these things together. You can't do it alone. Thanks so much for listening. I'll have more time to answer questions down in the hallway track. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Chris Ford. Chris learned about project management the hard way, running a freelance business focusing on design brand P partner. Welcome, Chris.
I am Google Slides. No, that's the wrong one. Sorry, folks. I ran into some difficulties the day I was supposed to put my slides in. Google Slides decided that day was the day it was going to make all of my fonts horrifying. And then the very next day, the PDF exported. So we'll go ahead and go to presenter view. And then I just need to drag this to the right, right?
You can see it on the screen.
I'll let you go ahead and drag that. WordCamp US speaker nightmare. Right? I actually spoke at WordCamp Baltimore and the worst thing ever happened. It was 6 in the morning my time. I stood up there and for 5 solid minutes, halfway through, forgot what I was talking about and stood there for 2 minutes in complete silence. But the worst has already happened, right? I can control whether or not I show up with pants. And I think you can just hit present. And if I have to turn around to see where I am, we'll go ahead and get started. Close enough. I can see it down there. We're good. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Ford. I, as they said, am a project manager at Reactive Studios, a WordPress VIP partner. And today I'm going to be talking to you about 10 practical project management tips in just about 10 minutes. This is not a talk about tools. This is not a talk about processes. I'm not up here talking about being a Scrum Master or anything like that. These are the hard lessons that I have learned beating my head against a keyboard for the last 23 years. I have had a long and varied career. I graduated from a traditional design school, which meant that there was no commercial internet yet, so I learned how to write CD-ROMs and how to do print work. The year I graduated, the commercial web came on the scene. I went and got a job at a skateboard company and was supposed to be designing skateboards and t-shirts, and a week into my job there, the web guy quit, so I became the de facto web person after that. Some of these things overlap but I tried to put them on a timeline. From the skateboard company, I went on to be an HTML site builder. We used things like this really cool new technology called GIF 89As, which let you have animations on your page. So I misused a lot of like flashing red lights and under construction GIFs. From there, I went on to the Flash era, where my design got even more horrifying. I made buttons sing and dance. And from there, the dot-com crash happened. I showed up to work one day, and the doors were locked, and we weren't going to get paid. So I thought, hey, you know what I should do? I should become a freelancer. Ran my own freelance business for a lot of years, and then when the transition from tables and font tags moved to CSS, I had this really crazy, weird opportunity to become a professional scrapbooker, which, believe it or not, is actually a job. So I went and I designed idea books, and people basically paid me to document my life and travel around and fling paint around. And it was super awesome, and then that industry crashed as well. And so after that scrapbooking detour, because I knew a lot of photographers, I started designing websites for them again. And what I didn't want to do anymore is update people's websites. I wanted to design people's websites, so I tried this tool called WordPress. And one of my clients said, hey, there's this theme we want you to use. It's called a Revolution theme, which became StudioPress Genesis. I was an early theme designer. If anyone is familiar with Family Tree or Be Crafty, you've been in this business for a really long time. When Genesis moved to 2.0, I went into doing more high-level websites for clients. And from there, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, my friend Chris Lemon called me one day, and he said, I have a question for you. Please don't hang up on me. It was an opportunity to go and be a project manager at Crowd Favorite. So I did that for a year. And then I moved to Reactive Studios for a year, and have been designing processes instead of web pages for 3 or 4 years now. One thing I do want to do is recognize and acknowledge some of the privilege that has allowed me to learn some of these lessons. I am white. I grew up in a home with both of my parents. I had a great education. And so I think it's important for all of us to, when we do give these talks, recognize that I may have had opportunities that you don't have. Some of these may not work for you, and that's okay. As long as you take one thing home, that's awesome. The first thing I learned is that projects are all about people. Is anyone in here a Brené Brown fan? Awesome. She tells this story in her book, Dare to Lead, where she goes to NASA. And she is a shame and vulnerability researcher, which she says makes her a gas at parties when you introduce yourself as that. So she's at NASA talking to engineers about shame and vulnerability, and how engineers come up to her all the time and say, you know, I don't have time for this. I'm sending rockets into space. What do I need to know about shame or vulnerability? And so she says, okay, great. Tell me, is putting rockets into space the hardest part of your job? And he says, no. I've got this guy who works for me, and he's a direct report, and he's not doing his job. And it's gotten so bad that I won't even put his performance reports in anymore because I don't want to deal with it. And so he sits there for a minute and goes, okay, I got it. I'll sit down now and listen. A project has never failed on me because of the technology or the design or anything other than people. It's also important to remember, how many people in here have worked on a project and you're like, this client hates me and was put on this earth to make my life completely miserable, right? What I've had to start doing is remembering this is a person. This is a person, and this website is not their whole job. And it's made me more empathetic and less likely to go to that place where you're a horrible person and please stop making my life miserable. You know, you start thinking about, they're busy. This isn't the only thing they have going on. So my number one rule is to remember that everyone you're working with, whether it's a coworker or a client, is just a person like you trying to do the best they can with the tools they have. Because projects are about people, if you can, work with people you like. Has anyone here ever worked with a bunch of jerks? Our number one rule, we just got back from our reactive retreat, and every year we sit down and we talk about what are our visions and values. And for the last 3 retreats, our number one rule is we don't work with jerks. Whether it's a client, whether it's a developer, we would rather work with a less brilliant developer who's not an arrogant person. Working with people you like makes your life easier. Even if you work remotely, you spend more time with the people you work with than you probably do your family. Why do you want to spend those around unpleasant people? This has not always been possible. You know, there are bills to pay, there are things you have to do. But if you can swing it, I strongly recommend working with people you like. This has been the hardest thing for me to learn. Are there any other perfectionists in the audience? Yeah? I have always been a perfectionist and a people pleaser, and I thought if I just worked hard enough, if I just figured out the perfect process, if I could just do this one thing, this project will go perfectly. There will be no speed bumps. Nothing will go wrong. When I was working at Crowd Favorite, it was my first foray into project management, and the first 3 months I put together, was it like a 40-page document, Chris? Like it was a 40-page project management process. And I was so proud of it. And I had it, and I put it on the server, and I was super excited to use it. And then things blew up, right? Things just went off the rails, and I got super busy, and that awesome, polished, beautiful project plan just sat on the server, and I didn't even have time to read it, let alone implemented it. And just remembering that be a tree, bend, you know? I've worked on projects before that have gone completely off the rails. Like completely crazy, the budget's crazy, we're running out of time, we don't have enough resources. But if you can react to those things and figure out, okay, this isn't working perfectly, how can I turn this around so that I'm not stuck with this horrible process? One of my superpowers is when things are going crazy behind the scenes, the clients never know about it. I am cool, calm, and collected. I am a duck. My feet are furiously paddling underwater, but from the top, I'm just cruising along. It's an important thing to remember. Since projects aren't perfect, that doesn't mean you can't learn from them, right? I went to a project management conference last week, and someone asked the question, how many people in the room track their time? How many people here track their time? Ooh, awesome. Apply for a job at Reactive. I am the most horrible person in the entire world about tracking my time, up until maybe a year ago. Especially as a project manager, you do 5 minutes here, you do 5 minutes there, and it's really difficult to do. Once I started tracking my time and finding out that those 5 minutes, 8 times a day, 9 times a day, 10 times a day you spent on a client, all of a sudden that's an hour that you didn't bill someone for, that you can't track. One of the things that I loved about a year ago, last January, we switched to a tool called Harvest for time tracking because it ties into another tool called Forecast. And what that lets us do is not only know what we've done in the past, so we can make better estimates and better timelines, but it lets us look at the future. So now we know when we can book work without overloading our team and making us all cry. Tracking those types of things down to, you know, really granular things. How much time are we spending on development? How much time are we spending on QA? And being able to go back and be like, hey, our guesses are pretty right. That's a really powerful thing. This is a really hard lesson. You will be wrong, and it will suck. I am wrong 5, 6, 7, multiple times a day. The only dumb mistake is the one you make more than twice. And I'm giving you a little leeway there because I have a hard head and sometimes it takes me a while to learn a lesson. If you are wrong, be okay with it. It kind of goes back to that perfectionist thing again. It drove me crazy for a year every time I was wrong. I like to be right. Who else here likes to be right all the time? And that leads into the next one, which is bad news doesn't age well. When you're wrong, don't hide it. I told someone one time, if you lie to me or hide things, I can't fix them. One of my overwhelmed things is I hide out, and it's been really difficult to break that habit and just suck it up and own up to it. And it's always better to let someone know that something bad is coming. If you're measuring things and planning things and tracking all those things that we talked about, a lot of times you can find out that you're wrong 3 weeks before it goes off the rails. And that's a much better time to call a client and say, hey, we're going to have to push that deadline, or hey, we're out of scope now and we either need to drop some features or adjust the timeline. Let people know it sucks like being wrong, but it's better to face the music and get it over with than have to tell someone 3 weeks after the fact, oh, hey, by the way, you owe us extra money now. No one likes that. Celebrate the small victories. There are a lot of losses, you know? There's a lot of bad news sometimes. Celebrate when you do things right. It helps keep you sane. Practice self-care. I take care of my team before I take care of myself and can get burned out when that happens. Celebrate the small victories and celebrate them with your team. One of my favorite sayings is take the blame and share the credit. Create a culture of helping. No one at Reactive ever says that's not my job. Be helpful. It definitely makes all of the things we've talked about before a lot easier to manage. This kind of goes back, take care of yourself. Your team is important, but you are too. You're the one driving the team. You are the puppet master of the project. And this is a big one for me. Everyone is a project manager. Whether you are a freelancer, whether you're on a team, you're managing your time, you're doing everything you need to do. I hope that everyone here who's managed projects got something out of this today. I will be around in the hallway track for maybe a half an hour after this. Then I'm sneaking out for a bit and we'll be back, but I would love to talk to you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Chris Lemmer, Vice President of Products at Liquid Web. He is also a regular blogger, public speaker, and evangelist for WordPress and WooCommerce.
Lift in sales, right? So they got a research associate to go sit. And also, turns out, it's fun, right? And it feels good. They found a second group of people that were buying milkshakes in the afternoon, 3 to 5. Mothers taking their children for a special treat, right? Again, the milkshake had a job to do, right? And that was, instead of going to the toy store or somewhere else, let's go to McDonald's or let's go to this fast food joint and let's just have a milkshake. So he came up with what is today called the jobs theory, or the job-to-do perspective. And this mid-morning, I'd like to talk to you a little about how that plays out when we talk about a content framework for your landing pages, your sales pages, how you sell your products and everything else. Does that make sense? Awesome. So now I have no idea how that page is going to change. There it is. Okay? So I use a framework to tell stories. And what I'm going to do now is use a story to explain the framework. All right? So I want you to imagine that you love stereos. You love a hi-fi speaker, Wi-Fi connected, all the different services, internet services for radio, but high fidelity, quality sound. Imagine that the most amazing speaker is only sold in a store that happens to be in your town. And the store is at the top of a hill, right? So you wake up on a Saturday morning and you look out and you think, today's the day that I'm gonna buy that speaker. I've been jonesing for it. I've saved up the money. I want to buy this speaker. And you look out and you can see the road that comes from the top of the hill where the store is, the only store that sells this speaker. You can see the road come all the way down right in front of your house. So you decide, okay, I'm going to go do it. So you walk outside. It's a nice Saturday morning. There's the road. You start walking on the road on the way to buy your speaker. And halfway down the road, you get to a river. Now, this is not a stream. This is not a brook. We're talking about football field width across. It's a river. And you go, no problem. So you step into the river, and you start walking across the river. Only after 2 steps, the water's up to your chin. And you realize, this is not what I expected. So you back up out of the river, but you know how to swim. So you go, okay. And you go to swim. And 2 strokes into crossing the river, you're a mile downriver. That thing's moving fast. And you get out again and go, okay, this is a little more than I expected. So you walk back up the river to where the path is, and you decide, I can't walk across, I can't swim across. And while you're sitting there frustrated trying to figure out what's next, you hear it, even before you see it. And here comes the motorboat. And he pulls up right there in front of you and goes, hey, buddy, trying to get across the river? And you go, yeah. He goes, it's $10. So you go to your wallet, you grab the $10, and you hand it to him, and he drives away. Now you're wet, you're frustrated, and you're broke. That's not a fun place to be, right? So because you're sopping wet, the sun's out, you decide, I'm just going to cool down. So you start walking upriver. You're just walking. You end up walking for an hour, completely out of the path of where you thought you'd be. But there, after an hour of walking, is a bridge. You're like, this is amazing. There's a bridge. You walk up to the bridge, right? You jump on the bridge. It's sturdy. It feels good. You cross the bridge. You cross the bridge, you're over the water. Okay, you start walking down. Takes you about an hour. You get back to the path. The path's going to take you up the hill to get the speaker. But you look back, and there's a group of people on the other riverbank. And some of them are sopping wet. And some of them are staring at open wallets. Some of them just look pissed off. And you yell across the river, I'm not better than you. I'm not smarter than you. But if you're trying to cross the river, I know where the bridge is. If you go up about an hour, and I know that's out of the way, and that's not normally what you do, but if you go upriver an hour, you'll get to the bridge. And if you cross the bridge right there, you'll see, I'm not better than you, I'm not smarter than you, but I did it an hour ago, 2 hours ago. You walk up an hour, cross the bridge, come back down, and I'll be here. And if you're trying to go up to the hill where the store is that sells the speakers, I'll be here. And I'll wait for you, and we can go together. That's what I call the bridge framework. The bridge framework consists of, first, the destination. The destination is the speaker. It's the thing we want. It's the thing that causes us to do something. Some of you sell products. Some of you sell services. That's not what the customers want. The customers want the product or the service to deliver something else to them, right? They buy your product so that it makes the website faster, so that they can do something, so that they can actually make money. They want the thing that comes after your product or your service. And we have to make sure that we're synced on that. Are we clear that we're trying to go the same direction to the same thing? That's the destination. The second is the route, or what we call the strategy. Imagine if I got up in the morning and I walked out of my house and I said, I'm going to go to the top of the hill, but I'm going to take my helicopter. If I take my helicopter, I don't need anything to help me cross the river because I'm in a helicopter. So we have to evaluate, are you using the same strategy I think you're using? But you'll notice that we spent very little time talking about the speaker and very little time talking about the road. We spent most of our time talking about the river and the roadblocks. I tried to walk across. I tried to swim across. I tried to buy my way across. And it didn't work. That's where we spent our time because that's where we're talking about pain. And when we connect with people on pain, when we have empathy, that's when people can connect to us and go, yes, They understand my pain. I'm not better than you, I'm not smarter than you, but I've been where you've been. In fact, 2 hours ago, I was exactly where you were, and I want to show you how to cross this river. The bridge, that's our product or service. Notice that I spent the least amount of time talking about that bridge. Notice that I didn't tell you that the bridge was completely steel-made or total magical wood that's been reclaimed from all sorts of other places. I didn't tell you how tall it was or who made it, how many people made it, how many people died making it. I didn't say any of that because you don't care. And yet most of the time, what do? We talk about our product or our service over and over and over as if that's what matters. You know that I love WooCommerce. I totally do. But I can't stand when someone says the reason to choose WooCommerce is because you can own your own stuff. I hate that. Not because I don't think you should own your own stuff, but in the business world with executives, people have been leasing computers and leasing buildings and leasing things forever. The idea we have to own our own stuff doesn't compute to an executive who says, no, I'm very comfortable with OpEx instead of CapEx. We sit here talking and putting a spotlight on our products and services as the bridge, when someone who woke up on a Saturday morning doesn't know they need a bridge because they didn't know there was going to be a river in their future. And then we end with a reunion. Hey, if you're trying to go the same place I'm trying to go, I'll be here and we can go together. It is amazing how often people just want to belong and connect. So I'm going to wrap up by just highlighting a couple quick things for you. Mistake number one when we pitch the bridge, right? No one feels like they need a bridge until they're at a river. If I get to your website and all you want to do is talk about how awesome your bridge is, I haven't gotten to the river, it's not interesting. Does that make sense? Is it that close to lunch? You're like, I'm so hungry, I can't move my head. Mistake number two, right? It's a lot easier to sell the bridge if people have already tried to get over the water. Man, when I've tried to get over the water, if I'm talking to someone who needs what I'm selling them, and I say, you probably struggle with this way. You probably tried to walk across the river. You tried to swim across the river. You tried to cross over the bridge with a guy, and you paid him, and they're like, oh, dear God, you feel my pain. And also, are you about to tell me that you figured out where the bridge is? And I go, oh, I am. And they're ready to buy. Right? Our content framework has to focus on that pain, and it's a lot easier if they've gone through it. Also, we normally skip empathy, and we will win a lot better if we're talking to that pain, if we spend more time on the river and the roadblocks than we do on the bridge. Fourth, we skip the community. We sit here talking about the product or service as it stands alone, when in fact, everything you sell has on the other end of it people that have already bought. And those people are part of a community. And bringing new customers into that community can be incredibly powerful. I'll publish these slides so you can see it. There's no reason for you to have to worry about this right here, but I use this as an example when I talk to people about this framework. It's simply that if you watch these two commercials, and the links are tiny and you can't see it, but again, you'll find it online. If you watch these two commercials, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Maui Jim talks all about themselves. All about themselves. Spotlight on their product, their business, their everything. Citizen talks about all your pains. And literally just walks through. And we're doing this in 30 seconds, right? That's a commercial. But every time they hit a pain and then realize their bridge crossed that pain, you go, that's incredible. My last point, and we'll wrap up here, is that people will believe, when they believe that you have been there, that you've done that, you've gone through that pain, right? And that you know how to get to the other side, because of your bridge, they will follow. And this is why this framework works. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Lemma. You can find me on Twitter at Chris Lemma. I'm the VP of Products at Liquid Web. I'll be around all afternoon, all tomorrow. I'd love to talk more about what you're doing with e-commerce and also what you're doing with messaging your products and services. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. This is the last presentation before lunch in this room today. Lunch is buffet style, and you will be able to see dietary needs such as gluten-free, vegetarian at each station. If you have dietary needs such as kosher, health meals, or other meals for special dietary needs that you have alerted us ahead of time, please see a uniformed catering staff member for your meal. We will be back here at 1 p.m. and the first speaker in this room is Taylor Morgan. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
2019 in St. Louis. My name is Ev Donnelly, and I'll be your host this afternoon. If you have a cell phone on, please make sure you silence it. Any electronic devices, like iPads, whatever. If you would, please leave these seats closest to the screen sorry, I'm waving the microphone. Leave the seats closest to the screen for those with accessibility needs so that they can see a little bit better. If you have any questions at any time, the room manager is the guy in the gray plaid shirt waving his hand. You can ask him, and he'll do his best to help you out. More information to follow. Hold on. Oh yes, Contributor Day is Sunday, and we want to encourage you to attend that. If you haven't been to Contributor Day before and you want to know what it's all about, go to the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall, or you can attend one of the sessions that's called Everyone Can Help Make WordPress Better. Any newcomers are welcome. You don't have to have experience. Contributing is a good way to get to know other people in the WordPress community. And this evening, there's a WordFest party, in case you didn't know. Take your badge to the City Museum, and you need your badge to get in, so make sure you get it. And now what you really came for, Taylor Morgan. Taylor is a solutions engineer for Losant in Cincinnati, Ohio. He is a WordPress theme developer and a board game fanatic. Please welcome Taylor.
Good afternoon. Well, this is WordPress with Friends, what board games can teach us about creating for the web. I think we all know that if there's anything more fun than playing board games, it's talking about playing board games, so I hope you're all excited. I do think that there's a lot in common between board games and both using the web and creating for the web. But I don't just want to give you a list of similarities, because I don't think that helps us. I think what's important is to look at what one can teach us about the other. Because if they have a lot in common, then it's very interesting that we view board games as fun and social and challenging in a good way, but we view, or we can fall into the trap of viewing creating for the web as isolating or intimidating or as just plain work. And if they have a lot in common, which I think they do, it shouldn't be that way. So first, what do they have in common? I think that they're both really about a system that gets you to a goal, right? So what do I mean by that? In a board game, you are literally just playing with cardboard. You have a box that's made of cardboard. You have pieces that are cardboard and plastic and paper. They have symbols on them that mean nothing out of context, right? The only thing that gives this definition, that gives us any kind of structure, is the rules. It's the rule book. And it is designed to help you accomplish a goal. We tend to view rules sometimes as limiting, but really, without the rules, we have nothing here except bits and pieces. If you step back a little bit, you can expand that definition. I said it was a system that leads you to a goal. You could say a little more elaborately that a board game is a system of rules that determines content, what's happening in the game, where are you, what are you doing, presented with a design, usually a good design. It helps bring you into the experience. To a group of people, you usually don't play alone, you usually play together to help them achieve a goal, right? A system of rules to determine content, presented with the design to a group of people to help them achieve a goal. And the interesting thing is you can say the exact same thing about a website. It's a system of rules, of algorithms and page routing and DNS and all these other systems that come in to play to deliver content, usually with the design, to a group of people to help them achieve a goal. you might not recognize this, but this is the function deep inside of WordPress that generates these kind of annoying messages that tell you that you've done something wrong when you're in the debug mode. For instance, if you try to access something that should only be done inside of the loop, outside of the loop. And I even just there called it annoying messages. But they're helpful messages, right? They're part of this system of rules and limitations that are designed to help us get to a goal. You're doing it wrong, not because WordPress is trying to like get on your back and get on your case about stuff, but because there's a better way to do it that will give you a more reliable result, right? So if both board games and creating for the web are about these like systems that are trying to push you towards a goal, they're like good rules that are trying to help you accomplish something, whether that's delivering a website or meeting a business goal through that website, or whether it's, you know, in Monopoly collecting all the properties or conquering all the countries or whatever it is of a board game, or if you want to step back and say, oh, my goal is to have a social experience with my friends and have fun. The rules are designed to get you there. So why do we view the rules of a board game and the process of trying to achieve a goal in a board game as fun, but we view those same limitations as frustrating, and we view those same goals as intimidating with websites? Well, I think it's important to first acknowledge that board games are not always fun. In fact, sometimes they're table flipping frustrating, right? I know when I think back to my own experiences with board games, when it's been not fun, a lot of times for me it comes down to attitude, either my own attitude or the attitude of the people I'm playing with. You can tell so quickly if the people that you're playing a board game with are just playing to win and they don't care about the social experience. You can tell if they're too focused on that goal, or you can tell if they're too focused on the system. They've lost sight of the goal, of what you're trying to do. They're just like nitpicking the rules, right? And why are you even playing? You can sit, it like breaks the spell, and you're thinking, why am I doing this if this isn't, you know, helping us grow in our relationship? Similarly, you can have people who don't take those things seriously enough, right? You can have people who aren't trying to win. They're not even like taking it seriously, and that's not fun either. I think you can have the same experiences, the same frustrating, not fun experiences when you're creating for the web. You can have, you know, teammates who aren't taking the end goal seriously. They're not trying hard, and they're not meeting you where you're at. You can have clients maybe who don't view you as a partner, as a resource, who can tell them about how to use this system to reach this goal. They don't care about that. They just want to kind of control your mouse through the telephone and have you do whatever they want. Or they can just not care enough, right? The other thing is that just like in a board game, you can have rules that are unfair and that feel intimidating. With creating for the web, you can feel intimidated. You can think that system that you're supposed to be using is just too much. There's too much to it. You can't rise to the level that you need to meet the goal. So I think what's gone wrong in most of those things, if you don't just want to say attitude, I think what happens is you can easily hyper-focus on one of those things at the expense of the bigger picture. You can be too focused on one or too focused on the other. But to be honest, I feel like this model is not complete. I think really what you have to do is take a step back. You have to zoom out and you have to say the pursuit of this, of what we're doing here, over time leads to growth. And that is at the heart of the whole matter. The reason that I like board games so much is because each time I play them, hopefully I'm getting a little bit better. Doesn't matter if I've met my goal and won or missed my goal and lost. Doesn't matter if I know every single rule in the rule book. Some of these modern games have rule books that are hundreds of pages long, and you're not going to know them all. But if I've grown a little, if I'm a little bit better, then that is a win. And it's exciting to play again, even though it's the same game, to play again and to test yourself and see if you are a little bit better, to push your boundaries and stay on the leading edge of your own ability. So that's personal growth, right? I think the same thing happens with creating for the web. I think that's why I like personally creating websites and working with these systems. It's why I subject myself to these systems of rules and limitations, why I try to learn them all, is because I enjoy overcoming those obstacles. If it was super easy and I could just do it in a single click, it wouldn't be nearly as fun. But there's almost an adrenaline rush when you've hit a failure over and over and over and you finally overcome it. So that's personal growth, but I think there's another aspect, which is communal growth, right? When we play a game, hopefully, we're growing closer to the people that we're playing with. When we work with other people on a project, whether you're talking about your own teammates, people who work with you on a project, or you're just talking about a client, you are hopefully improving that relationship through the process. Hopefully, you meet the goal. Even if you don't, that can still turn in to a positive relationship boost. And it's very easy to lose sight of that and just focus on the goal. So let's talk about some examples. This is a game called Victory 2. It's a self-published game by a guy named Peter Morrison. He published it out of his garage and he sells it. And I think it's one of the better games I've ever played. What he wanted to do was combine Risk with Settlers of Catan, which that is kind of a known game. And this is what he came up with. It's like Napoleonic strategy. So there's horses and ships and cannons. And really, I'm not going to teach you the whole game, don't worry. But I am going to tell you that there's one goal, and that's to capture your opponent's capital city, right? On the image, you can see the two cities on either side, the far left and the far right. Those are the two capitals. This is an image of a game I was playing with a friend of mine named Greg, and we played this game a bunch of times, and I'm blue, and he's orange. And what happens is you start with just those capital cities, and you kind of push forward, and you usually clash in the middle, and it becomes like a front line. And it's something that pushes back and forth. But what I missed was that he bypassed the whole thing and came around and captured my capital city in one move. And if all I cared about was winning, this would have been the worst game ever. But this was the best one ever because I learned something and we had a shared experience going forward. This is another game called Carcassonne where you start off with one tile, you take turns placing tiles, and you get to an entire map that you have created together. And there is a winner, but you don't care about the winner. What you care about is this shared thing that you've created. And I think we can take a lesson here. I think we can celebrate what we all do together, even if it's not your victory. I think we can celebrate our teammates' victories, even our competitors' victories. We can look at what we create together and not just hyper-focus on this one individual goal. I'm going to skip that one. There's a sort of shift. In WordPress, contributing is such a big thing, and there's a shift I think that should happen between viewing it as me versus they, saying things like, oh, they want us to upgrade our servers, or they are pushing this new editor, to saying we. We are pushing this new editor so that you can have a better experience. And that's an important thing, and everybody in the room and everybody who's watching is part of the we. If you use WordPress, you're part of the we. So what do board games have to teach us about creating for the web? I think it teaches us that it can and should be fun, that the system, the rules, and the tools that we use, those are important because they help us get the goal. And the goals are important because it's what we're trying to do. But we have to step back and also see the bigger picture of growth, personal growth as we're getting better and challenging ourselves, communal growth as we're building those relationships with our coworkers, with our clients, with the broader maybe WordPress community, and that some of the best things that we'll create, like in some of those board games, we'll create together. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Taylor. If you just joined us, you're in room 240. The upcoming session is Code Like a Writer with Alex Ball. Let me just give you a couple of notes before he gets up here. Please silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Make sure they don't make any noise. Please leave the seats up here close to the screens for those who may need accessibility. I want to remind you that there is a contributor day on Sunday, and Taylor just mentioned that. You don't have to have experience to come to contributor day. If you want to know more about it, go to the Involved table at the sponsor hall, or you can attend one of the sessions entitled Everyone Can Help Make WordPress Better. Newcomers are welcome. Contributing is a great way to get to know others in the WordPress community. Also tonight, WordFest party is happening at City Museum. Make sure you have your badge. You'll need it to get in. And don't forget about it. And now Alex Ball will come and talk about coding like a writer. Alex is a senior software engineer at MindGrub, which is a digital agency in Baltimore, Maryland. He has more than a decade of experience with WordPress. Please welcome Alex.
All right, we're going to talk about coding like a writer, which may seem like a weird idea if you're thinking whole left brain, right brain, how am I going to go from this to that? But I know that there are definitely a lot of people who come to WordCamp and who work with WordPress on a regular basis who do not have a background in computer science, who have, you know, a background in the humanities or something like that. And I am one of those people. So I was an English major, writing minor. The first 8 years of my career, I spent it at Baltimore Magazine, doing everything from short blurbs to writing feature-length cover stories, proofreading, editing, copy editing. And the time came that we needed to take over the magazine's website and have more control over it, over the design, and over the editorial content. And I somehow talked my way into the job without any prior coding experience. And then I just kind of jumped in and taught myself as I went along and kind of solved problem after problem as I encountered them. And now, you know, fast forward to 2019, and I'm a senior software engineer at MindGrub, which is an agency in Baltimore. So what we'll do is we'll talk about some of the kind of principles of writing, principles of coding, and how you can gain a perspective from maybe a background in writing or non-coding that will give you a little bit more familiarity with coding and a little bit more confidence to step into coding and get more involved with it. So the first principle we'll talk about is that punctuation saves lives, and you have probably heard this because literally every proofreader who has ever lived has uttered this phrase. And it's important in our coding because we've got a bunch of punctuation in this simple example, and if it's missing, like the semicolon at the end, your app is not going to run. Another example would be here when we've got a comma separating our variables, everything's fine, they're defined. If we omit that comma in the middle there, we're going to get an error. So the punctuation is important in your coding. We know from our writing the punctuation is important as well because let's eat, comma, grandma sounds like a great idea, but let's eat grandma means that you are in the Donner Party, and that's bad. It's as bad as your app not running, maybe worse. When you're writing, another thing you don't want to do is mix your metaphors, okay? You've got gibberish here. The home run hitter scored a touchdown when the chips were down, and we're like squishing all these different metaphors together, and it's just confusing. It's a mess, it's confusing, and your message gets lost in there. What I want you to think about when you are coding along these same lines is, just like you want to separate your metaphors to avoid confusion, you want a separation of concerns to avoid confusion in your coding. And that means in your WordPress development, you want to keep your functions in functions files and out of your template files, and that avoids confusion. The reason the asterisk is there is because good functions files still give you a chance to write something in your own words by using comments. All of your functions should have comments in them because they will explain exactly what you mean. They give context to your collaborators, to other people who are joining the project. They're going to help people who come into your project know what this function is for and what it does and why it's there. We'll talk about coding principles. Let's talk about the idea of syntax, form, adherence to standards. you come into coding knowing that this is a big deal, but you don't always realize that you've come from a situation in writing usually where this was also a big deal, okay? Anybody who's done any kind of legal writing has dealt with specific syntax, jargon, formatting, all sorts of things that are very specific to that. The same with academia. If you're writing in academia, you've had to format sources in a very explicit way, okay? My brother-in-law is a screenwriter, and now we've got plenty of tools out there like Final Draft that help us format screenwriting. But before that, there was this whole cottage industry around reference materials for how your screenplay has to be formatted. It has to be curry, or the margins have to be proper. You know, the action has to be properly formatted, the characters, the scene headings, everything. And the fear was that, and they would instill this fear, was that if you send this to a movie studio, they're not going to look at it. They're going to throw it in the trash because it's not formatted properly. So we're used to, in writing, having to follow certain formats, having to use certain syntax, and it's going to be the same thing in your code. It's just a different form of writing, right? When we are writing, we use tools, or some of us do, like spell check, grammar check, things like that, to keep ourselves in line. There are tools like this that we get to use when we're coding as well. So at MindGrub, we are a WordPress VIP partner, and the reason that's important is because WordPress VIP has extremely strict coding standards. There's certain kinds of code that they won't let run on their platform. So we need to stay in line, and we've got a tool called Code Sniffer that makes it easy to track your coding while you're writing, okay, to keep you adhering to best practices, to keep you adhering to those standards that you have specified. You can specify within Code Sniffer what standards you want applied. And so in our case, it's the WordPress VIP. Okay, so this is a good example. You've got some squiggly lines and some red dots showing us that there are some errors. And the one that we've called out is that we've detected usage of a non-sanitized input variable. And that means that we are just grabbing this URL parameter and just passing it right along. And that URL parameter could have been modified by the user, okay? You do not want to take any user input data and just pass it right along without doing something with it. You need to sanitize it, you need to validate it. And to turn that around and put it back in writing terms, okay? If you were a journalist, you would not just pick up the phone and take a quote or some sort of fact from a random source and pass it right along and print it on page 1 without some kind of fact checking, some kind of validation. Okay, so you have this framework in your writing of doing things like that that you are just going to translate to your coding when you get around to it. Another coding principle is dry. Don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself, right? Don't repeat yourself. It's a waste of our time. It's a waste of my 15 minutes, okay? And you're used to this in your writing too, because if you were given an assignment for a 500-word piece or a 1,000-word piece, you don't have the space or the time to repeat yourself and be redundant. You need to get to the point. And it's a waste of time in your coding as well, and it's a waste of file size. So you want to apply things to basically blocks of reusable code whenever you can, and that's what dry means. You'll encounter that when you are coding and learning to code. In this example, there's a couple event handlers, and we're doing the same thing each time. And you can imagine if you expanded that to where you were doing 10 lines of something in each one of those, it's a waste of space, and it's a waste of everybody's time having to read through it. You could put it into one reusable block and then just call it over and over. That's what don't repeat yourself means in coding. So if you've been to the WordPress.org website at any point in the last decade plus, you have probably seen this phrase on there. It's in the footer right now if you go there. Code is poetry. And if you look in the codex at the WordPress philosophy, you will see that it's, of the 4 tenets they have listed in the philosophy, it's number 1. And it's a whole separate talk kind of delving into really what it means and what it means to people individually. But what you should take away from this in terms of the functional writing that we've talked about so far and the kind of formats and things, switching gears to this idea of creative writing translating to code, is that think of poetry and think of Emily Dickinson rather than Walt Whitman free verse kind of stuff, because it's easy to read, It's clean, it's concise, but it's also evocative. It does a lot with as little as possible. That's what this means. Code is poetry. Make your code beautiful and readable, and make it do as much as it can with as little as possible. Another thing I wanted to get into is a little bit more esoteric, but I wanted to throw it out there because you will encounter it at some point, hopefully, in your theme and plugin development. And once you've heard it, I don't think you're going to forget it. So long before AJAX was asynchronous JavaScript and XML, AJAX was the hero of a tragic Greek play by Sophocles. As we know from our literature backgrounds that some of us here have, in a tragedy, someone, usually the main character, dies at the end. When you are developing with WordPress and dealing with AJAX functions, the slide is missing here, so I apologize, but at the end of your AJAX function, you are going to invoke WP_die. And you have to do that. This is very important for your AJAX functions to run properly. So AJAX, tragic hero, dies at the end. Your WordPress AJAX functions need to die at the end as well. Otherwise, they're not going to work. So that is a very literate take on this, and just a sort of small thing that you can use, but if you get into WordPress development enough, you will probably run into AJAX functions. So we've kind of barely scratched the surface of really what you can do in writing, with writing principles, with coding and coding principles. But hopefully, if you can kind of wrap your mind around the fact that coding is really just another form of writing with a slightly different language, you can be more comfortable with it, and you can be less afraid to dive into it and be less afraid to join the WordPress community, the same way you would join a writing feedback roundtable if you were a creative writer, okay, and get feedback on your work there too. So there's no time for a Q&A, but you can certainly find me. I'll be around all weekend. Some of my colleagues from MindGrub are here as well, so you can flag any of us down and ask us any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alex. And here comes the room manager trying to steal my thunder again. If you have any questions or accessibility needs, this is the guy you'd need to talk to. Our next session is Thinking Remotely Through Games with Tammy Lister. While she's coming up, I'd like to remind you to silence cell phones and electronics. Reserve the seats next to the screens or near the screens for those with accessibility needs. I guess that doesn't include, it must include language because I have a seat up here too. I mentioned any needs or questions are referred to our room manager. We're having a contributor day on Sunday, and you are welcome to join that. You don't have to have any experience. You can go to the Get Involved table at the sponsors hall, or you can attend a session called Everyone Can Make WordPress Better if you want to know more about Contributor Day. There's a WordFest party this evening at City Museum, and your badge is required, so make sure you take it. And now I give you Tammy.
So, I have a link of some resources at the end. This is going to hopefully be a pretty fast trip through quite a broad topic. So let's dive into thinking remotely through games. So when you think of the term of games, everyone really has an idea in their mind what that word means. And many of us have played a variety of games over our lifetime. And often we might actually participate in play activities that we don't even identify as actually games. Today I want to talk about why play is really, really important and really share some foundations of games and how this can all happen remotely. So most images of distributed working show a map, something like this, which would represent people. Sometimes they are connected into teams or they're grouped in some shape, but they are spread out. Often they are connected by a line, but they can still be separate. The line often is a communication tool, a connection back to the company. This is all well and good, but if you also don't connect the mind with actions and with the actual humans themselves, you have this isolated person in a box, dialing in for tasks, performing them, and disconnected. Through games, connection happens. This is a natural part of being a human. Beyond creating a connection, in a team playing games, this can also strengthen everyone's bond. But beyond the team, by having a culture of play through games, connections can foster and flourish across the entire company. It then becomes truly a collective, drawn together through powerful, creative thinking. So what exactly are the benefits of this type of thinking? So here are just a few of the benefits. You can remove confined thinking and those boxes that people are mentally stuck in. You dissolve those thought barriers. Creativity is open because of the very nature of play. And also through connecting, as I mentioned, this bonding happens, this strengthening of those connections. And humans, when we share an experience, we powerfully connect. And ideas can be created rapidly through this form of play. So children actually learn through play, and adults are no different. When we're talking about play, there are often 6 types of play seen as stages, which are important to a child's development. And I wanted to share them today and then bring into context how we can use these. So the first is unoccupied play. This is kind of the most basic type. Someone is free to think, to move, and imagine. An object is given without any boundaries, for example. Then you have independent or solitary play. This is when someone is playing on their own, and it's really, really important for someone as a foundation to learn to be able to play on their own and have that experience. Then you have onlooker play. This is when you're observing others play, and this is how you learn those rules of engagement. Parallel play is when you'll see 2 children probably playing using the same tools in the same time, but they're separate. They're not actually connected or interacting with each other. Associative play is a play that we probably all remember as a child when you just made something up. There was no goal. It was just cooperation. You were just exploring and joining together and enjoying that moment of play. And then finally, cooperative play, which is what we think of when we're adults more in the terms of games. You have a goal, and you're really trying to cooperate towards that goal. So, as I mentioned, if this is really, really important to our development as a child, then using those foundations on a team or in our processes really can help as well. So how can you use this? Well, I'm going to look at just a few of these and see how we could. The first is with unoccupied play. By allowing experimentation and giving maybe a task without boundaries, like you give a child a toy and just say, explore and do this. This is something that you can do within the context of your team. With parallel play, you can give people the same task, the same boundaries, and allow for play beside each other is really, really powerful. And sometimes this even then merges into cooperative play. It's worth noting, it can also be somewhere that you consider a safe place to explore competitiveness, for example, timed or other non-reward-based way of challenging each other. Associative play, I would probably say this is a real crucial part of any team. It's when you just have that freedom to really just explore and create, and as a collective, find out what could be. And cooperative play. For a team, this is often the foundational type of play that is used. It forms a basis of how most projects start. You'll get together, you'll think of a goal, and you'll start kind of collaborating there. So if we go back to the types of play that I explored, how could some particular games, and I'm going to call some particular ways that you could actually do this practically so you can maybe take them back. I'm going to split these into 2 areas, and that's constant and events. The types in constant, the games that I'm going to talk about, are things that happen that you should be using throughout your whole time that you are together on your team or within your company. And events are going to be specific to certain times, at the end of a project or the start of a project, for example. So let's first look at those constants. One example of this for unoccupied play could be just having an allotted time, a lab time each week, where anyone can explore and set aside. You could add an additional aspect to this of having show and tell, because that plays to all our inner little children, our inner selves, to have a way to communicate what we have explored. For associative play, maybe you have hack days or weeks, a way to collaboratively experiment at a set time and a set date. Let's move on to events. Remember, these are things that are specific times that you are wanting to kind of explore in the play space. So for parallel play, you could do something called Six Up. This is a really fun game to play, particularly if you're working on an interface maybe, or a type of visual. You divide a page into 6, and you rapidly draw 6 different versions, just doing it timed. And this is a great thing to do in parallel because it really explores what if and what could be within that. Another one is an elevator pitch. Great one to do at the start of a project. Or write down what you think you're going to be working on and then see if it's the same or see where your differences lie. For cooperative play, maybe if you start a team, you could all create a team shield, an emblem that represents your team. And a common one is user journeys or story maps, some way that you could visually represent story arcs is something I really like. And this is a way that you can all come together and start plotting the arc. Merged play is something that really is a powerful combination of those different types of games. And I'm going to call that merged play. For example, a retrospective, kind of has that parallel, but with that time limit, but also has cooperative play as well. So I'm going to share 2 different forms of retrospective today. The first of these is rosebud thorn. The idea is that a rose is something that's fully blossomed. A bud is something that's just kind of appearing, but not really fully grown yet. And a thorn is something ouchy. You could be doing this during the end of your project. You could also just be doing this for your team or for your processes. So a variation on this is fire, forage, or treasure. I really like this variation. I have to admit, there's something amazing about setting something on fire. If it's part of your process, very cathartic. So the idea, as I said, the fire is something that you want to set fire to safely. Forage is something that maybe another team do, or maybe you've seen in a process that you would really like to borrow and you would like to bring into the work that you do. And treasure is something awesome that you want to really celebrate and hold on to. So one other type that is often people don't like because they use the word icebreaker, but I prefer to use the word warm-ups, is really something that should be part of every team's playbook and every team's work, because it really opens up everyone to the journey. A couple of ones I want to share just quickly today is mood sketch. Get everyone to very quickly just sketch what mood they're in, quite simply. Another one, which is great for remote, is just sketch the space you're in at the time. Sketch what you're seeing at the time, where your desk is at the time. If you don't want to sketch, share a photo of where you are. And the last one, I said about your team shield. Well, what about creating a personal shield, something that identifies you? This could be really useful when you have someone starting on a team and you just all want to share what you are. So I'm going to wrap up with some really quick tips for games and how we can start to use them more. First of all, be flexible. Think about adapting both in the format used during the game, but don't be closed to changing based on events. Adapt and go with the flow of the play space. Always summarize. If you're a group or playing a group game, really summarizing is key. But if you do solo play, and I really would encourage you to do that, try and also do that. Any game practice needs documenting. Take photos, document what happened. You never know when this is going to be really crucial to you to come back to. Clearly state the game space, open and close it. Music can really help with this. Create playlists, they're super fun to do. Set the tone of the game that you're going to play. Think about the entire experience as well. Think about the game space you're not even aware of, the space the person occupies if you're working remotely. And by creating a safe place and a place to play. Anyone can sketch. I firmly believe this, and I firmly believe we should open and use this more within the work that we do. If your game has particular personalities that dominate, and that's absolutely okay, you can use a talking stick approach so that someone holds a stick to communicate. But you can also maybe have a powerful silence hat, which the group can nominate someone to, just for a little tiny minute, step out of the game space and be a little bit quiet, and then they can come back in. You have to be a little bit careful how you orchestrate this if you're facilitating, but it can be a great way to just encourage everybody to have the same space. So whilst as the facilitator, you should always be neutral, don't always be the facilitator. Make sure if you find yourself really, really often facilitating, you make space for playing yourself, maybe in solo games, but also make sure that you get to participate because your brain needs that engagement as well. So none of what I've actually shared has to be done in person. You can use async tools, you can either use video chat if you want that kind of connection, or the game requires that. The point is that games and playing, because of their benefits, are essential to, and really crucial to any part of a team and really the companies that you are belonging to. I'd love to hear if you're already playing in your workspace, and if maybe you've been kind of want to now do that, that would be great. Please reach out on all these things. I'm on Karmatoast. Share your photos, your stories, your games, or any ideas that you have around this. So thank you very much. If you'd like to find more about playing games, I'm going to publish my slides, but here are a couple of links. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Welcome to room 240. Our next session is Securing WordPress in an Age of Zero-Day Vulnerabilities. Please, if you will, silence all phones and electronics. Please reserve the seats near the screens for those with accessibility needs. And if you have any questions or accessibility needs that have not been addressed, this is the guy in the plaid shirt that you need to talk to. He's the room manager. We have a contributor day coming up on Sunday. You don't have to have experience to contribute. You don't have to be a developer to contribute. Please go to the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall, or you can attend a session called Everyone Can Make WordPress Better, and you'll get more information about Contributor Day. WordFest is tonight at City Museum. Your badge will be required, so make sure you don't forget it. And now, here is Raul to talk about securing WordPress. Thanks.
Thank you. Can everyone, yeah, I think you can hear me. So, hello everyone, this is Raul. I'm the co-founder of Nestify and Scale Dynamics. At work, I'm responsible for securing WooCommerce sites, some of the very large WooCommerce sites that generate on an average $200 million a year in revenue. I'm on Twitter at Nginx Reload, and today I'm here to talk about WordPress security. As you know, WordPress is a common, very attractive target for hackers. Even if you go to Google and start a search with W, one of the suggestions is, why is WordPress not secure? Now, I can't help you if you have a purple wound or something, but I can help you secure your WordPress site. The thing with WordPress is, it's actually really secure by itself, and the contributors and volunteers do a good job of keeping it that way. So why do we keep hearing about all these WordPress sites always getting hacked over and over again? Well, they keep getting hacked because of something called a zero-day vulnerability. So what is that exactly? It is a security issue recently discovered in either WordPress core, themes, or plugins. And hackers try to use these in an automated fashion mostly. You can have a very secure site with all the secure plugins and everything is going great. And one day you install an update that has a security bug in a plugin, and suddenly now you're exposed to this security risk. And these issues are not just limited to free plugins that you can download from WordPress.org. You can also have security issues in premium plugins, premium themes. If you go to this site, this is a list of recently discovered security issues in WordPress plugins. You can also go to the same site to see issues with themes and WordPress core. And if you look at this, there are some really popular plugins on this list, and they have lots of installs, and you can scroll that site here, but if you actually go to this link, there is even 1 or 2 security plugins that have security issues, which is ironic to say the least. So when a security issue like this is discovered, hackers try to attack as many sites as possible, as quickly as possible, before the developers have a chance to fix that. So you might be wondering, why? Why are they trying to hack my site when all I'm doing is posting Game of Thrones fan fiction? And I guess anything is better than last season's writing. So what do they want from my site? And it would make sense if my site had like credit card information or something. They would get something out of hacking my site. But I still get hacked even though there is nothing interesting that a hacker would want. So when these attacks happen, hackers usually have one of these 3 motives. First is to redirect your traffic to some other spam site. And they do that either to get better Alexa ranking, better SEO ranking, or they have some ads for Canadian pharmacies on the spam sites that they want people to watch. Next, hackers can inject links or JavaScript on your site. And if they inject links on large enough number of sites for a short duration, their SEO rankings increase and they can get more traffic. And if they inject JavaScript on your site, they can do stuff like redirect your visitors to some other sites or install malware, Bitcoin miners on their computers. Or if they're browsing from a mobile device, they can redirect them to App Store and have them install some like malicious apps. Finally, hackers can use your site to attack other sites. Basically what they're doing is creating an army of thousands of hacked WordPress sites that can attack the site that hackers want. So when a security issue is discovered, how do you actually use it? It's a pretty simple process, actually. First, you need a list of WordPress sites, and this part is pretty easy. All you need to do is go to services like Built With or Public Web. They will give you a list of million WordPress sites in one click, and that list will have all the plugins that your site uses, all the themes, the exact versions, and so on. So you get that list, pick a site, try to hack it, go to the next site, try to hack it, and so on. And in order for these hacks to be profitable, they need to be done quickly and on as many sites as possible. So what hackers do is just script a browser and tell it to open as many sites as quickly as possible and try to hack them. And lucky for us, because they use automation, we can apply some principles to block most of these types of attacks, no matter what plugin they're targeting. And we use these principles in production at Scale Dynamics. We have had some customers spend thousands of dollars on enterprise firewalls, and their websites still kept getting hacked week over week. And when we applied these principles, those hacks stopped completely. So here they are. First is, this one happens a lot. Your site gets redirected to a spam site. And hackers do this by updating the site URL and home values in your database. And if you just add lines like this in wp-config and make it read-only, even if the hackers try to inject your database with different site URL values, your site will still not redirect. And by making wp-config read-only, you can be sure that other plugins are not able to overwrite this file with different values. Next is protection against automated plugin option updates. And I will share a link to download these slides so you don't have to worry about taking notes right now. So plugin option updates. This affects a lot of premium plugins. Social Warfare and a bunch of other plugins got hacked in last month because of this. And with this, what hackers can do is they can access certain plugin functions without actually logging into WP admin, and then they can import CSVs or change values in your WordPress site and inject code and such. So to protect your site, what we will do is limit access to WP admin just from your home and office IP addresses. So in this example, just replace XX and YY with your home IP, office IP, and any other locations that need to access WP admin. And we will leave admin Ajax open so your plugins don't break. And when you add this htaccess file to your site, even if hackers are trying to attack, they know you're running an insecure plugin, and that plugin allows them access to WP admin without actually logging in. They won't be able to access it because your web server will block it. Next is protection against general code injections, spam comments, and such. So if you add lines like this on your htaccess, what it does is tell WordPress to ignore all the post requests that are not coming from your site. So in short, your users will be able to submit forums, log in, comment on your site, buy products, everything. But if a hacker is just trying to inject millions of sites out there, they won't be able to see your site. Now, what do you do if your site was hacked in the past and it still has some leftover code injections? With a content security policy, you can instruct your web browsers, the visitors' web browsers, to simply ignore those code injections and not display them. So in this example, what we're telling web browsers is only load the CSS, JavaScript, fonts, all the images from your domain, from Google Analytics, and from Google Maps. So even if your site was hacked and hackers had some sort of pop-up script or redirect script, browsers will simply refuse to load that. And this gives you enough time to actually go in and clean up or hire a cleaning service. But even during that time, your site will not look like it's hacked and it's going to some other locations or installing malware on your user's computer. So when you apply all these principles to your site, what are the results? Redirect spam, blocked. Injections and backlinks and pop-ups, blocked. Attacking on other sites, blocked. Now, you should still follow good security practices, stronger passwords, secure hosting, have a web application firewall and such. But if you use these principles along with other security measures, you will be protected against majority of those automated hacks that keep happening day after day and affect millions of other sites. You can download these slides on scaledynamics.com/WCUS. And if you have any questions about this or WordPress in general, I'll be here all weekend, or you can contact me on Twitter. Thank you.
Thanks, Rahul. Welcome again to room 240. Our next session is with Matthew Rodella. He's going to talk about wrangling multi-site, tools and tricks to tame your network. Matthew is a recovering IT consultant who now builds websites for a living. He's based out of the Washington, D.C. area, and he's found success with turnkey website service and enjoys sharing his experiences running it with other web consultants. Before he comes up, let me remind you, if you have a cell phone or electronic device with you, please silence it. Reserve the seats near the screens for those with accessibility needs, and if you have needs not addressed, or if you have questions, that guy in the gray plaid shirt is the one you'd talk to. We have a contributor day coming up Sunday. You can go to the Get Involved table at the sponsor hall to get more information, or you can attend a session called Everyone Can Make WordPress Better. WordFest is tonight at the City Museum. Make sure you take your badge, that's how you get in. And now, if you will, welcome Matthew.
All right, thanks guys. Getting started a little bit early here, so that's good news because this morning I was running through my talk and it ran about 25 minutes, so I'm glad I got this extra 5 minutes at the beginning so I can take my time with it and feel like I don't have to rush so that the poor guys over here doing the transcribing don't get aneurysms. So we're going to be talking about multi-site and specifically wrangling WordPress multi-site. We're talking about it from the perspective of a solutions provider. So if you build websites for your customers, I want you to start thinking about using multi-site as a tool and platform for doing that. And we're going to be talking about how to best provide that as a solution for your customers, and then how you make it a little bit easier for them, because you know, we love WordPress, we use WordPress, we're used to the WordPress dashboard, we know what it can do, and we love it, that's why we're here. But oftentimes our clients or the people we're delivering websites to are intimidated by it or don't understand how to use it. And so the perspective we're taking is delivering a platform that they can then log in and use WordPress and build out their website, but make it simpler, make it more controlled, give them the exact tools they need to do exactly what they need to do on the platform. And then they will be more successful that way. So before we get started with the main talk, I want to run over some definitions. First of all, this talk is not is not for developers, right? We're not going to be talking coding or anything like. We're not going to be getting too technical. I want this to be a talk that is accessible to everybody, whether you're an implementer, a designer, a developer, or someone who just has a platform with a lot of people who might need a website. But you've never really built websites before. This is a great way to provide a website platform for your users without being a developer, without being too technical. So we're not going to get too technical in this talk. WordPress multi-site, though, if you're not familiar with what it is it's built into WordPress core, and it gives you the ability to create a network of sites, what are called subsites, and all of those subsites basically act as their own standalone WordPress install, but they're all sharing resources with one WordPress installation. So you only need to install WordPress once, you only need to install plugins once, you only need to install themes once, and then all of those subsites are sharing those one installs. And that's better on resources, that makes it simpler for you to manage and to make sure that all of the websites you're delivering on multi-site are the same. So there's no deviation. You know, you update a plugin once, and that plugin is updated on all of your customer sites. So that's basically how WordPress multi-site works in a very quick nutshell. When we're thinking about WordPress, we want to think about 3 different dashboards. So the first dashboard is the network admin dashboard. This is where you log in to manage network-wide settings. This is where you manage all the sites on your network. This is where you install plugins. This is where you install themes and update those. Then you have the main site dashboard. This is the kind of like the home base or the main WordPress website. This is where, for example, if you're getting people to sign up for your platform, this is where they'll come through. This is the main domain for your site. This is often where you'll install marketing plugins and stuff like that. And then you have the subsites. These are all the sites that get spun off of your network for your clients to use. And those are called subsites. And then what I kind of want to reiterate in this talk and get WordPress solutions providers to start thinking about is the idea of websites as a service, or WAS, or turnkey websites. And I'm going to get into the definition of that in a sec. But before I do, just want to talk about myself really quick. My name's Matthew Rodella. What the genesis was that brought me to this place where I am talking about this for you today is I started out in IT consulting. I've been building WordPress websites for about 10 years now. And I acquired a theme which was called TechSite Builder. And it was a theme that was for IT consultants. to build a website for their IT business. And it came with tutorials about how to install and configure and build out the theme. And so I acquired that, and I wanted to turn it into more of a platform. So I decided to turn it into an automated multi-site system, kind of like WordPress.com, right? That was my inspiration for it. And you know, we see lots of these types of services out there now, Wix and Squarespace and Weebly, and all these types of websites as a service platforms that are out there. And that's kind of what I wanted to do with this theme, because support was getting to be a headache. And at that time, it was the kind of the common practice to sell a theme for one price and then support it forever. And that wasn't going to work out for my business, and that wasn't a good model for the customer either. So I wanted it to be an automated multi-site, kind of like what WordPress.com was doing. I spent months, almost a year, of trial and error building this thing out, custom coding stuff. This was about 5 years ago, and 5 years ago, there weren't a lot of good tools on the market for building a websites as a service platform. Now there are, and that's what we're going to talk about later on in the talk. The end result was TechSiteBuilder.com. It's a platform for IT businesses to build a website for their IT business. They subscribe for a low monthly cost. They get a platform where they can build out the website on their own, add their own content, keep it updated on their own, and we provide the platform for that. We give them specific tools and plugins that will help them get to the end goal that they want to get to. And then through that process and through that journey, I started thinking about how this is a good solution for other website consultants and people who deliver websites to clients. And that's where I thought about the term WAS, Websites as a Service, to describe this business model. What is a WAS? It's really the idea behind a WAS is to apply the SaaS model to websites. So the SaaS model basically revolutionized the software industry, right? It was, you were able to keep software constantly updated, adding new features all the time, making it low cost for people to use it, but still give them a very powerful solution and very powerful software to use. So we're taking that model and applying it to website delivery. So what we're talking about is turnkey websites delivered automatically via WordPress multi-site. WordPress multi-site is the perfect platform to do this because it already has an easy-to-manage core that's WordPress, and then it allows you to spin off subsites from that very quickly. The focus of the business model is on scale and monthly recurring revenue, MRR, instead of the traditional model for delivering websites, which is, you know, charge thousands of dollars, spend many months building this thing out, customize it for the customer, and then, you know, either go away or support it over time. Takes a lot of resources, takes a lot of time, and takes a lot of client management. We automate all of that with this type of system. It's low cost for customers. Customers love it because they're paying usually less than $100 per month to be able to use and have an effective website for their business. It encourages DIY. So instead of building a website for a client and saying, hey, I know best, here it is, this is, you know, set in stone, this is your website, you're giving them a platform where they know their business best. They can go in and add the content they want, add their own services, their own photos, whatever. You're giving them that platform to be able to build out what they want, but you're giving them the best tools to do that. And really, to make this business model successful, you want to focus on a niche. So, you know, like I said, Squarespace, Wix, WordPress.com are dominating the market of, you know, just general website builders, where if you focus in, like for me, I focused in on IT businesses, you can focus in on whatever industry niche you want, and then you can be the best solution for that industry, the best website platform for whatever industry you're targeting. So now that we kind of have an idea of what Websites as a Service means, how that ties into WordPress multi-site, let's talk about the tools. So I want this to be a super useful talk for you, and I want you guys to be able to take away some useful tidbits. So I hopefully won't go through this too fast. I'm going to be sharing a lot of links. At the end, I will share a link where you can just go to access this, this slide presentation if you didn't get a chance to write everything down or take a photo with your smartphone or whatever. So the first plugin I want to talk about is WP Ultimo. This is like a godsend, right? 5 years ago, WP Ultimo didn't exist really well. Now it exists, and it's great. And actually, I believe Arindo, who is the developer of WP Ultimo, is here. Yep, there he is. Thank you for this plugin because it's made my life very easy. Before, I had to cobble together a bunch of solutions Now WP Ultimo allows you to provision subsites for your customers in a very easy way. It onboards them. It allows them to pay if you want. If not, that's cool too. But it allows you to sell subsites to your multi-site plan on a subscription. So you can create multiple pricing plans. And this is the beauty, is on those plans you can limit them by things like, how many posts do you allow them to create? So if you want to, sell your platform for $5 a month, let them, only create 5 posts, great. That might be all they need, and that'll be perfectly fine for them. You can limit it by the amount of media they can upload, the disk space they can use, so you can really put controls around your hosting costs and keep that in check. And then other things like how many users they can add. You can make certain themes available to certain plans. So you might have, one tier that's a getting started tier, and it's, a very basic theme. And then you have another tier that's maybe your e-commerce tier, and you give them access to a plugin that's built for or a theme that's built for e-commerce. So you can tier out your subscriptions like that. And then they can pay monthly, quarterly, annual, whatever makes sense for your business model. One of the cool features of WP Ultimo is it allows you to create a template site. So you can build out a nice, beautiful site. You can add starter content to help people get started with content that fits their industry. And then that site is what gets copied as a template every time someone signs up for your service or your platform. So you can, build out the perfect site and then hand it to them and say, hey, take it from here. We've got you started in the right direction. We've given you the tools. Now you can start building it out from there. So that's a really cool feature of WP Ultimo. Lots of other features, but those are some of the main ones I like. You can check that out at wpultimo.com. That is an example of the kind of the onboarding wizard that WP Ultimo provides. So you can choose a plan on it. Your customers can choose a tier plan, middle tier, basic tier, normal tier, premium tier. They select the plan, and they create a user account on WordPress. They pay in whatever way, and then it provisions a subsite for them from the whatever template that you set up in the back end. It creates a nice flow and user experience for your users to go through. Another one that I've been working on with my co-founder is called KeyPress UI Manager, and this is one that we developed to really wrangle the admin menus, the different menus that you will run into in WordPress. And this was probably the #1 roadblock that I found my multi-site clients running into, is that they would ask, what's the difference between a page and a post? What does media mean exactly? How do I get to the place where I go to customize my theme, the customizer? And that's buried under the appearance menu. So to be able to take some of these menus, rearrange them, rename them, hide the menus you don't want to give them access to, the things that'll confuse them, not only in the admin menu, but also in the toolbar at the top, in the front end and the back end. And I think this is the only plugin that does this, but also the customizer. I love the customizer. I think it's a cool tool for my clients to use to be able to see the changes they make in the theme in real time happening on the theme. That's a very, that's what people come to expect from a website platform these days. So I love directing them to the customizer, but sometimes the customizer has extra things that your clients don't need, or it's confusing, it's hard to find things get buried. So you can use this plugin to rearrange and pull out some of those sub-items into top-level menu items so they're easier to find. You can also style the dashboard, and updates are coming fast and furious in this plugin, so pretty soon you'll be able to rebrand the dashboard, add your own logo, change branding, and we've got a Gutenberg piece coming in, so you can show and hide and rename different parts of the Gutenberg interface to make that a little bit easier for customers to get their brain wrapped around. So now we know, especially when we've got a bunch of, so with multi-site, you have potentially hundreds of people using a website off of one WordPress installation. That's kind of scary, so you want to make sure you have things backed up. But the caveat with backup plugins is that most of them will back up a WordPress instance, and then if you need to restore it, they restore that single WordPress instance. With multi-site, the whole network is considered a single WordPress instance. So most backup plugins, you can back up multi-site, but then when you try to restore it, you're restoring the whole network. Sometimes you don't want that. Sometimes you just want to restore a single subsite. Maybe one of your customers made a mistake and you just want to restore that single subsite from a backup. There are a few different backup plugins that can do that. My favorite is Updraft Plus. But basically what I'm saying is when you look for a backup plugin to back up your network, you want to make sure that they have a way to restore a single subsite, and not all backup plugins are able to do that. So until KeyPress UI Manager gets these features, I recommend going with this free plugin. It's called White Label CMS. This allows you to brand the WordPress dashboard, so you can put your logo in there or make it look like your company's CMS. And that's the beautiful gift that WordPress gives us, is that it's an open source platform and we can rearrange it and wrangle it and do whatever we want to it. You can check that out at videousermanuals.com/white-label-cms. You could customize the login page, add your branding and logo to the header and footer of the dashboard, and customize the dashboard in different ways. A couple cool little plugins that add just little features, little enhancements here and there to multi-site. Because WordPress multi-site is great, but it's built into WordPress core, so it doesn't get the kind of the love as if it were like a separate product, for example. So every time there's a WordPress update, there might be 1 or 2 things thrown in for WordPress multi-site, but it doesn't update itself or get new features as often as someone like me who uses it a lot would like. So these plugins kind of fill that gap in adding extra cool little features. Multi-site enhancements is free. That can be found in the WordPress repository. And Beyond Multi-Site is on CodeCanyon. And that's just a few examples of some of the things that it adds. But they each add their own little sprinkles of different usability things that make using multi-site a lot easier. Okay, really quick, I'm going to run through hosts. Talking about hosting can be controversial. Everyone has their favorite, or everyone has a bad experience with one, and then they just write it off and they don't want to ever use it again. So I'm just going to talk about my experience. And what I'm going off here is hosts, specifically hosts that are compatible with the domain mapping of WP Ultimo, because WP Ultimo allows your subsite customers to map their own domain to their website, which is what they would eventually want, right? Because when you create a subsite at first, it's on a subdomain. So you want your users to be able to map their domain, but there's a piece missing, and that is when they map the domain in the WordPress dashboard, you still need to find a way to bring that domain into the control panel of your host. And that WP Ultimo automates that, but only with certain hosts. So one of those hosts, and my favorite, is WP Engine. I've got no affiliation with them. That's just what I happen to use. I like it because it works with WP Ultimo domain mapping. It scales well. It's got the built-in security and caching. You've got one-click multi-site provisioning and one-click staging environment. Another really good one is Closte. It works with WP Ultimo domain mapping. It's got an extra feature, and that is auto SSL. So this allows you to, once your customer maps the domain, it automatically gets HTTPS assigned to it through Let's Encrypt. So that piece is automated as well, and not many hosts have that ability built in. It's a little bit more flexible than some of the other ones, and the pricing scales. So that's another thing to keep in mind as your platform grows. You're going to be getting a lot of bandwidth usage and stuff like that, so you want to be able to have it scale predictably. A bunch of others here. I'm not going to go through them all, but just if you want to kind of look into that, you can go to help.wpultimo.com, search for compatible host, I think is a good search term, and that'll give you the list of hosts that are compatible with the automated domain mapping of WP Ultimo. WPMU Dev, Cloudways, cPanel, RunCloud, ServerPilot are all ones that GridPane is another new one that's been added since they added this list. So those are some good hosts that will work with this whole WAS concept of automating WordPress multi-site. And then really quick, just some lessons that I've learned running a turnkey website platform. Be very picky about plugins, because these plugins are going to be used by potentially hundreds of people on your platform. Opt for premium plugins versus free plugins, so you know you're getting good support, and so that you know that they're being updated and they're being fully supported by people who are getting paid for their time. Use a managed WordPress host. All the ones I just talked about are good, or you can find one. Just make sure that it's got good WordPress multi-site support, and then see if they're open to integrating with WP Ultimo's automated domain mapping. And finally, one of the biggest performance hits you'll see on a multi-site network is all of the images people are uploading. And we know from client experiences building websites for clients, when they upload their own images to the sites, they don't optimize them. They take the full raw image and upload it and shrink it down to 100 by 100, and it, you know, it kills your load time. So just make sure that you're using a good image optimization plugin. WP Smush by WPMU Dev is a good one because it works really well with multi-site, and it automates the whole smushing process when people upload images to their site. So that's my time, but if you want to take a look at these slides, you can go to getkeypress.com/WCUS. And it'll just take you right to the Google Slides, and you can go through them at your leisure. And then we talk about this concept of turnkey websites in our Facebook group, and we're always talking about it. Just search turnkey websites in Facebook, and that'll take you there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Matthew. Our next session was supposed to have been with Joe Casabona, and as far as I understand, it has been canceled. So you have a little bit of time on your hands, and if you are interested in Contributor Day, you can go to the sponsor hall and go to the Get Involved table and learn more about that. So I'll see you again at 2:30. afternoon, room 240. If you came to listen to the ROI of UX, you are in the right place. I want to take a minute to remind you to silence your phone or electronic devices so they don't disturb while we are listening. Please reserve these seats closer to the screens for those with accessibility needs. And if you have any needs that have not been addressed, or if you have questions, please see our room manager. He's a guy running around in a gray plaid shirt. Contributor Day is Sunday. You don't have to be a pro to go to Contributor Day. You don't even have to be a developer to go to Contributor Day. You can go to the Get Involved table at the sponsors hall, or you can attend a session called Everyone Can Make WordPress Better, and you can learn more about Contributor Day. WordFest is tonight at the City Museum. Your badge will be required, so make sure you take it. If you're a kid, make sure you're with somebody who has a badge. Let me tell you just a bit about Elisa. Elisa is an experienced UX designer and researcher. She thrives in fast-paced environments that focus on solving problems and improving usability. She firmly believes that if a user can't use it, it doesn't work. In her free time, she's really good at not being a nature person. Please welcome Elisa.
Hi, everyone. Okay, last talk of today. Let me technology. Okay. The UX of this. Hi, there are no slides.
It's all maximized right here, so I just
Oh,
back and
okay.
forth.
Sweet.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, cool. All right, hi everyone. My name is Elisa. I'm going to be talking about ROI of UX. And so there are a lot of acronyms, and I'm going to get to them in a couple of minutes. But first, I'd like for you to go back about 6 years, and I'm going to tell you a story. About 6 years ago, I was working as a freelancer at just cranking out those WordPress sites, the $500, $700 WordPress sites, just working that freelance grind and being exhausted from those 12-hour days. Having worked at such a neck-breaking pace, I took a pause, and I love tea, so a lot of tea was involved. And I really started to think, what exactly am I doing? Why am I doing this? What problem am I solving? How can I add value to a few virtual pages that I'm making beyond just what those virtual pages represent? And at that moment, and it didn't happen overnight, but that realization helped me pivot my understanding of web design. So instead of being a web designer, I became a researcher, an investigator, a fixer for my client. I've noticed that a lot of my clients would come to me with an inkling of an idea for a business, and they didn't actually know what they were trying to do. Before, I would be really frustrated as a web designer because there was no direction. But I started using that as an opportunity to add value and help them understand what they're trying to achieve and how to get there. Within a few weeks or a month of me pivoting my approach and starting selling that added value, I closed my first $4,000 website. Within 3 months, I've signed a $20,000 website contract. And none of those jobs took longer than those $500 websites I was making. The only thing that changed was my approach. So today we're going to talk about 3 things, and it's going to be how to add value, how to discover the dominant question for the website, for your client, and how to measure your impact. The first foundational thing that I keep going back to is to understand that website is a tool. It's not an end goal, it's means to an end. I like to think of it in the $500 website land, your client probably considers that as money out. So a website would be like a pair of designer jeans that has an aesthetic value, and that sort of ends there. This is our first acronym, ROI, return on investment. This is where it comes in. So it is up to you, or if you're making WordPress sites, to pivot that understanding from for your client to make sure that your value goes beyond those few virtual pages. And let me give you an example. For instance, you're working with an investment advisor, and you developed a website, you developed the social media strategy, SEO, and it gets your client a $50,000 lead. So there's a really clear correlation between the work that you've put in and the money that went back into your client's pocket. So establishing those correlations and thinking in numbers is really, really helpful in adding value and selling more work. I'm going to tell you another story, and that's the second story and the final story. I also feel like we need to get the energy up a little bit. So this is a very famous story in the land of UX design. UX, the second acronym, user experience. You might be familiar with it, but the story is a story of a $300 million button. A really large online retailer hired a prominent UX consultant to take a look at their checkout flow. The stakeholders were okay with the checkout flow. They were just not extremely happy with how it was converting. So this is the form that you see here that they had. So customers would add items to their cart, and then they would get to the checkout flow, and they would have this form. Email address, password. For repeat customers, there's a login. For new customers, there's a button to register. And you can also recover your password if you forgot it. Looks fine, right? Sensible enough. The UXers did what UXers do, and they ran a bunch of usability tests. And this is what they found out. They found out that new customers absolutely loathed this form because they were not there for a long-term relationship. They were there to check out the items the first time. They don't know this online retailer. They just wanted that to be quick and easy. Repeat customers also weren't happy. You see that there is no remember password field or checkbox here. So they would constantly forget their email addresses or passwords. Actually, half of 45% of folks in the database had multiple logins, and some of them had as many as 10. So imagine this system that prevents sales, that a lot of people signed off on this design, right? And it has been sitting there essentially losing money for that online retailer. So this is what the UXers did. They changed one button and added a little bit of text. So they changed register to continue, and essentially they said, you don't have to create an account, but if you want to, you can. And these are some of the numbers that resulted in. So 45% increase in purchasing customers, 15 million sales increase in the first month, and within the first year, it was a $300 million increase in sales. And I really like this example because those are astronomical values, but it's also a very clear cause and effect that proves the value of research-based UX design. I like to view design as an iceberg. So as you know, 90% of the mass of an iceberg is underwater. So for me, the tip of the iceberg is that polish. That's your look and feel, and you drive with it, and it's very important, but that's not going to deliver the full value that you can bring to the table. In user experience design, you use a number of techniques to figure out how to find that value. And here I'm listing a number of quantitative techniques. In the button case, they use the combination of quantitative and qualitative techniques, and that's what most UXers would do. They used benchmarking, time on task, analytics. They also gathered a lot of interviews, in-depth interviews, and surveys. We've been talking about adding value, and I've also mentioned the second thing is asking for the dominant question. So the dominant question here is just essentially figuring out the goal for your client behind the website. So I'm going to give you a few examples here. Say you're making a website for a restaurant. The goal there could be bringing more people into the physical location. And think of it in numbers terms, sort of benchmarking, right? You have to, especially when you're doing redesign, you will have to benchmark the original state. And finding that dominant question and what number to actually look at, what indicator to look at is very, very important. Say you're making a website for a beauty blog, and their goal might be to drive traffic from social media and monetize on it later on their website. Or, we talked about investment advisors. Their goal might be to just generate leads. So understanding that and quantifying that would help you present that value to your client. And so we've talked about value and the dominant question, and now we're at a practical part of the talk where we're measuring your impact. There's a very simple loop that happens when you're trying to measure your impact. I've mentioned redesigns of websites, and a lot of work of a freelancer is in redesigns. I cannot stress this enough. You have to measure before the redesign. You have to figure out what the benchmark is and measure, then redesign, and then measure after the design. And the difference between the two values is going to be that impact that you're bringing to the table. Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple of slides with a lot of numbers on it. So if you have some coffee or soda, or ignore it, I guess. So we're talking about an improvement score. So I'm kind of diving into the meat of calculating your impact here. And the formula is very simple. It's the metric after minus metric before and divided by metric before. I'm going to give you a really simple example. Say for this particular example, you're working on an e-commerce site, and you're measuring the success rate before redesign and after redesign. Success rate is when someone puts an item in their cart and checks out and actually pays for it. So if before the redesign it was 30%, and after redesign it was 53%, you can plug those numbers in and get an improvement of 76%. Let's imagine that's a very small business and they sell a $10 product to 10,000 customers a year. Putting those numbers in the formula would get you the improvement score of $23,000 a year, which is, once again, very small business doing very few sales. For the second example, I wanted to be a little out of the box. Say you were hired as a contractor to work on a very small part of a large internal tool for a large company. Maybe it's like a timekeeping tool or like a vacation tracker or something. And say before the resign, the average time for an employee to complete that task was over 100 seconds, and after it's 60-something seconds. So you can plug those numbers in again, and you get the improvement score of over 66%. Let's imagine a little bit more to fill in the blanks here and say they do that 3 times a week. They get paid $30 an hour, and there are 1,000 people. So just that small change can lead to an impact score of $54,600 a year. So understanding that and calculating that provides you with that impact score where you can measure the impact and show it to your client. So this is my last slide. I'm just going to sum up everything, and my timer says I am at 15 minutes, which I'm really proud of. So we talked about 3 things. We talked about adding value, defining the dominant question, and measuring your impact. I encourage you all, if you're in that stage where you're sort of in the grind of freelance work, trying to figure out how to get out of it, how to upskill and start adding value to your work. Think of your work as something that goes beyond the visual design. Help your client find that dominant question. And oftentimes I find that that part is even more valuable than the website itself. And then measure your impact and show those dollar signs that you're saving. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Cloudways has sponsored a break, so you have a break until 3:15. We'll see you at the next session. ROI and authentication, you're in the right place. Let me remind you, if you have a phone on you or an electronic device, I'd like you to silence it so that you don't disturb your fellow attendees. Please reserve the seats near the screens for those who with accessibility needs. And if you have needs that have not been addressed or have any questions, there's a guy running around here in a gray plaid shirt. He's the room manager and he can help you out. Contributor Day is Sunday. And if you have interest in that, you can go to the Get Involved table in our sponsor hall, or you can attend a session called Everyone Can Make WordPress Better. Actually, I think that's probably running concurrently with this session, so grab it tomorrow, or go to the Get Involved table. WordFest is tonight at the City Museum. Your badge will be required, so don't forget it. If you're a kid, go find somebody with a badge and go in with them. Let me introduce our speaker. His name is Johnny Harris. Johnny is a developer from London, England. He's been using WordPress since version 1.5. He's been contributing to the WordPress core for about 7 years, and he's a maintainer of multi-site users and site health components. Welcome, Johnny.
Hello, hello. Check, mic check. Can everyone hear me? Hi, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Johnny Harris, and I'm going to talk about the REST API and authentication. So a little bit about me. I'm Johnny Harris. I'm a core contributor. As you said, work on multi-site users and site health. I love cookies, comics, and coding, and I'm from London, England. I'm just going to pre-warn this to non-developers out here. This is quite a high-level talk, and if you don't know this, you might want to do one of these, just sort of sneak out the back. I'm just going to start with who knows what the REST API is, just by show of hands. So that's most people in the room, so I'm not going to bother to explain the REST API. If you don't know what the REST API is, quickly Google it, and you can catch up. Okay, so I think the first thing we need to talk about is what is authentication, and why is it so important in this context? So authentication, simply put, is the process or action of verifying the identity of a user. So in the WordPress context, we have users, and basically authentication is proving that you are who you say you are. And with the WordPress context, you have roles and capabilities, and what that user can do is based upon those things. So why is authentication in the REST API so important? So we've had the REST API in core since, I believe it's 4.7, it's 2016 it went in. And it was an amazing piece of work when it went in. It's incredibly featured. Most of the major content types are mapped to endpoints. But one thing that does limit the REST API is the lack of authentication. So with the REST API, you can obviously read data out of WordPress. You can get posts, you can get options. But you can also create posts, you can delete posts, you can edit existing posts, you can assign new terms and taxonomies to posts. But all those things requires you to update any content or remove content from the WordPress database, require you to have authentication. For obvious reasons, you don't want to allow any random person on the internet to start deleting posts on your site. Unfortunately, the internet is full of trolls, and your site would be spammed with horrible things very quickly if you allowed anyone to do that stuff. So you need to have authentication so that you know that the requests that are coming in are coming from a valid person, and they have the rights to do what they want to do. Without authentication, the REST API is limited. Of course, there is quite a few existing projects that are using the REST API. You've got Gatsby, Frontline, a bunch of other really cool JavaScript-based stuff, but they're still very limited by what they can do without authentication built into core. So I think it's important when we start talking about authentication to understand how authentication works in WordPress. at the moment, and then we can start understanding how we can use plugins and code to build our own authentication mechanisms. So in WordPress core, in WP includes user, there is a function called demean current user. Now this function loads very early in the bootstrap process and is used to work out whether there's a current user logged in. This function uses a filter called demean current user, and you'll see that it returns false here. So by default, the filter runs, and if you didn't hook into it, it wouldn't do anything. What's nice about WordPress is it actually dog foods its own filter. So in standard WordPress, you have a cookie, obviously, to prove whether you're logged in. And WordPress itself will hook into that filter with these two filters here to work out whether you're logged in. So those two filters run and will check if there's a cookie set, and then will set the user accordingly. What's nice about them being filters is that in your own code, you can then remove those filters and change the behavior. So if you really wanted to, completely disable how cookie-based logged in, you could filter, remove filter, WP validate auth cookie, and you could never be able to log in by a cookie again. Another thing, another way that you can authenticate is you can pass a HTTP header with a value of XWP nonce. Just before I start talking about headers, does everyone know what a HTTP header is? Show of hands. So that's about half the room, so I probably should briefly explain what a HTTP header is. So whenever you make a connection to a website, whether it be via a browser on your phone or using some sort of other application, the first part of that is the handshake between the device and the web server. And the first thing that's requested of a site is the headers are sent. So you can see this is an example request that goes to my site, spacemonkey.com. I'm doing a call to the domain spacemonkey.com. I'm using the get method. I want the path that's there. I want it to be the schema of HTTPS. And there's a bunch of other stuff in there as well, like I want it to be JSON. But at the bottom here, you can also see XWP nonce. So along with these standard headers that a browser expects, like method and path, you can also send your own custom headers. So these, you can't see them. You can only see them when you go into the DevTools in Chrome, or you are using some sort of sniffer to see those headers that are coming in. But your browser is doing that. But you can also, in your own code, pass your own headers. So all the mechanisms that I'm going to talk about today use a custom header of some variety to pass some sort of key to authenticate against. Okay, so when talking about the REST API, I think it's really important to think about use cases. So there's a British saying called horses for courses. And what horses for courses means that every horse can win a race if that horse if the course is specifically designed for that horse. So basically what that means is every problem has a perfect solution, and every tool has some things use a hammer, some things use a screwdriver for. And when people talk about authentication, people get really excited. They go, oh, let's use this authentication mechanism. It's like, okay, that's great, but that only solves one particular use case. It doesn't solve for all of them. And I think when we're talking about these different authentication mechanisms, it's important to put it through the prism of these different use cases. So I'm going to take you through 4 use cases. So please keep these in your mind when I'm talking about it, because we'll re-reference these again. So the first use case is one that everyone in this room will definitely have used, which is Gutenberg. So Gutenberg is actually an application on top of WordPress. So it's a JavaScript, React-based app built on top of WordPress and the REST API, but it's used within WordPress itself. It's kind of the primary customer for the REST API at the moment, so it's a very popular use case. Use case 2, another popular use case, and there's going to be a talk after this one about a lot about sort of headless WordPress and Gatsby and stuff like that. So this is a very popular use case of building your site in a different framework like React, Vue. Maybe it's hosted on different infrastructure. Maybe it's served out statically or whatever. And it slurps data out of WordPress using the API. So that's another very popular use case. Use case 3. So this is from a client project that I worked on. So I worked on a client that had 52 sites on a multi-site, and each site was in a different language. And they wanted a tool to be able to take data out of an existing translation API. Once they, say for example, they wanted to update their About Us page, and they wanted to then automatically update that across all of the sites on the multi-site. They wanted a tool so the editors didn't have to manually go in and edit it themselves. So they wanted a tool to automatically be able to push that out between the sites. And they weren't a PHP or JavaScript company, they were a Python company, so they wanted to write that tool in Python because it played nicely with some of the existing technologies. So a library written not in WordPress, not in any language that WordPress recognizes, Python, to be able to push data into WordPress. Use case 4. Has everyone heard of the website If This Then That? Everyone? If you haven't heard of it, basically it's an automation tool that allows you to say you want to whenever you post anything on Instagram, for it to automatically create a post on your website. So you can create what are called recipes. You can say, right, when I post an Instagram image, I want it to automatically publish to my WordPress site. There currently is an integration for WordPress, but it uses the existing XML-RPC API, which is not the greatest, to say the least. And it would be much better if it used the REST API, and that's another use case of an external party that you don't necessarily trust as a way to feed data into your WordPress site. Okay, so there's our use cases. So I'm going to now discuss the various different authentication mechanisms. First one is cookie-based authentication. So this is built into WordPress, and this is what Gatsby is using at the moment. This is a quote from the Make blog. But basically, how Gutenberg currently works is it uses cookie-based authentication, and it uses a nonce value, which is a secure key, and then that is passed to the REST API. It works, it's fine, but one of the issues with cookie-based authentication is that you have to be on that WordPress site to get that key in the first place. So when the page loads, it puts puts the key in the header of the site using a JavaScript variable, and it reads that variable out. Which means that all the authentication has to be on that site. And as we discussed from the various use cases, you're not always on that domain to be passing data to WordPress. You might be in that Python application wanting to push data in, and you're not in the WordPress context. So where cookie authentication is kind of a nice get-out-of-jail-free card for us to be able to use the REST API in WordPress, it doesn't really fit a lot of the use cases that I mentioned before. One key benefit is it's built into WordPress, so you can start using, if you're already in the WordPress context, so you're already in the admin terminal or you're on the WordPress front end, you can start using authentication. You can do some cool stuff with it. It doesn't require SSL, so a lot of the mechanisms I'm going to talk about will require SSL. I mean, I know these days getting an SSL certificate is fairly trivial with tools like Let's Encrypt, but for the WordPress ecosystem, SSL isn't for everyone. If you're on a smaller host that it's not providing you with an SSL certificate, it can be extremely difficult to set up SSL. And it currently is not a requirement for WordPress core. So yeah, SSL is kind of something we're going to talk about quite a lot on this. Security, it's okay. It's not the best. Any sort of cookie-based authentication isn't the greatest thing. It uses a secure key that uses nonces, which is fairly secure. But we could do better from a security level. It's fairly easy to implement because it's already there, and you don't have to worry about it. But there's no easy way to revoke access to a user with a nonce. There's no mechanism to do that in the admin terminal, and there's no mechanism by code to do it. and it doesn't store any passwords. So you do have an encrypted key that you can pass around, and you're not worried too much about that, the security of that. So if we look back at those use cases, it's a good use case for one, because obviously it's how it's currently working. But if we think about the other use cases, it doesn't really map to it at all. So that's why we have such a gap in the ecosystem right now, because we do have authentication, but it doesn't really fit a lot of the use cases that we have. Next one is basic auth. So basic by name, basic by nature. It's probably, of the ones I'm going to talk about, the easiest to implement and the easiest to understand. However, I'm not a massive fan of it for reasons you'll learn soon. So basic auth, again, uses a HTTP header. And basically, it's super simple. You take the username and password, put a semicolon in the middle of it, and then you base64 encode it. So it's not an encryption mechanism, it's just an encoding mechanism. So if you take that base64 and decode it, you can get that username and password back. Now, spot the obvious issue with basic auth here. If you communicate basic auth over the wire, you can very easily decrypt that string and get that password back out of it again, which is obviously an issue because you're communicating a password down the wire. Which would basically mean if you want to use basic auth, HTTPS would become required. Otherwise, you're just basically giving your password out free. I don't think this is a viable solution for the WordPress project. It's a useful tool, and to be honest with you, I have used it in the past for local development. It's a great, easy way for me to just quickly hit the REST API to check some data using Postman or a couple of other tools. It's on my dev environment. It would never go into production. It's got a lot of issues here. So it's not built into WordPress. It does require SSL if you want to do it securely. It's not secure. It is super easy to implement. As I said, it's literally, you can base64 encode it. There's even a function in PHP to do that for you. There's no easy way to revoke access because you're using the password, so you have to change your password, and that might cause a lot of problems. And if you wanted to have a persistent connection where your client was continually requesting it, you'd probably have to store the password in plain text in your third-party application. Again, that's pretty horrific that you've got to keep a password in plain text lying around. If that third party gets compromised, you're done. So if we look at these use cases, the use case one probably would work, and the rest of the use cases wouldn't work. Particularly the one it would be problematic for would be if this, then that. That's a third party. You're now giving your password freely to a third party and say, please don't get compromised. Please don't do any horrible things to me. And if your website is business critical, no way, it doesn't make any sense. Application passwords. So this is another authentication mechanism. In WordPress you have passwords, existing passwords. Basically what application passwords does is add secondary passwords to your user. So you could say, right, for if this then that, I want to create a secondary password. You can get it to randomly generate, and you can have a nice 64-bit password, and you can use that password to give that to third parties. It gives you a nice the UI for it's actually quite nice. There's like a little UI for this. You can create passwords and easily revoke them. So it's worth. Sorry. One thing I didn't mention here. There's the REST API core team have created proof of concept plugins for all the things I'm talking about today. You'll notice here there's the GitHub link. Check out the slides afterwards if you want to have a play around with any of these mechanisms. Sorry about that. So this one that doesn't have a REST API, the core team haven't built this plugin, but this one's quite widely used. So it's got quite a nice UI. It's quite a simple concept for people to understand. But it's a password. And passwords are problematic in security. People forget them. Having to revoke them and remember them is a bit of a nightmare. Having to manually copy and paste passwords around is a nightmare. So if we look into this table again, it's not built into WordPress. I think you're going to need SSL for this. Security, and again, I'm a bit iffy about. Implementation, it's not a standard authentication mechanism, so you'd have to write something custom for it. It's pretty easy to revoke because there's that admin panel, so I can click get rid of password. You're not storing the main password for the user anywhere. So it does have some wins there. In our use cases, it doesn't really work for use case 1 because you'd have to create a secondary password for that, so that doesn't really work. Use case 2, you could possibly get it to work, but it's not great. But for use case 3 and 4, it does work quite well for. So if this then that, I can generate a secondary password. For my Python application, I can have a sidecar password for that, so it does map. So now we're going to get on to OAuth 1. OAuth 1, I'm going to talk about OAuth 1 and OAuth 2. OAuth 1 is quite an old standard at this point and isn't very well supported. I think even Google got rid of their OAuth 1 support, I think 3 or 4 years ago. So it's quite an old standard these days. It's been replaced by OAuth 2, which I'll talk about in a minute. It's quite a clunky standard if you've ever had to implement it. This is a diagram showing how it's implemented. I won't get too deeply into this, but basically it's a 3-leg process where you have to go, you have access to request tokens, and that gives you an access token. You go backwards and forwards 3 times. And I always, whenever I've dealt with OAuth 1, I find it super clunky to deal with. Because it's a 3-legged process. If anything goes wrong in the process, you have to start again. And for users, that might be, might give up and might get frustrated. So where OAuth 2 has some benefits, which I'll get to in a minute, it's super clunky and it's kind of old tech now, so it's not something I would strongly recommend, but it is an option. If we go through this table again, there's something wrong there. So it's not built into WordPress, obviously. It doesn't require SSL, so the standard doesn't actually require you to have SSL because it's storing secure keys, so you don't have to have keys. It is secure. It's somewhat easy to implement. If there are libraries that you can use in PHP and Python and stuff that talk OAuth 2, so you can implement it, but newer languages like Go and the fancy dance JavaScript stuff we're doing these days, there's not libraries for that to easy to use that. It does have a simple mechanism to revoke tokens, so you can generate a token. Once you've done the handshake, you generate a token, and then you have that nice little admin panel that you can revoke them in the admin panel, which is pretty cool. And it doesn't store passwords. But if we look at these use cases, it doesn't really work for the first one because you'd have to generate a client for it and have to do the handshake every time. The first time you started using Gutenberg, and the rest of the use cases it does work quite nicely for. There's quite a lot of this is probably one of the few cons slides that I have because there's so many cons with OAuth 1. The 3-legged process is a nightmare. Once you've generated a token, you have to make sure that token is secure. So in some applications, that doesn't make sense because sometimes you have to pass that token down the wire. So you might have some issues around that and maintaining that token. It's hard to set up and it's quite hard to maintain. If you've got a site with absolutely tons of users, I've worked on sites with hundreds of thousands of users, maintaining hundreds of those implementations is going to be a real pain. The existing proof of concept plugin had some issues when I used it at scale. It's using user meta. As we said at the start, I'm a maintainer of users. User meta is problematic for a number of reasons. I had a site with 500,000 users on it, and the user meta table ended up being 4 million rows. So trying to query these keys out of that table doesn't really work and doesn't really scale. I was getting response times of 5 seconds for queries. Now, admittedly, I'm an insane person. I've got a WordPress site with 500,000 users on it, but if you want to use this stuff at real scale, I didn't find that plugin particularly scaled. And the current OAuth 1 plugin isn't particularly well supported. It was done basically as a proof of concept, and the REST API team and everyone else has kind of left it in the dirt compared to for other stuff. Rightly so, in my opinion. Cadams, who helped work on it, is nodding. There are better standards that we can spend our time on, so I wouldn't, I personally wouldn't use it in production. OAuth 2 is the successor to OAuth 1. There's a much better maintained plugin for that. The OAuth 2 plugin is much more. There's much more test coverage for it. It's being used in production, I believe, for several large client sites at HumanMade, and it's just a better plugin, if I'm honest. This has a much less clunky backwards and forwards. So again, I'm not going to go through this diagram too details. How many people have logged in with Facebook on a website? Or used Twitter or anything like that to log in? If you have, you've used OAuth 2. So, when you see that login with Facebook, you click on it, it bounces you out, allows you to authenticate that application and bounces you back. That's an OAuth 2 workflow. So I think it's a workflow that, obviously Facebook's using it because it's a nice workflow, and I think people are very comfortable with that workflow, just bouncing you out, bouncing you back. And OAuth 2 is a standard that was very much thought about, the ease of use and ease of implementation. It went through 7 years of implementation, and there's an open standard where people from the various different industries helped to implement the standard. We'll go through the table again. Obviously, it's not built into WordPress, but one of the things of the standard is it does require SSL. It is part of the standard. Again, meaning that it is maybe not super appropriate for the WordPress community, but it is super powerful. It's very secure. It's easy to implement because if you're writing in JavaScript, there's numerous JavaScript libraries that implement OAuth 2. Again, it's got access tokens. You can easily remove them, and it doesn't use passwords. For use cases, again, the first use case isn't great, but the rest of the use cases it works for. There's a lot of pros and cons to this. I've mentioned a few before. There's great client library support. The workflow is very familiar for users. Revocable tokens. It's much simpler than OAuth 1. Well-supported plugin. But for an extra level of security, you can add in, and would probably be required for implementation in the WordPress community, is adding a middleman called a broker. This basically sits between your client and your application and basically says that both sides are legit. Basically, this guy's okay, this guy's okay. So it stops bad actors sort of brute forcing it. The problem with having a broker in the middle is someone has to host that. That has to be a web server that someone maintains somewhere. And the original idea when Ryan McHugh suggested it is that maybe .org would host a broker, and then everyone talks to the .org broker, but then that's obviously problematic because you then have this massive single point of failure for the entire WordPress project where everything's talking to this single broker, who's going to pay to maintain and keep this broker up, who's going to host it, all these sort of things. So the reason OAuth 2 hasn't ended up in core is because of these questions around using the broker and whether OAuth 2 is probably overkill for a lot of what you're doing, because it's quite a large specification. There's lots of bells and whistles to it, so it's great, but it's kind of maybe a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's probably overkill. While I was doing some research for this talk, I found a really funny article from the creator of OAuth 2 where he's disowned the project. He hates the standard so much he got his name removed from it. There's a link in here. It's a funny read. It's kind of a rant about how much he hates the project now. It's kind of funny when I was looking into it. Next I'm going to talk about is JWT tokens. I'm just going to give a quick shout out to GraphQL here. So not only do a lot of these plugins that I'm talking about work on the REST API, they also work on GraphQL, and Jason, who's in the room over there, has written an implementation for JWT tokens in GraphQL as well. So as you can see from this slide, there's already 4 implementations of of JWT. So I think there's quite a swell of people that really want to use JWT. So for people that don't know, JSON Web Tokens, basically how they work is, if you can see that on my slide, maybe not, but you have an array of data. So this data includes your user ID, an expiry date, the URL is issued from, a few other bits and pieces. That's stored as like a JSON object and encrypted. So you take a JSON object, encrypt it, and then you give that token to your third party. So that token is what's called a bearer token. If you think of a bearer token a bit like your hotel key, one of those keys you get into a room with, as long as you've got that token, you can get into your hotel room. But the tokens have an expiry date on them. So like your hotel key, after 24 hours when you checked out, your key is no longer valid anymore. So the mechanism to revoke access is, as long as the token is valid, you can keep using it, but once it's expired, you can't, the token is then ignored and you're rejected. How long your expiry is really up to you. So depending on your application, you might want to have an access token that lasts a year because you're like, yeah, whatever, I trust this guy. You can have an access token that lasts forever. Or if you don't trust this third party, you'd have an access token that lasts 25 minutes. And after that, you have to re-authenticate. That's why this standard is incredibly flexible, because it really is, you can really customize it to how your level of trust with the third party that's communicating with your REST API. So if we go through the table here, is it built into WordPress? No, it doesn't require SSL because the tokens are encrypted. It's fairly secure. It's easy to implement. There's numerous libraries in various different languages to implement it because it's so simple to implement. Unfortunately, though, there's no simple way to revoke access. As I was saying, once you've got that access token, you've got access for as long as that access token exists and is valid. If you do want to write a mechanism to revoke access, you have to have what's called a blacklist, which is basically what it says on the tin of like, well, I need to maintain a list of like, oh, that token's a bad token, I don't want to allow it anymore, and that has some scalability issues to it. If in my example, I've got 500,000 users, and I want to revoke access to everyone that's currently logged into the site, I now have to write into my blacklist 500,000 rows into the database to say I don't want any of these, and then when any token comes in, I then have to search my entire database for those blacklists. So maintaining a blacklist is a bit of a nightmare. But it doesn't use passwords, which is a massive win. And for the use cases, because it's so simple to implement, it's one of the few authentication mechanisms that I've talked about today that will fulfill all four of the use cases that I talked about. So the pros and cons, it's super simple to implement. It doesn't require SSL, good client library support. Tokens automatically expire, doesn't require SSL, but that blacklist is the real pain, and maintaining that blacklist. Another advantage as well is because the token is encrypted, if you want to, you don't actually need WordPress to provide that token to you. If you know the encryption key and the encryption mechanism, you can generate your own tokens in your separate application. So if you, in our Python example, you could give the key to both the WordPress site and the Python application, and it could generate its own tokens if it wanted to, which is another massive advantage. A lot of the other examples I've given today, it's WordPress giving you that token to get your access, whereas JWT tokens, you could generate your own access token, which I think is a massive win. So what's the future? So again, I'm going to prefix this with, I am not a member of the REST API core team. Kadam, who's sitting on the front here, is, and he'll get very angry at me if I start saying things on his behalf. So this is my own personal opinions on the matter. It's going to be no surprise to you what I'm going to say next. I think the future is JWT. I think it's incredibly extensible, and it maps to a lot of the WordPress ideals and how WordPress currently works. And it would slot into what we currently have quite well. But I think as we realized by doing this talk, there isn't one solution that fits all. Like if you I can't in good grace say that JWT is a solution to all these problems. It works quite well for most of them, but not for all of them. I think OAuth 2 is probably the best solution if you're doing the large scale sort of enterprise size project. I would use OAuth 2, and I have used OAuth 2. For the example I gave about syndicating content, I use OAuth 2 because that is much more secure than JWT tokens, and it was really easy to implement. But I think WordPress doesn't need to solve all the problems. I think JWT solves enough of the problems that it makes sense that it should go into core. But I also think there should be a framework in WordPress core to easily allow you to register your own. So if you decide, JWT isn't for me, I should have a drop-in or a plugin or something. I should be able to register my own mechanisms. Maybe even have multiple mechanisms running in parallel. So for some things, I'm using JWT. For other things, I'm using OAuth 2, and mix and match and do whatever you want. So I think WordPress should support having different mechanisms side by side more than it currently does. These slides are going to be available online, so you can do some further reading. Particularly read that rant from the OAuth 2 guy, because it's hilarious. And there's a great post there from Ryan McHugh where he talks, it's a few years old now, but he was talking about a lot of the gotchas he had when he was trying to implement OAuth 2 into core. These slides are available here, so you can take a quick screenshot of that. And thanks, everyone. Any questions, anyone?
Would you mind going back one slide really quickly? Because I didn't have enough time to take a picture. Thanks.
So when you mentioned that with JWT, you can actually generate a key under the right circumstances in an external application other than WordPress. Yeah. That sounds like a major advantage, but it also makes it sound like you could theoretically just generate a key for any one site. So can you just explain a little bit more about what information goes into that key generation that would keep it secure for another application to be able to do that without a handshake?
So there's various different encryption mechanisms you can use to generate these tokens. I'm going to do this on the fly. So there's all these different encryption mechanisms here that you can generate tokens with. You can kind of go as tinfoil hat as you want with it. You can do extremely strong encryption mechanisms to generate these tokens. I don't know what everyone knows about encryption. To encrypt something, you need a key. So to generate that key, both the WordPress site and your client application would need to have that key, a shared key. And you need to make sure that that key is kept secure in your client application. So don't put that key in GitHub, don't spread it around, because that key would allow you to then generate those tokens yourself. So as long as you can keep that encryption key secure, then you can generate your own tokens, which is a massive win, I think. Any questions? Cool.
Oh,
hold on.
Yeah.
You waited too long.
Yeah. For the broker that you were talking about, would the broker need to be a trusted third party? Or okay, that's what I was wondering.
So with brokers, I would expect that .org would have one. I think that large hosts would have their own. So if you're on WP Engine or and these other ones, they would probably host their own. That again would really be up to each host to implement that and keep that secure. And it might be a cost that they might not want to put on themselves. They might just think, oh, let's just let .org do it for us. I suspect that if we were to use a broker, that if you install a plugin like Jetpack, that .org would be your broker, .com would become your broker. But maintaining that and keeping that is a big ask for the WordPress community. I think it's maybe too much to ask I think it would need a company to sponsor it, really.
When you mentioned that there were actually several implementations of JWT out there already, can you speak a little bit to what you see might be the path towards getting something like this into core, and what work has been happening, where that's been happening, how people might be able to get involved?
Okay, cool. Yes, so there is 4 implementations that I documented here. One of them is just for GraphQL, so not really relevant for this, but there's 3 implementations there. So the first one is on the .org repo, on the REST API organization on GitHub. And this was worked on by a member of the XWP team. And that seeks to solve the problem of revoking tokens by mapping. It basically is it's a layer on top of application passwords. So it kind of mixes and matches out the best parts of application passwords of the ability to revoke tokens, but then has a very simple implementation on the front end. So that's one project. I was nerding out over it on my plane ride here. It's really promising, the current idea there. I think it needs some work to get that into core. The other implementation that I used before is by TM Timester, something or other. And that's a much more simple implementation. So that has a REST API endpoint. You can give it your username and password, and that will generate a token and give that back to you. That's like ridiculously easy to use, like from an implementation standpoint. And the last implementation I haven't actually looked into. But JWT is just, you can actually mix and match JWT with different authentication mechanisms. In the first example, we mix and matched it with application passwords, but you can also integrate JWT tokens into OAuth 2. So you can, instead of generating just a secure key, you can generate a JWT token. So yeah, JWT is massively powerful. I'm sure it will be what we use as a solution, but how JWT works under the hood is really up for, it's up to the REST team to work out, isn't it?
Can you describe the initial connection between the site and the application when using JWT? How do you go from you're using your application to the application being in possession of a JWT?
Okay, I'll use the super simple example to explain it. Let's say on my front end, I'm on a React front end, and I've got a login button. You click the button, and a dialog pops up with your username and password in it. Put your username and password in, and then what would happen is the JavaScript front end would then talk to the endpoint, would send a request to the endpoint with that username and password that you've put into the dialog, and that endpoint would then return the token. So either it would give you an error message saying your username and password is wrong, or it would give you a token. You then take that token, store that in your application somehow, either in like Redux or something, or in a cookie or whatever, or however you want to store it in your application, and then going forward, every subsequent request that you make to the REST API, you would need to make sure you pass that token in the header, so that every request is then authenticated.
I guess my question is more focused on the point of how are you making it sure that the application is not going to take that password if you're entering in your credentials inside the application itself? Like, how do you get to the point where you're not re-implementing the OAuth connection flow of going to the site with some payload and then redirecting back and making sure you're doing that securely?
Well, in that example, so it depends on how you're implementing JWT. So that's a front-end example, but you could have a different flow that generates a token in a different way. And for my Python thing, you give them a token that lasts forever, so you wouldn't be asking for the passwords. You'd create the token in a secure way. Maybe you don't even do it online. You can create it you can go into the admin terminal, click generate token, and you can copy and paste that token into your application. So you can have a couple of different mechanisms to be able to generate the tokens. You can either do it via password, or you can turn that off and manually generate it in the admin terminal. If that makes sense.
Can anybody beat that? Come on. I think we'll call it. Everybody show your appreciation for Johnny Harris.
If you came to listen to Using WordPress with Static Site Generators, you're in the right place. Let me take a moment to ask you to silence your phones or electronic devices so as not to disturb the people near you. Please reserve the seats kind of up here next to the screens for those who with accessibility needs. If you have any needs that have not been addressed or have you questions, there's a guy running around here in a gray plaid shirt. He's standing up there waving. Ask him, he's the room manager. I'm sure he'll take care of you. Contributor Day is Sunday. If you haven't already, go to the Get Involved table at our sponsors hall, or you can attend tomorrow a session called Everyone Can Make WordPress Better, and you can learn more about Contributor Day. You don't have to be a developer, you don't have to be a pro, they can use lots of different people. WordFest is tonight at the City Museum. You have to have a badge to get in, so don't forget it. If you're a kid, go in with somebody that has a badge. And let me tell you about our speakers. Mohammed Musin is from Sri Lanka. He works remotely as Senior React Developer at RT Camp, a WordPress VIP agency from India. He has written for Smashing Magazine and worked for companies like LearnDash, JS for WP, and Simpler. He's joining you remotely with Jason Ball on stage. You can follow him on Twitter, and I think Jason's going to have his Twitter handle in his slides. You can reach out to both of the guys if you need to. And please welcome Jason.
All right. I don't know if you can see it. That's Headless WordPress right there. Thought it was fitting for the day after Halloween. All right, so we're talking about using WordPress with static site generators. So first off, who am I? My name is Jason Ball, at Jason Ball on Twitter. You can also call me Jason Ball if you want. I'm a web engineer at Gatsby. I'm based in Denver, Colorado, Denver native. Been doing WordPress for over a decade at this point. Just love WordPress and open source in general. I'm creator and maintainer of WP GraphQL, which is a free open source plugin that you can install on your WordPress site, and it turns your WordPress site into a GraphQL server. I got to show some pictures of my family, so you trust me. So let me start by saying, so as she mentioned, Mohammed was accepted to speak, but unfortunately his visa got denied. He's in India and wasn't able to travel here. So I was asked to take his spot since I know a lot about the topic he was going to talk about, but I wanted to give him the opportunity to present since he was accepted. We thought about live streaming, but thought there might be too many technical difficulties with that. So I have a video that he's prepared. We got a 15-minute video that he's prepared. So I'll play that. It's his talk that he was planning on giving originally, and then I'll come up and expand on some of the things he says. So I'll go ahead and play this, and I will be back when it's done.
Hello folks, thanks so much for having me today. My talk is titled Using WordPress with Static Site Generators. My friend Jason Ball is joining y'all live on stage. You can follow me on Twitter at MohsinLK and hit me up if you have any questions. My name is Mohammed Mohsin, and I'm a senior React developer at RTCamp, a WordPress VIP agency from Asia. I'm also an author and expert reviewer at Smashing Magazine. I come from Colombo, Sri Lanka, and it's an island in the Indian Ocean. I love to take photographs of wildlife and nature, and I also like to travel to different places when I get the time. Let's talk a little bit about Jamstack sites. Jam stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. JavaScript because JavaScript is a language that is used for any dynamic programming. There is no PHP or ASP.NET that renders the markup. The APIs because JavaScript is used to communicate to server-side processes through APIs. And all the markup is pre-rendered at deploy time using templates. Jamstack sites are created using static site generators, like I said. And this is how static site generators work. At deploy time, when the site is being deployed, it fetches the content. It can be WordPress, it can be any JSON file, it can be GraphQL, it can be REST API. It fetches the content and applies a template to it, and this is fed into the static site generator, and the static site generator will give you a static site. Mind you, it happens at deploy time, not at render time or runtime. So when you visit a static site, it will serve you HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. There are a few popular static site generators like Hugo, which is built using Go language at build time, and Jekyll, which uses Ruby at build time, and Gritsum uses Node.js and Vue.js for the template. JavaScript is Gitbook uses JavaScript and it's popular among educators, and today we are going to talk about Gatsby because that's what I love most. So why you should use Gatsby for your next project? Let's talk a little bit about that. Why Gatsby? Because Gatsby is blazing fast. That is, I think, the most obvious reason you would consider Gatsby. It is fast for the right reasons. When you have a typical WordPress site, it connects to a server-side or language, which is PHP, and it connects to a MySQL database and fetches data from MySQL and renders through PHP into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But when it comes to a Gatsby site, it already has rendered the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it sends you HTML files. And that makes it that much faster, and you can host it on any static host. And with Gatsby, it's much easier to get 100% across the board on Lighthouse as opposed to a typical WordPress site. It is not just blazing fast, but it's also super secure because it is just static files. You cannot hack the server because there is no server-side language or there is no database, live connection to a database. So it's almost impossible to hack a static site. It is also extremely cheap because it is serving on a static host. You can even get free hosting on a service such as Netlify. Sam, who is the co-founder of Gatsby, has written this article where this company went from $5,000 a month to just $5 a month when they started hosting a Gatsby site. Awesome web experience because Gatsby has cool helpers to tell you to use alt attributes when you are using an image tag, for example, and other benefits which gives you a great developer experience. Gatsby does not have only a developer experience but also a great user experience. Gatsby is easy to get started. Gatsby has great documentation, an awesome collection of tutorials, and many first-timers who are willing to share their experience with Gatsby. And with Gatsby, you learn React and GraphQL on the go because Gatsby uses them and teaches them to you using tutorials, for example. You can watch this video where he talks about how Gatsby helped him to get started with React and GraphQL. So the hype is real. So what really is Gatsby? Gatsby is a React-based static site generator. Like we talked earlier, it's blazing fast. And it uses React to render the markup. It is also a full-fledged application framework because you can build React apps with Gatsby. It connects to multiple APIs such as WordPress, a GraphQL endpoint, Contentful, Shopify, JSON files, and even a CSV file. And you build Jamstack sites with Gatsby like we discussed before. And it hydrates into a React app. So you can use all the awesome functionalities that React brings, such as React hooks and React context, and even Redux and Apollo, for example, which is a separate library. And let's talk a little bit about React. React is a JavaScript UI library built by Facebook, and it replaces the view layer of your application. The components in React are declarative, composable, and reusable, so that you can use a single component at multiple places. And these components are declarative and use a template which is similar to HTML, and it's called JSX. And you write this within your JavaScript files, and it's a complete opposite to how you would have been used to writing JavaScript within your HTML files. And React uses the virtual DOM, which makes it blazing fast. Let's talk a little bit about GraphQL. GraphQL is a query language, and with GraphQL you ask for what you need and you get exactly that, no more and no less. And it is an alternative to REST API, and I would argue it's a great alternative to REST API. And with GraphQL it has a single endpoint, and you would not need to fetch multiple endpoints to get multiple requests. For example, let's say you need a post, a featured image, and author details. You would not need to hit 3 different endpoints as using REST API. You would get all these data in a single request. And it was created by Facebook, and it is now open source. So today I'm going to talk to you all about using Gatsby with WordPress and why it's a great choice. Gatsby is a Jamstack generator or static site generator, and it has all the great benefits of being blazing fast, cheap, easy, and so on. And WordPress is a great, powerful CMS that we all love and use, and it powers a third of the web. So combining the niftiness of Gatsby with the power of the CMS that WordPress is, we can have a great win-win situation for us. So that's what we're going to talk today. So there are 2 ways to approach this. The first way is to use the WordPress REST API, and this would take the REST API and wrap it in a GraphQL schema. And the second way is to use the WP GraphQL WordPress plugin, and which will fetch the data from this WordPress GraphQL endpoint and wrap it in a schema. And I would say this is the recommended way by many people and myself. Using WP GraphQL, you have to install this Gatsby source GraphQL plugin, which is a Gatsby plugin, and this plugin will fetch the GraphQL from WP GraphQL and stitches them into a schema. And it needs this WP GraphQL plugin on your WordPress site, and I argue it's a faster and more scalable way than using REST API. Let's talk a little bit about WordPress GraphQL or WP GraphQL. WP GraphQL exposes your WordPress data as GraphQL schema, and it's an open source project built by our friend Jason Ball. With this, you install a WordPress plugin, and it has add-ons for ACF and the custom post type, UI, and more. So starting a Gatsby project. For starting a Gatsby project, you need Node and NPM. Once you have them installed, you install Gatsby CLI as a global NPM package. After that, you navigate to a desired folder and Gatsby new my project or the name of your project, and you change directory into that project and type in Gatsby develop in your terminal. And this will open a developer environment in your terminal, and you can go on building your project in your Visual Studio Code or any code editor of your choice. I hope you realize how easy it is to get started with Gatsby. Now that we have talked about Gatsby, let's talk about a feature that Gatsby introduced late last year, which is Gatsby Themes. With Gatsby Themes, you abstract away the code into a separate NPM module, and you let the end user focus on content. For example, when you have markdown files of content, you can store it in the site folder, and the code for the template and functionality will be in a theme folder. And you use multiple themes on the same project. For example, let's say you have a marketing site and an e-commerce site, and documentation site, you can have 3 different themes on the same website. And it also has child theme support like WordPress, which is a great theme for us. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about Gatsby WordPress themes, which is an open source project where we ported a few WordPress themes to Gatsby. It was initiated by Zach Gordon, and we ported the 2019 Gatsby theme and the Tabor Gatsby theme to WordPress. We ported the 2019 WordPress theme and the Tabor WordPress theme to Gatsby. Check out gatsbywpthemes.com for more. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the lessons that I have learned while using these 2 technologies. The first lesson is to not put everything in one place. For example, you have Gatsby Node.js, for example, which will build the static files by fetching data and creating static HTML and CSS and JavaScript files. So in this file, do not put all the code here, but rather put the code inside separate files and call those functions into this file. And the second lesson is to be a part of the growing community. The Gatsby and WordPress and WP GraphQL community are super kind and helpful, and you can be a part of this growing community and to receive help and also to help others and grow as a person and as a community. And the final lesson is that you may actually not need a static site generator, because for a lot of reasons, WordPress alone can be a good solution for you. For example, when you publish a post or a page with WordPress, it is already available to you. But with Gatsby, it takes some time for it to build the whole website, and then the post will be available. And they are working on incremental builds, I believe, which is not yet available for WordPress. So we'll wait for that. And the other reason is that most of the WordPress plugins may not work out of the box, and you have to add functionality using REST API or GraphQL for it to work. So these are the few reasons you may not want to use Gatsby or static site generator. But it also has a lot of benefits that we talked a little earlier. So let's run over what we covered today. We started with Jamstack and static site generators, and we spoke about Gatsby and then WordPress with Gatsby. And we talked about this plugin which is used to fetch data from WP GraphQL. And we finally spoke about Gatsby themes. So you can read this article that I wrote about how Gatsby and WordPress have helped me build a few nice sites. And you can check out this tutorial that I wrote about how we converted a WordPress theme to a Gatsby theme. And you can check out the 2 Jason Ball and Jason Lengstorff talk about Gatsby and WordPress. And finally, watch Jason Ball's talk at WordCamp Phoenix. So final message for all, let us spread kindness and positivity. And thank you so much for having me today. It was a pleasure talking to you. I want to mention 2 people today, Jason Ball and Tessa Crisel, because I did not get a US visa and I had to do this talk remotely, and these 2 people have played a tremendous role to making this a reality. So thank you, Jason, and thank you, Tessa. And you can find me on Twitter at MohsinLK and reach out to me if you have questions, and also email me if you have questions at muhammad@artcam.com. And we are also hiring. We are an enterprise WordPress agency doing WordPress projects, and also we work with React. So if you want to work alongside me, check out rt.cam/join. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, so it was kind of interesting planning this because he was accepted for lightning talk, so he prepared the 15 minutes. I got the final video just a couple days ago, and I said, hey, you present what you want, and I'll try and present around that. So I've been working on my slides the last few days to talk around what he didn't talk about. So I'm going to touch on some points again, so just bear with me. So let's take a step back. So Gatsby is a free and open source framework based on React that helps developers build fast websites and apps. So the reason I'm here and why Gatsby's sponsoring WordCamp, Gatsby loves WordPress. Gatsby really wants to enhance WordPress and enhance the experience of WordPress users and developers. So at the heart of WordPress, we have many APIs, but we have things like a file system API, search with SQL, oops, messed that up. We have REST API, theme API, and we often turn to plugins to enhance these experiences when the default experience doesn't work, like WP Media Offload by Delicious Brains offloads our media from the file system to CDN like S3. We often turn to things like Elastic Press by 10up or Algolia to handle search for us when SQL isn't cutting it. Might turn to GraphQL instead of REST if we need a better experience exposing JSON from our WordPress site. And Gatsby wants to give an alternative to theming. So just like we turn to other solutions like Offload S3 or Offload Media, Elastic Press, or WP GraphQL, Gatsby wants to enable you to do the same things you do with WordPress today, but better. So one example of that, a classic WordPress request, like Mohammed said, looks something like this. We ask to render a page. WordPress, we hit a WordPress server, execute some PHP. It'll check if it's in the cache. If it's not, it'll query SQL. Then it'll use those results to build an HTML page, and then it returns it to the user. This often happens faster than what I just did, but there's still many steps to this process. With Gatsby, since it's a static site, the pages are compiled ahead of time, so a request looks like this. You request it, the file's immediately returned. There's no server logic executing to make this happen. So because of this, we get security benefits, speed benefits, and cost benefits, as he covered. So I want to point out some things we're working on at Gatsby to make this experience of using WordPress as a headless CMS a great experience. So some things we're looking at solving centrally is how do you do something like template hierarchy in headless WordPress? Because if you're headless, you don't have context of what template is what. So we're trying to work on problems like that. How can you use Gatsby and then easily extend it for templates you expect to exist, like a single post or archive template, things like that, things that you get for free out of WordPress. Things like routing in headless WordPress, there's no concept of routing. So we're looking at trying to figure out common ways to provide this out of the box if you use Gatsby. Things like search. How can we use native WordPress search, and then how can we also make it work if you have things like Elastic Press or whatnot active on your WordPress server. Things like preview we have in the works as well. And then live data updates. One thing Mohammed mentioned is a con or a why not to use Gatsby at the moment is that when you publish content changes in WordPress, Gatsby has to rebuild the entire site. We're working on Gatsby Cloud, which will have incremental builds. So if you publish, let's say, a typo correction on one page and you have 1,000 pages in your Gatsby site, Gatsby Cloud knows where that change existed and can just republish that one page instead of rebuilding your whole static site. So as we all know, WordPress is just for blogs. I'm just kidding. It's also for marketing sites, and it's also for e-commerce sites. But it's not just for that either. WordPress, as I see it, is an application platform. Gatsby is just a static site generator. You see, Gatsby can take any data source, like content published in WordPress, get it from something like WP GraphQL, publish it to a static site. But the static files that it gives include HTML and CSS, but it also includes React. And that's a powerful thing. So Gatsby is not just a static site generator because it has React. Gatsby is an application framework. So this is actually an example of like something you can do with, or this is like an example of a workflow of creating content in WordPress and seeing it show up in your Gatsby site. So yeah, here he just deleted and then he's undoing a deletion. And then here we're looking at what's happening behind the scenes. So we can see it said deleted page 77, created page 77. So you can see what's happening behind the scenes. Gatsby has context of what's happening in WordPress. Here you can see creating a new page. When we publish it, it shows up. And then we'll add a featured image. So that's kind of the gist of it. So, so you can have this headless thing that's not templated in PHP with WordPress, but it's not just this static thing. The files might be static, but there's dynamic interactivity with it that can communicate with WordPress or whatever source. So Gatsby loves WordPress because Gatsby is an application framework, and WordPress is an application platform. So let's see. All right, I got time. All right, so I built this quick screenshot, and then I'll live demo it. So this is an app I built to showcase this. So on the left side is Gatsby app, on the right side is WordPress. And I want to showcase that Gatsby and WordPress can be used to build things not just marketing sites or traditional websites. So this is like a Trello-like application, and we'll actually open up some code real quick and look at it. But as you can see, as I'm dragging and dropping things across lanes, the content in WordPress, we can see, I refresh it, but you can see it updates. So I can do rich UIs in Gatsby and use WordPress as my framework, right? So, sweet. All right, so I'll take a look. Let's see, I'll have to zoom this in quite a bit. All right, so one of the first things I want to just look at real quick is how we can extend WP GraphQL. These are just some quick examples, but we can register post types. So in my case, I'll register a task post type and a task lane taxonomy. And so with just a few lines of code, we can ask it to show in GraphQL. So this is our register task post type, register taxonomy, task lanes, show in GraphQL true. And then here we're just registering some types like an entry point for us to query some of these lanes with a custom resolver. So this basically just calls get terms. And then this is an example of registering some fields to our task lane in the schema. And then we'll look at what it looks like to query these in a second. So I'm registering some fields like cards and label so that I can query these things. And then I'm registering some GraphQL fields to the task type in our schema. And then a couple other fields. And then I'll switch over and we'll actually look at what this looks like in GraphQL. So with just that, just a little bit of code, what is that, 100 lines of code, we can register a bunch of stuff to our GraphQL API. And that allows us to do things like query, of course, there we go. We can do things like query a list of task lanes. Let me zoom in on this. We can query a list of task lanes, right? Just because WordPress is a CMS, we can use it for organizing things that aren't necessarily website content, right? So we can have lanes, and on that we can ask for the cards or the tasks that belong in those lanes. So this is just data that exists here. So I'll open up this side by side, and we can see this kind of stuff happening. Oh, hello. Get out of there. What happened to my other tab? I'll learn how to internet one day. What is happening? There we go. All right. Cool. So this does have authentication, so I can log in. This is using JWT. If you were at the previous talk, you might be familiar with that concept. So I can log in. I enter my username and password. In response, I'm given a JWT token. My React application can keep that token and pass it in future requests to identify who I am. And then I can do things like add a card, which in this case would be a task in WordPress. So I can say, I don't know, WCUS rocks. And what do we want to say? Thanks for coming to my talk. So I can click Add Card. It's added here in the client. WordPress doesn't have real-time updates, so I have to refresh over there. But we can see WordPress can be my data storage for this, right? If I expand this table a little bit, we can see the task lanes. If I drag this over, oh, of course, you gotta hit the drop zone. You can see my data's changed, right? So I can just use categories and post types to build some rich UIs using WordPress and Gatsby. Happy to answer any questions. I think that's all I got prepared, so thank you for having me, and start using Gatsby and WordPress and enjoy.
Can you tell us, is this on? Can you tell us a little bit about the SEO implications for Gatsby?
Yeah, so typically most people, oftentimes Gatsby sites see better SEO, partly because performance. Most Gatsby sites are faster than competitor sites. In cases we're seeing it faster than AMP even. You still have to implement things like meta descriptions and have good content and things like that, and manage your titles and things like that. So if you're doing that stuff, it should work the same in Gatsby versus WordPress, where you're going to get the performance benefit compared to most WordPress sites. You can make WordPress very fast. I'm not saying you can't. So, but Gatsby makes it easy. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. So it's not client-side rendered. It's server-side rendered. So you can use Gatsby sites without JavaScript if that's what you're getting at. So yeah, Google has no problem indexing it. Even things like OG tags will work, right? So yeah, because it's compiled. It uses React, but it's compiled to HTML. So you could turn off JavaScript and have it work. I can actually, like, here. This is a project in the ecosystem, Static Fuse. It's a Gatsby site. They're building WordPress themes. I can actually go into, where's my settings? Oh, wrong one. I can actually go in here and turn off JavaScript. This is a Gatsby site. Some things will be a little bit different, but it works, right? So it's used with, like React, they built it with React, but it outputs HTML, and then when JavaScript kicks in, React takes over again.
Could you talk a little bit about the path of converting plugins or making plugins be able to work with Gatsby and WP GraphQL?
Sure. Yeah. So I touched on some of the APIs briefly here, but WP GraphQL has a lot of APIs where you can register fields to the schema, and I tried to touch base on this a little bit. You can register your post types, taxonomies to show in the schema, and then you can register fields and additional types to the schema. So if you have a plugin, for example, Yoast, let's say, needs to expose, well, like a meta description or whatever on every post type that it's active on, right? So they can use this register GraphQL field. Oh, where'd it go? Somewhere in here. They can use like register GraphQL field to register fields to the types in the schema they want to. So register GraphQL field like post, for example, and the name would be something like meta description, right? Or whatever. So you can use these APIs to expose your data to the WP GraphQL schema. That allows Gatsby to see what exists in your WordPress site, and then you can, in your components or in your Gatsby site, you can then fetch that data and use it however you want. So does that help?
I'm new to static sites. How does search work in this environment?
Yeah, so depends. One thing we're trying to solve, what I mentioned, if you're using WordPress as a source, we're hoping to allow just WordPress search to, like you'd still do a post request basically back to WordPress or GraphQL query searching your WordPress server still, and then that could use Elasticsearch or Algolia, or you could bypass that completely and just search from the client to something like Algolia or something similar. So there's various options like that.
Hi. I was looking, I'm currently in the process of migrating my site to Gatsby. I was looking at Gatsby themes, which seem to not actually be themes, they're more like plugins.
Can you explain them and why and when you'd use a theme?
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, so themes, the way I like to think about Gatsby themes is, if you think of plugins in the WordPress space like WooCommerce or the events calendar, they have functionality but also views to render that functionality. Like the events calendar has a calendar view. It's not a theme, but it does things themes do too, like render HTML and styles for it. So Gatsby themes are more in line with that kind of plugin in WordPress, where it's like Gatsby themes are trying to be experts at one specific thing. It can be multiple things depending on how you write code, but you could have like a blog theme like Mohammed talked about. You could have a theme that's expert at being a blog, sourcing data from a blog and rendering a blog. Then you could have a theme that's being an expert at documentation or whatever. And then you can compose these. One of the benefits is like companies, like think something like IBM or something, right, that has hundreds of engineering teams but one site, maybe across many disciplines. They could each own their theme of the site, and then it could come together with the same component library and output an individual site. So that's kind of the mental model. We have a lot of work to do, I think, on the marketing side to clear that up. Yeah.
Maybe this relates to that or to what you said with the previous questions, but if you have, for example, a block that has some sort of complicated front-end functionality, if you were rendering it from WordPress, you could set something up to enqueue the script that would enable that functionality on the front end only for posts or pages on which that block occurs. Is there any equivalent way that you could expose that type of conditional script loading with Gatsby?
Yeah, so that's actually pretty interesting. So I did a screen share. Daniel from Shifter was asked that a couple weeks ago, so I hopped on a call with him. I recorded it, so it's on YouTube. He was looking at how to expose like on-queued styles and scripts from WordPress so that Gatsby could query it and use it. So there are ways to do it, and yeah, there's a YouTube video showing how. I think there's other ways, like in my head, most JavaScript you would write in Gatsby, you would just use the component directly instead of on-queue something from WordPress and allow Gatsby's bundler to make use of it, right? Like tree shake it and things like that. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff to figure out with Gatsby plus Gutenberg that is also something we're exploring.
Is there a default way image uploads work? Because I remember in an earlier slide you mentioned some sort of CDN. If you don't have a CDN, would it work in some other way?
Oh, so yeah, WordPress, like if you're using WordPress and you upload images to WordPress, it just goes to the file system. But yeah, CDNs allow your images to be like distributed at the edge so they can be served a lot faster. So yeah, if you're high traffic sites or whatever, sometimes the file system doesn't meet your needs. So makes sense.
This might be redundant as well, but page builders like Beaver Builder, things like that. Like, do you have any tips, or can you do Googling for me and tell me what I should Google for planning that type of thing?
Yeah. I don't have like an official answer, but I know somebody, Alex Young, who sadly had to cancel his flight last night, but he's done a video on YouTube, what is it, WP Cast, I think is his channel, and he's done a video on using Elementor with Gatsby. Yeah, WP Cast on YouTube. And somewhere in here he's done a lot of Gatsby videos with WP GraphQL. Like he did one on submitting contact forms recently. One of these in here is using Elementor. Yeah, right here. So using Elementor with it. I don't think it's like a plug and play thing where it's just like everything is going to work magically today, but it shows that there's a path to that being the case at some point. So I'm optimistic, things like Gutenberg or Elementor or Divi or whatever can work without much effort at some point.
I'm a huge fan of Gatsby image component, and I know there's a way for to use this component with Markdown files. Is there a solution to also use Gatsby image with images inside content in WordPress?
Yeah, so there's a couple solutions. So right now, You can use Gatsby with the REST API using Gatsby source WordPress. The plan is to deprecate that sometime in the not so distant future and basically require WP GraphQL as a dependency because there's so much more we can do with it. So right now, if you're using WP GraphQL, there's Gatsby WP GraphQL inline images that you can use to get images inline your content. So basically just finds images like in the HTML, converts it to a Gatsby image. And then there's also, what is it, WP, oh yeah, so the other one, it's not a plugin, but there's a pretty comprehensive article written on how to convert fields that return a media item, like featured image, is not an inline image in the content, it's its own like field in the schema. So this shows like how to do that. So we're working on a new source plugin that will do some of this stuff out of the box for you too. But yeah, this, in the time being, you can reference sources like this to do it today.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. For those of us who are really familiar with Varnish, to just generate static HTML for sites, can you describe the differences between Gatsby and a solution like Varnish?
Yeah, I think a lot of it, I would say, probably comes down to React, right? You can use React to build your components, which then you feed the data into your components. That creates the static site, but then it can also be interactive also. So typically, if you're theming in PHP and cache the whole page, but also want to do something dynamic like a slideshow, you're writing duplicate stuff in often cases. You're writing PHP, and then you got to write jQuery or whatever it might be, or on-queue React to replace it, or whatever it might be. So mostly developer experience and just out of the box, like how React works. So.
You briefly alluded to Gutenberg. What are your thoughts on integrating Gatsby with Gutenberg, blocks, and structured data?
Yeah, I have a lot of opinions about Gutenberg. So Gutenberg is challenging for headless right now because if you're trying to do stuff with WordPress headlessly, you need to be able to ask WordPress for something, and if WordPress can't describe what that something is ahead of time, it's hard for a headless application to ask for it. So there's no server-side schema or registry for Gutenberg blocks, so there's no way for a server API to expose what blocks exist. So I've written like a 2-page thing you can find on the GitHub issue on Gutenberg like 2.5 years ago or so about why that's a problem, and I still hold that stance. But yeah, there has been made progress on that in some degree. So WP GraphQL Gutenberg is an attempt at solving that problem to a degree. So what this does, basically when the Gutenberg client loads, it gets the registry from the client, stores it back in the database, and then adds it to the GraphQL API so that you can interact with Gutenberg blocks with GraphQL. It doesn't scale well because you're relying on somebody loading the Gutenberg admin first for that to happen. So it's not ideal. It's like if you had to load the admin before your post type was registered, like it just doesn't make sense. But it's a stopgap and it works. People are using this in production. So we'll see. A server-side registry would be ideal though.
We have time for one last question.
I'm just kind of curious, do you have user statistics on how many sites currently have WP GraphQL downloaded and in use?
So it's on GitHub. I do have some stats. We can look at them together if you want. So it's okay. So it's not on the .org repo. That's one thing to clarify. WP GraphQL is not on the .org repo at the moment. It may be some point. Yeah, let's take a look at some insight. So you have to come to GitHub to get it. What do you want? What are we looking at? Let's see. Well, this week. Can I change the time frame in here? I don't know. Whatever. That's this week's stats. So we got 240 clones, 134 unique, 5.6 thousand viewers, 1,300 unique. So that's for this week.
For Jason. Give it up for Jason.
Thank y'all.